Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto was Descendant of Ōtsutsuki and became the god of all Chakra movie 2. Before we start, please go support Oz A 137,788 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 16. Namika's mansion. Naruto's room. 7:30. Naruto woke up, feeling for the first time in a long time, a sensation of complete relaxation. Like the feeling you get after sleeping for a long time and waking up completely refreshed, or the feeling you get after exercising hard and resting. The Ootsutsukki breathed calmly and without any discomfort. This time he didn't have any nightmares. Finally, after 2 stressful weeks, he rested in absolute peace, and he owed it all to Reincarnation. Where was Reincarnation? Naruto woke up, missing the Digimon on top of him or in his bed, his blue eyes searching the entire room for the blue-eyed one. He removed the sheet that covered him to see if she wasn't under it, but the only thing he noticed was that he was wearing his black Anbu pants again. With a heavy sigh, the silver-haired man lay back down on the bed. Was last night just a dream? The answer to his question came when he heard the door open to reveal the much-acclaimed Digimon wearing a small red apron and a white chef's hat, although she had a few black spots on her face. The Ootsutsukki watched with some confusion as the white-yellow-furred Digimon placed a small tray with simple cereal with milk on the bed, although somewhat burnt by some flakes that were black. Seeing the confusion on her tamer's face, the Digimon deigned to explain what she did. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. I made you breakfast," Reincarnation said with a somewhat nervous smile and a slight tint of red on her yellow and furry cheeks. Naruto took a handful of the white and black flakes with a spoon and brought them to his mouth before chewing and finally swallowing them. They didn't taste bad. It wasn't the best food in the world, but it didn't taste like garbage either, although it was quite crunchy, especially the black flakes. Guided by curiosity, the Ootsutsukki couldn't help but ask the anthropomorphic fox something. "Why is some of the cereal black, Rina-chan?" Naruto asked with some suspicion in his voice, seeing the spoon that had both normal and black flakes, tensing the Digimon in the process. "Well," Reincarnation said with nervousness in her melodious voice. "The truth is that she wanted to prepare a small breakfast for Naruto, and that's why she got out of bed to go down to the kitchen, although she did it with difficulty because her legs felt numb from everything she did yesterday with her tamer. When she got to the kitchen, she wanted to make him the same delicious bowl of cereal with strawberries, blackberries, and yogurt that Naruto made her yesterday. But she wasn't as familiar with machines like the oven or the gas stove, and when she tried to make the same breakfast that her tamer made, she almost ended up causing a fire. Fortunately, the mansion had fireproof seals that prevented the mansion from burning down. In the end, what was in front of Naruto was what came out. "I was just practicing how to prepare your breakfast, Naruto-kun. Although I don't think it turned out very well," Reincarnation said with some sadness in her voice and a blush of embarrassment on her face. At that, Naruto only denied nonsense. "Everything you cook tastes delicious, Rina-chan," said Naruto, praising the Digimon's food, who blushed at the compliment from her dear tamer. "Well, I think it's time to get up. Yesterday nobody saw me, so you must be worried or upset," said Naruto, knowing that being out all day would alert all his acquaintances and anger some of them by worrying them. So standing up and starting to dress in his usual clothes and going down to the kitchen, he found the gas stove burned, almost as if someone had accidentally turned it on full power. Downplaying it, the Ootsutsukki used his Omnitrix to fix the stove and start preparing breakfast. Blue-eyed, not wanting to waste too much time, took several pears, apples, and other fruits out of the refrigerator with the help of his already mastered Tendo, Way of the Gods, and cut them into pieces to put them in a bowl. Next, he sliced some kiwis, bananas, and some pineapple. Grabbing a couple of eggs with his own hands this time, he placed them in the saucepan and broke their shells to pour the yolk and white of both to begin scrambled them along with some ham that he put in the scrambled eggs, then quickly made some cinnamon rolls and finally took out some coffee for himself and orange juice for Reincarnation. She stared in disbelief at the plate of food in front of her. Now that was breakfast. The Digimon began to eat her share of breakfast, feeling somewhat disappointed in herself. This disappointment disappeared when she tasted the delicious scrambled eggs her tamer had prepared, along with the orange juice. After finishing the fruit and eating his well-deserved cinnamon roll along with his coffee, the silver-haired man got up from his seat. He was going to leave, but decided to first say something to Reincarnation. "Forgive me, Rina-chan," Naruto said in an apologetic tone as he bowed in front of a stupefied Digimon. "Why are you apologizing, Naruto-kun?" the blue-eyed girl asked, confused, to a silver-haired man who looked somewhat embarrassed. "Yesterday, well, we made love and I hadn't even known you for a full day, and I took advantage of you and of you being so sweet to me," said the Ootsutsukki with a rather sorry tone. Reincarnation, for her part, gave him a look that was both intrigued and a bit hurt. "Do you regret what we did last night?" the blue-eyed Digimon asked with a somewhat hurt tone, believing that her tamer regretted having done it to her. Naruto simply gently shook his head. "No, I don't regret it. But I would have liked to get to know you a little better before just going to my room and doing it to you, Naruto said, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Reincarnation let out a somewhat tired sigh. Looking at the silver-haired man, she asked a question she would have preferred not to ask Naruto-kun. Do you remember when I told you that your world being connected to mine could see you since I was a Reincarnation? The Digimon asked Naruto, who nodded, remembering the words of the blue-eyed Digimon. Well, you and I share a more special connection than any other Digimon and their tamer, Reincarnation explained to Naruto, who tilted his head in confusion. And what's so special about our connection? The Ootsutsukki said, emphasizing the word connection. At that moment, he saw Reincarnation's gaze turn more cold, indifferent, almost stoic. What's special about it is that I could see, feel, and hear everything you could and suffered. I could connect through my dreams. Every time I slept, I could see your world and what was happening to you, and I could feel it firsthand. At the Digimon's cold words, the silver-haired boy visibly tensed with a bad feeling. How much do you know about my Rina-chan? Naruto asked, a little worried. Not about him, no, he didn't care what happened to him in the past or what someone knew about him, but if what she said was true, then she had practically suffered the same thing as him, and that someone else would suffer that. Honestly, Naruto didn't wish that on anyone. Everything. From what you suffered for the village, being an Otsutsuki, the Shinju, Kurama-san and the Bijus. Everything, said the blue-eyed girl, leaving Naruto completely stupefied. Reincarnation knew, possibly, more than him, but she didn't expect to see what came next. The Digimon's blue eyes became slightly glassy, and she gritted her teeth with some rage. I had to see you suffer more than any being deserves. I had to see the person I love the most on the brink of death so many times. Because of Reincarnation's eyes began to shed slight tears, but more than sadness she felt rage. Rage against those who hurt the person she loved the most. While a fleeting memory of when she was a Reincarnation looked terrified at the small body of a 6-year-old Naruto without a leg or arm lying in the deepest part of the forest of death. Just before he ate the fruit. Even though you couldn't see me. I could see you, I could see your pain, I could see how you suffered, how you were hurt. And I couldn't do anything. I couldn't stop you from suffering. At those words, Naruto looked at Reincarnation with a somewhat sad look. He didn't know, nor did he want to experience what it felt like to see someone you love suffer without being able to do anything to stop it. The helplessness the Digimon must have felt was something Naruto couldn't imagine. That's why he hugged her, to keep her from crying. He felt strange. He had felt alone many times in his life. So many times that he didn't want to remember them. But now he knew he was never truly alone, he had always been accompanied. Although he didn't always know it. Rina-chan, Naruto couldn't continue because the lump in his throat wouldn't let him. He hugged the Digimon closer, pressing her against his chest, and they both closed their eyes. Neither noticed how a glow enveloped them both. Although the glow was generated in Naruto's left pocket. Although they opened their eyes and noticed the glow coming from the Ootsutsuki's pocket. Naruto took his hand to his pocket and took out what was in it. It was a strange square silver device without edges, with 3 blue buttons, 2 on the right side and 1 on the left side with some blue symbols around a black glass screen. It is a Digivice, only silver with blue symbols and a black screen. Naruto looked with some strangeness at the curious artifact, while Reincarnation looked at it in astonishment. Seeing the face on the Digimon, the Ootsutsukki decided to ask Rina-chan, do you know what this is? Naruto asked, showing the device. It's a Digivice. Reincarnation exclaimed in astonishment while the Ootsutsukki blinked in confusion. What thing? Naruto asked again, not fully understanding what the blue-eyed girl said. Digivice, Naruto-kun, Reincarnation corrected her tamer, who shrugged without really giving much importance to the name of the machine. A Digivice is a small device made with nanotechnology, whose function is to channel the emotions and feelings of a tamer so that their Digimon evolves to a higher level, and thus their power increases, the Digimon explained, as if she were a teacher to Naruto, who blinked quite confused and without understanding absolutely anything of what Reincarnation said. Seeing that she just sighed with some annoyance, it makes the Digimon evolve through the emotions of its tamer. The Digimon simplified with her half-closed gaze, receiving a no from Naruto. Well, why do I have it? Naruto asked curiously. Reincarnation, for her part, held her chin with her claws, wondering why, until something clicked inside her mind. Well, a Digivice is in a way a symbol that you have a Digimon partner, and the only Digimon here is me, so explained the blue-eyed girl, unable to find the words to describe what the Digivice symbolized, although Naruto did find them. So it's a symbol that you and I are a couple? Naruto asked with a small, mischievous smile and a raised eyebrow at Reincarnation, who shrugged solemnly, almost indifferently. However, before they could continue their conversation, a burst of smoke appeared on the table. When the smoke cleared, they saw a small, black-furred fox with equally black eyes and 3 tails growing out of its back. Naruto instantly recognized him as Kintaro, one of the foxes from the summoning contract. More specifically, one specialized in messaging. In fact, he had sent him with Natsumi to deliver the message and hadn't seen him again since. He looked at Renamen with some curiosity, since for him she was like a strange breed of fox. Kintaro-chan, is something wrong? Naruto asked, causing the little fox to turn towards him. Oh, Naruto-sama, Natsumi-san requires it. She said something about your presence being required at a very special event, Kintaro informed in a somewhat childish voice, making Naruto nod, although he first asked the messenger fox something. By the way, Kintaro-chan, where have you been? I haven't seen you since I asked you to send that message to Daimyo-sama, Naruto asked, while Kintaro looked slightly nervous. Well, the nervous fox stammered, remembering that he had just arrived and handed the letter to Natsumi and that she had finished reading it, and she hugged him because she thought he was a very adorable little fox, not too tightly, but to pamper him a little. Speaking of which, they literally treated him like a royal pet since they gave him the best food he had ever tasted and he slept in a very comfortable little basket, or with some luck he slept with Natsumi since she likes sleeping with the adorable little fox much more than getting close to the terrifying Tora. He couldn't complain about sleeping with Natsumi because sleeping in such a big bed was very comfortable, especially because the black-haired girl hugged him and put him between her two warm, comforting, comfortable and soft arms. Bad thoughts, Natsumi-san wanted me to help her with some messaging problems, haha, the little fox laughed nervously while Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Leaving that aside, the Ootsutsukki sighed with some annoyance. More than anything because he knew that his acquaintances were going to worry and get more upset with him if he was 2 days without appearing. Looking one last time at Kintaro, the Ootsutsukki asked him to take him with him in a reverse summon. The little fox, neither slow nor lazy, disappeared in an explosion of smoke, leaving Naruto and Renamen in silence that was broken by Naruto when he stood up and spoke. Well, Kintaro-chan is going to be a little while or so, it would be better to prepare for tonight, Naruto said to himself while making a cross pose with his hands, and several cage bunshin appeared in several explosions of smoke and headed to the basement. Piquing Renamen's curiosity in the process when she saw what her tamer was doing. Tonight? What's going to happen tonight, Naruto-kun? The Digimon asked curiously, making Naruto smile smugly. Well, let's just say I'll release someone very important to me today, Naruto said mysteriously, making the Digimon look at him with an intrigued look before shrugging her shoulders without giving it much importance. Naruto felt that he was summoned by Kintaro and disappeared in an explosion of smoke, leaving Renamen alone. And now what am I going to do alone? The blue-eyed Digimon asked herself as she looked around the entire mansion and realized there was nothing to do and Naruto wasn't there. In simple words, she was going to be quite bored. Daimyo Palace. Natsumi Takita's office. 8 o'clock. Natsumi was fighting against the greatest enemy of all the leaders of the nations, an enemy such that just his name shook the 5 cages together. The so hated and evil paperwork, Chan. But suddenly a burst of smoke made her look up from the papers and there was little Kintaro with just the person she was looking for. Naruto. Seeing that the brunette sighed with some relief, at least this way she wouldn't have to endure doing more paperwork. Hello Kintaro-chan, and hello Naruto-kun, greeted the Takita, making Kintaro smile and Naruto blush slightly at how she called him, although as soon as the red color disappeared from his cheeks, the Ootsutsukki spoke. Did he call me Daimyo-sama? Naruto asked, making Natsumi nod, although he first clarified something. That's right, but please, just call me Natsumi. Daimyo-sama makes me feel older, the black-haired girl clarified, making Naruto shrug his shoulders. He really only called Natsumi that out of mere respect and formality. Seeing that the conversation didn't concern him, Kintaro disappeared in a burst of smoke, leaving Daimyo and the blue-eyed man alone. Well, if that's the case. Why do you need me, Natsumi-chan? Naruto asked with a slight smile, making Daimyo blush when she heard the silver-haired man call her. There will be a big celebration to forge some ties with the nobles of other nations, and I was wondering if you, the noble, couldn't find the words to say what she was saying, but luckily for her Naruto did. You want me to go with you, right? Naruto asked, making the black-eyed girl nod. Well. Why not? What time is the celebration? The Ootsutsukki asked, receiving the answer at 7 o'clock at night. Well, in that case I'll see you at 7, Natsumi-chan, Naruto said, winking at the Takita girl before disappearing in a silver flash. Daimyo, for her part, was slightly blushing and touched her heart over her armor, feeling how despite it, she could feel its rapid and strong beats. So this is what it feels like to be in love, huh? Takita thought with a small smile to herself as she felt its rapid heartbeat, however she didn't expect Naruto to return in the same silver flash. By the way, has it not occurred to you to use shadow clones to make the paperwork easier? I mean, that way you can divide the work between the clones you make. The Ootsutsukki reasoned, seeing how the Takita looked at him completely absent-minded, apparently it had not occurred to her. Not wanting to waste too much time, he disappeared again in a silver flash, leaving Natsumi, who did something very simple. She began to hit her forehead against the desk, repeating over and over again, why hit didn't hit, it occurred to me, and this time the hit fractured the wood of the desk. With Naruto. Day 30. Naruto was currently trying something new, he had just mastered his Tendo, and with it, he managed to master his Juryuten, gravity release, and he was taking advantage of having mastered it. He was currently flying, that's right, flying. He also mastered the element that allowed him to fly like nothing, he had never tested how fast he could go, but he was currently doing it, after all even a shinobi would take at least a week to go from Konoha to the daimyo's palace, since it was very far from Konoha, exactly 18,000 kilometers from Konoha to the palace, however he could get there in literally 1 minute. That he was flying almost at the speed of Mach 1, that is, 300 kilometers second seeming less than a blur to people. Naruto didn't know how he could go so fast, in fact, neither his father nor Mido-gai were that fast, even so, he never used his true speed in a fight. What was the point of using all his power in a fight? No one, in fact, not even Kurama had made him use his full power. There was practically no one who could compete with him if, hypothetically, he turned against his village or the others. Naruto gave a brief account of his abilities. He had perfect mastery of the Kaiten, being better at it than any Uchiha current or from the Warring Clans era. His Suiton was at a level comparable to Tobirama's. His Futen was his strongest element, he could unleash a hurricane just by moving his hand from side to side. His Raiten had in fact had a great improvement, it had begun to appear black lightning when he used it, that is, he had begun to develop the powerful black lightning, a lightning so powerful that it could fry the nervous system. His Doten, despite not being his strongest or most versatile element, was as good as an expert from Iowa, it could flatten a mountain without much difficulty. Then there were his sub-elements. His Hyoten was quite cold, making his Jutsus very powerful, reaching 190 degrees below zero, even so, he wouldn't be satisfied until he reached absolute zero. His Mokuten had improved a lot, it wasn't as good as Hashirama's, but it was pretty good, he was grateful that Kurama remembered some Jutsus from his fight with Madara against Hashirama. His Ranten was at a similar level to his Mokuten, being so good that he had at least 15 Jutsus that he created himself. His Shakuten was the exact opposite of his Hyoten, being 1900 degrees Celsius, and just like his Hyoten, he wouldn't stop until he was as hot as he wanted. Though he wondered if the heat of the sun, 57-78 degrees Celsius, could be reached. His Hyoten was one of his favorite elements. He had a somewhat limited variety of 11 Jutsus, but he'd resolve that when he created more. In addition, that element had one of his most powerful techniques. His Miten was also one of his favorite elements, since it could absorb and return any elemental attack, it was a great defensive element, however, he really wanted it to be offensive, and that's why he discovered a very interesting detail. His Miten not only had the peculiarity of being able to absorb attacks, but it also had the peculiarity of rotting things, he discovered this because when he was entering one of his Miten attacks against a tree, and it was completely withered. His Shoten, crystal release, was one that he had not tested until now, he noticed that with some creativity, the crystal element was quite useful in battle, he could create prisons, weapons, armor, dragons, etc. However, it also served him well as a source of income, since it was quite easy to create different types of gems such as white and black diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, rubies, zircons, among others. His Jotun and Futen, despite being the newest ones he controlled, were on the right track to completely master them. He had mastered his Jujutsus quite well, he had mastered Amaterasu, and had finally achieved the long-awaited Enten, Hull release, he managed to master Tsukiyomi by making the brain believe that it was spending more time inside the illusion. Despite everything, what cost him the most was the Susanoo, however Naruto knew that when he finally mastered it, it would become as great as Madara's, so he was in no hurry to master it and stabilize it. Not to mention his Rinnegan since he was mastering the last paths that he had left to master, which were Asura and Petra, not to mention the special abilities. Sukinjutsu, Taijutsu, Fuinjutsu Waijinjutsu and exceptionales. In short, he was a bucking god, that was what Naruto didn't like, his power was growing excessively, and that was something he didn't like. He liked to fight, he wasn't addicted to fighting, but a good fight was something nice after a while. Now that he thought about it, when had he ever used all his power? Never, it was never necessary for him to use more power than necessary, since he had plenty of it, but now that he had so much power it was boring. Yes, boring, there was no better way to describe how Naruto felt. Even using gravity seals, resistance seals, chakra limiters, strength limiters, it wouldn't matter if he invented a seal that sealed all his power at will, leaving him with 1%. In time, it wouldn't matter if it was only 1 or 100. His power would grow and grow until not even the legendary Jubi would be a match for him. I really wish someone with the strength would appear to give me a good challenge. Someone as strong as me or stronger than me, Naruto thought, feeling the wind ruffling his hair from going so fast, although in the future he would understand one very important thing. Sometimes it's not good for your wishes to come true. Unknown location. Unknown time. Death. That was what reigned throughout the desolate place. There was no better word to describe what had happened than massacre. No matter where you looked, children, girls, men, women, animals. Absolutely everyone had died beyond repair. The trees were withered and lifeless, the air was so hot it made breathing difficult. The sky was black, and the star of the desolate planet looked dying. About to explode and consume it and other planets in its solar system. It wouldn't matter since there wasn't a single living being in that world. Each and every one was killed, mutilated, flayed, gutted, or devoured by a single being, regardless of whether it was human or animal, or at least edible. Seeing all this destruction, all this death, all this pain, there were only two questions that truly mattered. Who did all this? Why? The answer lay in a pile of corpses, from children no more than a year old to elderly people nearly a century old. Women, men, and every living being alike were scattered across the pile, and at the top was the culprit. He was a 19-year-old adult, quite tall, between 1.90 meters and 2.10 meters, with high ninja sandals that reached above his ankles. Inside his sandals were black Anbu pants, and he wore a shirt of the same color with fingerless gloves, also black that reached his elbow. Over the shirt he had a silver and black haori with dark flames at the end of the cape. He had a necklace of 6 magatama along with long, straight silver hair, reaching his ankles. He did not have any kind of imperfection or mark on his face. He did not even look affected after having killed an entire planet. That he slept peacefully in the enormous pile of corpses was proof of that. However, from one moment to the next he opened his eyes, showing a black sclera, along with a completely red iris without a pupil. He turned his head to the right and saw something he hadn't expected. There was a hooded man with spiky black hair and a strange orange swirl-shaped mask. Seeing the masked man, the red-eyed smiled with a smile that could only be compared to that of the most evil demon in hell. When he smiled, the silver-haired man showed a row of sharp and shiny teeth like those of a shark. The fact that they were covered in blood did not help in the least to make the sight less terrifying. "Oh, but look who we have here. Is that you, Obito-chan?" The silver-haired assassin asked maliciously and mockingly, looking at the masked man who remained as if nothing had happened. "You're Naruto from universe number 612. The one called Nightmare Ootsutsiki," said Toby, watching as Nightmare narrowed his eyes at that statement. It wasn't a question, it was an affirmation. But, knowing that meant he wasn't from that universe was pretty clear. After all, he himself had opened the Toby's chest to remove the internal organs of that universe's Toby. It wasn't very likely that he was still alive. "How do you know that?" the red-eyed man demanded, while Toby smiled maliciously from under his mask. "Let's just say I have my methods. I've been looking for you, Nightmare," the black-haired man clarified, making the Ootsutsiki smile mockingly. "Me?" Nightmare didn't ask why. He didn't care in the least what someone like Toby wanted. That's why he got up from the pile of corpses and appeared in a second in front of the masked man. "Well, here I am, you shitty Uchiha," said the silver-haired man before his fist collided with Toby's mask. However, he used his Kamui to avoid being damaged and sank into the ground. "HMPH, your stupid Kamui used to be a nuisance," mumbled the red-eyed man watching as Toby emerged from the ground. Before the Uchiha had time to do or say anything, he noticed that he couldn't move. He looked at the Ootsutsiki, and he had his hand extended towards him, while purple threads emerged from the tips of his fingers. He tried to use his Kamui to free himself, but he couldn't. Those threads neutralized his technique. Feeling how his left arm moved against his will, the masked man saw how a purple aura surrounded it. Toby, seeing that, had to hurry to do what he had come to do. "I have a deal to make, yaoi," the masked man growled as he felt how with a loud crack, his arm was dislocated and broken. "I'm not interested." "You'd be interested if I proposed to you." Another crack, and it was her left leg that was now dislocated and broken. "If I proposed to you, someone strong enough to face you." "Don't be silly, Obito. Who are you suggesting?" "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Madara. Please. They stopped being challenges to me centuries ago." "I propose yourself." Hearing those words, the silver-haired man looked at the masked man with a raised eyebrow and stopped his technique. "What are you talking about?" the silver-haired man asked, looking at the Uchiha with curiosity and some confusion. "You and your universe derive from the universe I come from, along with other universes. If you join me, you could face them all. I know in which universes there are beings that make Madara, Hashirama, or Kaguya herself look like cockroaches. I only ask that you join me. You could face the you from my universe. He is almost as strong as you. It may take some time. But I assure you that it could be a great challenge for you. Just imagine, together we would not only be in charge of dominating one universe, but of dominating them all. We both win, you face whoever you want, and we dominate the universes together." He's not lying. So he managed to create some technique or machine to travel between universes, though. He almost proposed that I be his guard dog. I was planning on traveling to his universe at some point, but it doesn't hurt to make sure that little fool is even worth it, Nightmare reasoned inside his mind. He looked at the black-haired man still held by his strings and looked at him with a sly smile before dropping him to the ground and seeing how he held his left arm and leaned on his right leg. The masked man looked up and saw how Nightmare held out his hand. "You have a deal." Chapter 17. Naruto was still flying towards Konoha, although going at such a high speed was something that would make anyone tired, but for Naruto, it was like a trip in the park. The Ootsutsukki flew through the clouds with complete calm, there was no enemy to combat it. So the only thing he had to do was find a way to help the other Bijus. Kurama's brothers. Naruto knew perfectly well that Kurama felt somewhat guilty since Madara captured her and Hashirama captured the others, a guilt that he had carried for almost 100 years. The silver-haired man felt some remorse for it since he did not want his girlfriend to suffer, so, with Kurama's help, he had made a plan to rescue the other Bijus. Thanks to the fact that he had his own spy network with White Zetsus, it helped him to know a very important fact. All the Jinchurikis would be in the Chunin exams, it was something crazy, but it was explained in the following way. Gumo would send the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, 8 tails, as sensei of the only team he would send, in which the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, 2 tails, was. Aiwa would send 2 teams, both of which had as sensei the Jinchurikis of the Gobi, 5 tails, and Yanbi, 4 tails, respectively. He also found out that in one of those teams was the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, although he did not give it much importance. Despite still being at war, Kiri would send one of its Jinchurikis, specifically the Rikubi, 6 tails, as one of the members of the team it would send, while Yugura, the Sanbi, 3 tails, Jinchurikis, would stay in Kiri for the war. But that would be a problem that would be fixed later. Finally there was whoever had sealed the Ichibi, 1 tail, inside him. Naruto didn't really know anything about who or what Shukaku's Jinchuriki was. He only knew that he had been trained by the Kazukiage, from then on he knew absolutely nothing about whoever the San Tanuki's container was. Now that I think about it. I should be stopping thinking about that. I have a date with Natsumi-chan that I can't miss, and Hina-chan and Seiyu-chan must be worried and upset with me. It's not like anything interesting is going to happen, the Ootsutsukki thought somewhat nervously before increasing his speed. Subterranean lair. Aim no Kuni. 9 o'clock. Nightmare looked with his reddish eyes at the ceiling of the lair in aim. He wasn't very surprised upon arriving. He knew that Obito had managed to find a way to travel to other universes, although he was slightly interested in the machine that was used to travel between realities. That was something that he stopped giving importance to after 5 minutes. Upon arriving, the first thing the masked man told him was to get comfortable, since he was going to pick up a friend. He didn't care. He lay down on the cold, hard ground as he stretched out, enjoying the sound of his bones cracking from lying still for too long. "Oh, is this a friend of yours, Tobi-kun? He looks very interesting." Kukuku heard the red-eyed before opening an eye with some laziness and seeing the abominable Sannin of the snakes Orochimaru a few meters away from him. That cockroach had done unspeakable things in different worlds, some even ended in ruin and destruction by him. But for Nightmare, for him, someone like Orochimaru was a spoiled child. The snake sage could be cruel and evil, in one world. He, on the other hand, hadn't limited himself so much. He had destroyed, killed, and annihilated entire races and universes, not caring whether the lives he had taken were human or not. He only killed because he loved doing it. "Orochimaru, I wouldn't recommend you get too close to him," warned a newly appeared masked Uchiha in his technique, although his voice was somewhat nervous. Hearing his words, the pale Sannin only raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, some project that you have hidden from me all this time, Tobi-kun." The OG Amber hissed as he approached the Ootsutsukki, who closed his eye when he saw that it was only Orochimaru, but when he felt him approaching him, he raised the index finger of his right hand. From the tip of his finger, a small purple sphere of Kai formed, ready to vaporize his target as he opened his eyes. "Come 1 inch closer, Sannin, and I'll make a smoothie with your insides," threatened the red-eyed with a dangerous tone, causing a few drops of sweat to run down the black-haired man's temple when he saw the silver-haired man's completely red eyes. They were eyes that showed nothing, not an abyss of hatred through which he passed or a happy life. They were eyes that showed an empty soul. "He's not someone you can play or experiment with, Orochimaru." "Meet Nightmare," Ootsutsukki introduced the masked Uchiha, while the black-haired Sannin's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that name. Toby had told him that there were beings with gigantic power who ruled the universes. There were creators, guardians, destroyers. The one standing before him was the most powerful destroyer of all. "What do you want, Snake?" At the nickname Nightmare had given the Sannin, Toby had to use all his self-control to keep from laughing, especially when he saw Orochimaru's stunned and angry face. He swallowed his anger and tried to speak as calmly as he could. "Well, it is a great honor to have you among us, Ootsutsukki-kun." Kukuku laughed Orochimaru in a wicked manner while licking his lips with his long tongue in a malicious manner. Upon hearing how he was called Nightmare, he opened his reddish eyes and then narrowed them at Orochimaru. "Don't. Come. Overboard, the silver-haired man warned in a dangerous tone, making Orochimaru sweat again as he saw how his red eyes shone with a desire to kill. Well, you see, Nightmare. By making this alliance with Tobi-kun, he promised me power, so now that you are his partner, maybe you could give me some of your power. After all, what other source of power is greater than the strongest being in all the universes? Said the Sannin, trying to use the silver-haired boy's ego to his advantage. He knew that people with power tended to become arrogant, and someone like Nightmare must be very arrogant. Poor idiot. The red-eyed one got up from the ground, standing up straight at his almost 2 meters, while giving the Sannin an unfriendly look. Don't try to lick my ass to get something from my cockroach. I myself gutted all those who tried, Nightmare warned as his eyes became ring-shaped, even with the normal reddish color, giving him a more threatening appearance. Seeing that, Orochimaru and Tobi sweated bullets from nervousness. Well, what are you saying, Nightmare? Could you give me some of your power? Orochimaru asked, somewhat nervously. Hearing that, the Ajiroho just narrowed his gaze at the Sannin. Why should I? If you seek power, ask him, not me, the Ootsutsukki said sharply, pointing at the masked man. Well, for someone as powerful as you, giving me some power would be nothing, so I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. Nightmare, already fed up with the snake Sannin's chatter, made half a ram seal with one hand. The index and middle fingers raised with the rest closed and the thumb under the 2 raised fingers. Seeing the silver-haired man make a hand seal slightly scared both black-haired men, as they thought he was going to use a jutsu. But the only thing that appeared was a large explosion of smoke on the other side of the lair. Looking in that direction, the Uchiha and the Sannin could see and wonder what a demonic statue looked like. The Jito Meizo. This is the Jito Meizo of Universe 742. It has all the chakra of all the Bijuas, although not their souls, so when you absorb it, it won't give you any problems, Nightmare explained, and then went back to lie down. However, something he said made Tobi retort about something. But, Nightmare. For Orochimaru to absorb a Jito Meizo with all the Bijuas, doesn't he need to have a Rinnegan? Was the question of the black-haired Uchiha, before which the red-eyed man only sighed tiredly while he brought both hands to his eyes, slowly putting the tips of his fingers under his eyelids. And I pull. The 2 black-haired men watched with some disbelief as the Ootsutsukki literally tore out his eyes. When Nightmare finished, he threw his own eyes at the Sannin without any delicacy. The OG Amber grabbed them skillfully while looking at them. A ringed pattern was around the entire reddish socket. When he turned his gaze to Nightmare, he saw how a kind of white mace began to form from his empty sockets before it formed new eyes. All thanks to his regeneration. Ready, can you all stop bucking around for 5 minutes? The silver-haired man asked in an annoyed tone. Minutes passed and he didn't notice when both black-haired men left. Being alone, the Ootsutsukki tried to sleep to relax, however a third voice prevented him. Hey, do you think there's anyone strong in this universe? Was the question the silver-haired man heard, making him sigh in annoyance. Well, mine comes from this universe, and there is a version of me that could become a challenge, Nightmare said, speaking out loud even though there was no one there. Hey, do you think you can watch Kill la Kill Death Note on that universal thing? The voice asked again, causing Nightmare to bring her index and middle fingers to the bridge of her nose and sigh tiredly as she squeezed. It's a machine to travel between universes, not a bucking television, Nightmare said again, still talking to the apparent nothingness. It doesn't cost you anything to try, the voice exclaimed in a sing-song voice. By the way, do you think it was a good idea to give a weapon like the Rinnegan to the pedophile snake? The voice asked again in a slightly more serious tone. I don't know and I don't care. It's not like it's a threat with nothing better to do. The Ootsutsukki stood up. Out of nowhere a black portal formed in front of the silver-haired man whose eyes showed different patterns. One ringed and completely reddish with 9 tomos distributed around the eye rings and the other red with a lighter tone around the pupil forming a lotus flower. He only had one thing clear in all that. He was going to eat his inner self out of this universe if he didn't give him a good challenge. Literally. Konoha. Kon Naruto. 905. He felt a strange chill run down his spine, as if someone were talking about him, and not in a good way, but he shrugged it off. He had arrived in Konoha some time ago, and seeing the occasional glances from some civilians didn't surprise him, since it was obvious the civilians wouldn't be happy about no longer having his privileged position on the council. As far as the civil council knew, things would change considerably, lessening the importance given to the opinions of civilians as in the past. Now, civilians were represented by a select councillor who was only loyal to daimyo. This councillor would address the needs of civilians, such as water, gas, electricity, etc. But in addition, any request that had nothing to do with the rest was immediately discarded. It wasn't too big a change since from that day when he ate the fruit and his Jiji found it, the opinion of the civil council slowly but surely dwindled to the point where it was no longer even noticeable that the civil council was dismantled. Seriously, though. An issue like the dismantling of the council, which was practically the representation of civilian opinion, would generate great controversy. But the only ones who cared about that were the civilians themselves. After all, the corruption of the civil council is by far the worst kept secret of all. The civilians were like cockroaches or spiders, clinging to what they wanted. Naruto didn't know much about politics, but he understood perfectly well that a corrupt body with as much power as the civilian council once held would be a huge problem in the future. The fact that the civilians were always supported by the two elders, Kaheru, Hamura, and before him, the deceased Danzo Shimura, only increased their power. The Ootsutsukki might well be one of the most powerful beings in the world, but he wasn't someone to be swayed by his emotions for anything. He endured being en route for a good reason. He had a sufficiently mature and advanced reasoning to know that not all battles are won with brute force, therefore he understood that he could not simply kill a person he did not like or who behaved badly if that person held a high political position. He had no problem doing so, however, while he was in Konoha, he couldn't just kill whoever he wanted. He knew the enemies he had within the village weren't as numerous as they once were, but that didn't mean there were still enemies within it. In any case, Naruto didn't plan on staying in Konoha forever, he'd obviously leave. He'd probably take Hinata and Sayuri with him if they wanted to go with him. Reincarnation would go with him wherever he went, so he didn't have to worry. Reincarnation. Odd, Naruto never felt so nervous and embarrassed around someone. He had literally known her for just one day, during which he had been getting to know her quite well. Naruto had no problem with having sex with the blue-eyed girl, the problem was that he hadn't even known her for a day before going to her room and making love. Love took time. It took him 2 years to start feeling something for Kurama, along with some gratitude for saving him. Then, another 2 years passed before they had their first sexual encounter. After that, he and Kurama began to get to know each other better, freely expressing their opinions and tastes. After all, they didn't always make love. A couple was more than just sex. However, it wasn't just about spending a good time cuddling or kissing without moving on to something more. I could give him something. Even so, Kurama and Naruto weren't people interested in material things. They had both lived with absolutely nothing for almost their entire lives, never knowing the sense of ownership in anything until they became boyfriend and girlfriend and started calling each other their partner. Since before, the only property they'd ever had was each other. Although they considered each other their property, they weren't possessive either, as evidenced by Kurama's understanding that he couldn't be the only woman with Naruto. That is to say, his resistance, longevity and stamina were so much that when Naruto reached a more advanced age, he would have certain hot flashes. Kurama could well be a Biju with a stamina more than enviable for any living being. But compared to Naruto, she fell short. In fact, there was no woman who could withstand Naruto's endurance, nor would there ever be one. No matter how perverted, sexist, or strange it might sound, Naruto could never be satisfied with one woman. It might sound almost sexist, not because Naruto was one, but because it was realistic. Just as Naruto could never be with just one woman due to his stamina, the same would happen with Kurama. He could not have a human partner sexually, because of the enormous stamina he had would mean that he could never be sexually satisfied, because no human man would have the stamina or endurance to satisfy her. It was so logical, but at the same time it sounded like some harem and I'm cliché. 1. Then came the problem with Sayuri and Hinata. Naruto wasn't stupid or an idiot, he could be somewhat absent-minded, but he had been able to notice that Hinata had feelings for him, just as he had begun to develop feelings for the blue-haired Hyuga. Then there was Sayuri. Another problem. Naruto was completely and absolutely sure that he loved Sayuri. He had felt a slight attraction to her at the academy. When they were assigned to the same team, he would occasionally call her Sayuri-chan out of mere teasing. Even so, over time he had acquired a certain liking for calling her that merely because he liked the Uchiha. They fought a lot, that was a fact, though he only listened because he didn't care if the Uchiha yelled at him or told him off for things like being late. At least she didn't yell as loudly as Sakura. Then came the problem with the beginning of their relationship. It was the same problem with Kurama and Reincarnation. They had started their relationship when they had sex. All their romantic relationships had started that way. Naruto, who had been pacing while thinking about all this, stopped walking. All of his relationships started that way. His 3 girlfriends had in common that they had all had sex with Naruto before even formalizing their relationship. He ran his hand through his hair, somewhat stressed. With the exception of Kurama, he had only made love with his other 2 girlfriends. Naruto looked towards the Uchiha neighborhood. He hadn't seen Sayuri in a day. What if she thought he had just tried to take advantage of her? He had to fix his problems with the Uchiha. At least he had to show her that he loved her. That's why he disappeared in a silver flash. Uchiha Ward. Sayuri and Mikoto Uchiha's house. 906. Naruto appeared in a flash of silver right in front of his black-haired girlfriend's house. Seeing the door, the Ootsutsuki sighed, trying to find the courage to do what he was about to do. I knock on the door and a few minutes later a certain older Uchiha opened it. Mikoto, seeing Naruto, smiled motherly. "Oh, Naruto-kun, what brings you here?" Sayori's mother asked kindly. "Ah, excuse me Mikoto-san, but is Sayori-chan home?" Naruto asked in an equally kind tone. The Uchiha upon hearing how her daughter was named raised an eyebrow and a small but somewhat mocking smile adorned her face. "Don't tell me you and her have something. Or do you?" The Uchiha asked maliciously, seeing without any surprise how Naruto blushed slightly. Seeing that, the black-haired girl squealed with excitement. "How great," she said sing-songly, before her gaze returned to acquire the malicious shine of before and approached the Ootsutsiki to the point of invading his personal space. "And tell me, when will I have grandchildren?" The Uchiha asked, causing Naruto to discover a new shade of red on his face as he remembered how his relationship with Sayori had started. "And speaking of the devil. Oka-san," was the shout that alerted them both. Mikoto turned around to see a bright red Sayori coming down the stairs. "Oh, Sayori-chan. Naruto-kun was looking for you," and before the older black-haired woman could finish she saw how her daughter took Naruto by the hand, still with her face red. Seeing how Naruto was dragged by her daughter, the Uchiha could only sigh longingly. "Oh, young love. But Naruto and Sayori." 9:10. The Ootsutsuki was being dragged by his black-haired girlfriend in an attempt to get as far away as possible from his mother's teasing. When the black-haired girl calmed down, they were able to chat. They were both sitting on one of the park benches they reached by the Uchiha's walk. Being alone, Naruto sighed with some tiredness. "I'm sorry I couldn't talk to you yesterday, Sei-chan. I had some matters to attend to," Naruto said, trying not to remember everything he did yesterday with Renamen. "Meh, you have your own business to attend to, it's none of my business," Sayori said, downplaying what her boyfriend had said. "By the way, Naruto-kun." Naruto looked with some surprise at what the Uchiha was calling him. "What did you call me?" Naruto asked somewhat incredulously. "Naruto-kun, why? Do you have a problem with me calling my boyfriend that?" the Uchiha asked, narrowing her gaze seriously, but the small blush that adorned her face when she called Naruto that made her feel less serious. "No, none. It's just weird hearing you call me that," Naruto explained, scratching his cheek with some embarrassment. "I wanted to tell you something," Naruto said as he proceeded to tell her a very important event. His life. When it ended, you could see a stupefied Sayori and a neutral-faced Naruto, although internally he felt nervous about how his girlfriend was going to react. Which looked at Naruto in a new light. She knew that Naruto did not lie, he did not know how to lie, and that is why he always told the truth, even when it was a painful truth. Naruto preferred to tell a painful truth to a white lie. He wouldn't lie about something like this either, and when he saw that she was telling the truth, he could only do one thing. I hug him. Never again will you have to go through that, Naruto-kun. I'm not going to abandon you, Sayori said before clinging tighter to the hug she was giving her boyfriend. She never expected him to have to go through all that. After a few minutes, the Uchiha separated from the now revealed Ootsutsukki to ask a question that Naruto didn't expect. Can I see them? Sayori asked with a tone of childlike curiosity. See what? You said that by eating the Shiku fruit. Shinju, Naruto corrected. Yes, that's right. Eating that fruit gave you all the Jujutsus. Can I see them? Hearing the black-eyed girl's request, Naruto sighed with a small smile, closing his eyes and then slowly opening them for a more dramatic effect, and when he opened them, he revealed red eyes with 3 tomos. A fully mature Sharingan that shocked Sayori, but not as much as she felt when she saw Naruto's eyes spin and spin faster and faster until the pattern of tomos transformed into a different pattern from the normal Sharingan. A Maguekio in all its splendor. And finally I pick up a ringed purple pattern. Wow. Haha, I have a boyfriend who is the new Rikido Senin, said the Uchiha laughing nervously. Well, we can't be an official couple yet. What? Why? The black-haired girl asked, stupefied, believing that Naruto didn't want to be with her. The answer to her question came when she felt a hand placed on her neck and pulled her towards Naruto until her lips connected with his. It was a soft, gentle, loving, and innocent kiss. No tongue. Just a kiss that said I love you. After finishing, Naruto stood up and gave his girlfriend a loving smile as he extended his hand. We can't be an official couple until we've had our first date. So do you want to go on a date with me, Sayori-chan? Hearing her now boyfriend's proposal, the Uchiha's cheeks turned pink, taking a breath to find the courage to say the next thing. Yes, I would love to go out with you, Sayori said happily before raising her hand, ready to stand up with Naruto's help, but not before. The black portal formed behind the silver-haired boy. From said portal emerged a row of purple threads that tied themselves to different places on Naruto's body. Arms, legs, neck. They then pulled him into the portal, closing it as soon as the blue-eyed man entered. Leaving a stupefied Sayori on the spot. Universe 1250. Universal time. 25,500 0750. Naruto felt like he was in the air, looking below him he saw with disbelief how he was at a completely ridiculous distance from the ground. In addition to that he was falling at such a speed that it wouldn't take long to fall. As soon as he tried to fly with his tendo, he noticed that the force used by the threads prevented him from flying, so to cushion his fall, the Ootsutsukki had no choice but to manifest his own chakra. It was something similar to the transformation into a Jinchuriki, only because he was practically a Bijuu, his own chakra was used and not Kurama's. That was why an aura of bubbling purple chakra covered him and generated 3 tails on his back, along with 2 wolf ears on his head. The impact was imminent, so the silver-haired man could only close his eyes. It felt like a meteor had fallen from the sky, because the force was such that it raised an enormous layer of dust. When it dissipated you could see a somewhat tired and dusty Naruto, even with his chakra cover, the impact affected him slightly. The blue-eyed one looked around and saw a gigantic rocky valley, with gigantic mountains, so high that Kurama, in his Bijuu form, looked like an ant. The rocks were red, and all he could see was rocks and rocks. Mountains and mountains. Noticing how the threads holding him began to retract behind him, Naruto turned his body behind him. Only for a pair of blood-red eyes to stare back at him. Chapter 18. Describing how Naruto felt was out of place. Obviously, stupefaction dominated his entire body upon seeing that being so similar to him. They looked quite similar, both had straight silver hair, although the red-eyed one's was longer, reaching his ankles. Both had pale skin, quite pale for any shinobi, but without reaching the point of exaggeration. Their faces were also similar, except for the guy in the silver Haori, and that nightmare had more mature features in his appearance and body than him, mostly because he was obviously older than him, as well as being taller. But what left Naruto completely stunned was his chakra. It was gigantic, even he didn't have such monstrous chakra. If you add to that the fact that their chakras were quite similar, then you have a completely stupefied Naruto. Nightmare, for his part, looked at his counterpart from Universe 306. He analyzed him with his gaze for a few minutes until he began to walk towards him. Naruto tried to put himself on guard to counter any attack, but he didn't expect what came next. A swirling pattern formed around the red-eyed man's hand, surrounded by various kanji, and several similar symbols formed on his forearm. After that, the older silver-haired man placed his hand on his counterpart's stomach, right where the seal containing Kurama was. And he turned his hand. Aya. Naruto screamed in pure pain as he felt Kurama's chakra invade his entire body without either of their consent. It was so much that it generated a gigantic aura of reddish chakra around him. The sensation he felt was indescribably painful. It was as if his skin was being torn off piece by piece, or as if he were being burned alive in every part of his body. Not even all the pain he went through in Konoha prepared him to suffer that. Kurama was not in a better state. He felt his chakra and Naruto's, which had been linked since his birth, like that connection, was being cut. Nightmare watched without any surprise as the chakra that surrounded his counterpart took the form of a gigantic fox before beginning to shrink and forcibly separate from its container. When the aura separated from Naruto, Kurama could be seen in his human form and the clothes he always wore, lying on the ground while breathing heavily from the sensation of being literally expelled from the seal. But with Naruto the situation was worse. Whatever Nightmare did still remained. The reddish chakra aura was changed to a purple one, but from one second to the next, it turned silver. The change did not end there. Naruto's skin began to turn paler, very pale, as paler than that of the snake Sanin Orochimaru. His straight silver hair that reached his neck began to grow and grow until it reached his ankles. From his forehead, protuberances began to emerge in the form of demonic horns. Not to mention that he began to grow greatly. His height of 1.75 meters became a height equal to that of the red-eyed, between 1.90 and 2.10 meters. Finally, 10 spheres of a black substance formed behind Naruto. They were Gudadamas, truth-seeking balls. As Nightmare finished, he took a few steps back as he raised his hand until it was right in front of Naruto's face. A purple sphere of Kai formed from his hand, and as soon as it was ready, he threw it. The explosion of the sphere was titanic, to the point that a gigantic mushroom-shaped explosion was visible for hundreds of kilometers around. In the silver flash of heightened Shunshin, Kurama and Naruto appeared in the sky. Right above the immense curtain of smoke left behind by the devastating attack. Kurama, who was being carried bridal style by Naruto, watched as her boyfriend had an expression of complete shock. If it weren't for the fact that she knew her boyfriend, she could almost say he was scared. Naruto the Redeed called to the blue-eyed who still had a shocked expression on his face and therefore did not respond. The blue-greenish-eyed girl felt how the Ootsutsukki increased the force with which he held her. Naruto. She called him again, but he was still absorbed in his own world. Naruto. The Nine-Tails Bijuu finally shouted to her boyfriend. Hearing his partner scream, he came out of his stupefaction and turned to look at her with an equally stupefied expression. Without realizing it, he had begun to tremble, but seeing his face, the Biju almost felt a chill run down her spine. Naruto was trembling, that was obvious. But the ferocious wolfish smile on his face gave a clear indication. It wasn't out of fear. The blue-eyed boy stopped smiling, trying to calm down, but he couldn't. The emotions he felt on the surface. Excitement, happiness, a masochistic and insane perverse pleasure at meeting someone who would finally give him some time, those and more emotions, prevented him from concentrating or calming down. Naruto swallowed and breathed to calm down, then directed a calmer look at his girlfriend. "Kura-chan. You have to go, leave this to me." "What?" the Biju asked in disbelief. "I'm not going to let you face that alone." The Redeed exclaimed with exasperation and some anger directed at her boyfriend. "Look, I know I don't have many ways for you to believe me, but that guy, he's possibly the only one who's as strong as me. Maybe more. And you think I'm going to let you face him alone?" Kurama asked, now angrier than before. "Just trust me. Also, not to sound mean, but you'd be more of a hindrance than a help," Naruto replied in a completely serious tone. Kurama gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing that although he was stronger than before, compared to Naruto he was like an ant, and now he had all his power unleashed. "1 second. Then Naruto, have you seen how you look?" the Redeed asked, impressed by her boyfriend's gigantic change. It didn't scare her in the least, but she found it impressive. The Ootsutsukki muttered before looking at himself, he was slightly impressed. But far from that, the only thing he did was shrug his shoulders and in a second his blue eyes changed until they became his 1000-year-old Jujutsu. The Rinnegan. As soon as he activated it, he generated a black portal behind him. "This portal will take you to the mansion. I'll arrive in I don't know, give me an hour and a half. In any case, I have an appointment to go to," Naruto said before one of the Gudadamas turned into a small circular platform. The blue-eyed had no idea how he managed to make that sphere become that, he only imagined it. With no other option but to follow, the Biju stood on the platform, ready to jump. But before doing so, she decided to give one last warning to her boyfriend Naruto. The name turned to look at Kurama with a rather intimidating look. "If you don't come back and that guy kills you, then I will revive you and kill you again," said the blue-green eyes. What was most scary was not what she said in a threatening way or with a serious tone. The problem was that she said it in a sweet and kind way that along with the kind smile on the Redeed's face, sent chills down the back of a Naruto who nodded fervently before his girlfriend entered the portal. The blue-eyed sighed in relief before closing the portal and looking down, their nightmare was giving him a completely emotionless look. Naruto began to slowly descend until he was in front of his counterpart. Who, seeing Naruto in front of him, only said a few words. "Okay, are you ready for this?" The red-eyed asked with an excited tone and a wolfish smile as he slowly showed changes similar to Naruto. His skin became even paler than before until it reached a great whiteness. From his forehead, 2 horn-shaped protuberances emerged that, unlike his counterpart, went behind his head. Finally, from his back emerged 10 black spheres identical to Naruto's. The only thing that did not change was his height and his hair that remained the same. "Yes, but hey, we don't have to do this. If you back down and give up, I'll let you go," Naruto explained in the kindest tone he could, but the excitement of a good fight took points away from his kindness. "No, I'm not sorry," Nightmare exclaimed in an annoyed tone as his gaze hardened and he assumed a stance exactly like the Kamakin. Seeing that, Naruto also got into the base position to use the Kamakin, but before that he decided to say one last thing really. "Because if you're a little sorry." "I'm not sorry, damn it. Now how about I show you the power of an elite Ootsutsukki," said the red-eyed man with a slightly arrogant tone. "Elite? Sayori used to say that sometimes, but I never understood what it meant," the blue-eyed man admitted, causing a sly smile to grace his counterpart's face. "It means I'm superior. A distinguished high-class warrior, superior to a commoner like you," Nightmare said in an arrogant tone, although Naruto had a clear look that didn't understand. Seeing that, the destroyer of universes only sighed wearily at the stupidity of his counterpart. "Look, consider yourself beef in my filet mignon," the older Ootsutsukki simplified, although his opponent just smiled enthusiastically. I like both. I'm going to start hitting you right now, I don't know when I'm going to stop," were Nightmare's calm words, although his voice was filled with great annoyance at his counterpart's stupidity. "Can it be before 7 at night? Because I have a date with Sayori and one with Natsumi," said Naruto before Nightmare teleported in front of him and hit him right in the stomach, causing him to spit saliva from his mouth. Nightmare did not end there as he turned 180 degrees to kick Naruto in the jaw that sent him flying. Without the blue-eyed being able to get very far, the red-eyed teleported again, right where Naruto was heading with his left hand pointing at his opponent while shining in black eye. The sphere was thrown to Naruto who, when he saw it heading towards him, made one of the Gudadamas transform into a shield that covered him completely. "BBOOMM. Upon impacting Naruto's defense, the Kai sphere exploded, causing a trail of smoke to cover the range of the explosion. Before the smoke dissipated, Nightmare's instincts warned him to duck. He followed them, and it was lucky, because as soon as he ducked, a black sword with a red edge grazed his neck. The red-eyed one let himself fall backwards while standing on his hands to dodge another slash that grazed his legs. Using his hands for support, the Ootsutsiki made a great leap to dodge another slash that tried to cut his hands. As he jumped, Nightmare rose until he was floating in the sky. Looking at the ground, the silver-haired man could distinguish his counterpart in a rather interesting situation. He had 3 swords, very similar to each other. The curious thing was the position of the different swords. He had 2 completely black swords in both hands. Noticing the absence of 2 Gudadamas on Naruto's back, Nightmare assumed they were Gudadamas. He also had a black sword with a red edge clenched in his mouth. Tatsumaki, Dragon Tornado, Naruto thought, and with a powerful spin of the 3 swords, Naruto sent a large tornado towards Nightmare, who looked at the technique slightly surprised before raising a hand and stopping the gigantic airwave. The Tatsumaki, a technique of the sword style used by the Kamiken, the Santoryu, 3-sword style. The technique consisted of spinning the 3 swords that the Santoryu used with enough force to generate a tornado, capable of cutting entire people. The technique that was stopped by Nightmare's bare hand. The most impressive thing was that Nightmare's hand didn't look hurt in the slightest. Naruto muttered with Murama still in his mouth before it took on a shiny black tone, along with the swords in his hands, as they were imbued with haki. The blue-eyed one squeezed Muramas with his teeth before spinning another sword, but with much greater force. Kakujo. O Tatsumaki, Kalasutra. Great Dragon Whirlwind, was the Ootsutsuki's thought before launching a much more powerful tornado against his counterpart, which, knowing that this technique was more powerful, simply disappeared in a flash of black. Nice technique, Naruto heard, right behind him. Slowly the blue-eyed turned his neck to look at Nightmare with a cruel and evil smile. Before the red-eyed could do anything, Naruto sent haki to his leg. Naruto's black pants turned a brighter black, before launching a kick to Nightmare's face. Seeing what his counterpart was planning, he simply raised a hand, which, like Naruto's leg, was imbued with haki. When Nightmare's fist and Naruto's leg collided, Naruto used his counterpart's arm as a support and jumped several meters above Nightmare. Being above his enemy, Naruto raised his right arm back while it shone in a light blue tone. Pegasus Rikisei-ken. Pegasus meteors. Naruto exclaimed before throwing his fist forward, and as if they were real meteors, a large amount of light blue trails that symbolized Naruto's punches headed towards Nightmare. He began to move his hands, using his forearms to stop all the blows he could. However, when they started to become too many, he opted to teleport away again before the blows could hit him. He didn't count on the fact that as soon as he teleported, Naruto did the same. The blue-eyed one launched another haki-coated kick to Nightmare's face, who once again covered himself with his haki-coated arm. Both of them exerted force, one to break free from the kick and the other to remove his arm as protection. However, instead of removing his arm, Naruto exerted more force, enough to make Nightmare's fist hit his own face. Naruto jumped away from his counterpart, but as soon as he touched the ground, he had to jump again to dodge Nightmare's fist, which sank into the ground and cracked it like glass. Once in the air, Naruto took advantage of his opportunity to punch his opponent. Using friction, Naruto made his right leg literally catch fire. He raised his now burning leg to the sky and brought it down with great force. Diable jam. Flamage shot, devil's leg. Finishing touch, Naruto exclaimed before hitting Nightmare's head with his burning leg. The red-eyed one's head fell to the ground before crashing into it and burying his face in the dirt. Naruto, for his part, jumped away from his destructive counterpart, shaking his leg slightly to calm the heat that invaded it, before his regeneration calmed and healed the burning sensation. Nightmare was still with his face buried in the ground, but from one second to the next, he said some curious words. I think there's cocoa down here. That or it's dirt. Damn, it was dirt. The destroyer of universes cursed before raising his head and wiping his mouth. You'll understand why. XD. The red-eyed one raised his left hand, and from one second to the next Naruto felt like he was floating in the air. I'll be honest with you. Your blows didn't hurt me, but you're the first one who has managed to touch me in this form, so I'll return the favor, was Nightmare's malicious clarification, before using his gravitational force to pull Naruto towards him, while raising his right hand against an unsuspecting blue-eyed one, who could do nothing but cross his arms in front of his chest to protect himself from Nightmare's blow. It didn't work. As soon as Naruto felt the blow from his counterpart, he literally felt as if both of his arms were being broken. Hearing the cracks that came out of them, he understood that it wasn't just because he felt that way. That was the least of it, as the blow sent him flying, literally lifting him into the sky like a rocket, sending Naruto several kilometers off the ground into the clouds. Just as he managed to stabilize in the air, a black flash behind him alerted him. Nightmare also raised his legs, which were on fire in a similar way to Naruto's, and with a sly smile adorning his face. Diable jam. Collier strike, neck flesh, the evil Ootsutsukki said maliciously before striking his counterpart's neck with his flaming legs, which he felt almost break before being thrown to the ground again. As Naruto fell, before trying to stand up, he looked up, only to see his counterpart with his hands raised in his direction, and in each one two purple spheres shone with great force, just before Nightmare revealed the name of the technique the spheres gave a pulsation ninpo. Greatest caution, ninja art. Maximum punishment, from the purple spheres came out shots of energy of the same color that stuck in different parts of Naruto's body, with enough force to lift him to the sky. Before he fell, Nightmare raised his arms and crossed them on his chest Futen. Garka Firapu, Garuda's fin, he said before a powerful wind lifted Naruto again. The gigantic wind generated an X right in front of Nightmare, and 3 seconds later Naruto was about to fall right into that X. However, before Naruto fell, he raised his hands to chest level, and between them an atom made of light formed heighten. Sut Raito Akusatenkishin, light release. Starlight extinction, whispered the blue-eyed before launching his technique against Nightmare, who simply leaned to the left to dodge the technique one and let the technique deviate towards one of the mountains in the valley, turning it into dust in a few moments. Red-eyed threw a punch at his counterpart, who then threw a similar punch at his enemy. Their fists collided. It felt like two mountains colliding. The ground they stood on cracked like paper, rocks began to fly, and the shockwave that came from it generated a gigantic gale. Both had their fists connected and exerting force to defeat the other, the ground cracking as they used more force. However, from 1 second to the next, Nightmare moved his hand, causing it to make a half seal. When it was joined with Naruto's hand, he took advantage of this to use his hand to help him make the complete seal. First it was the horse seal, then the tiger seal, and finally the boar seal. As he finished he gave a powerful kick to his counterpart right in the jaw while extending his hands forward enten. Kuroguria, black glow, from the palm of Nightmare's hands 2 spheres were created, the size of an Adamura Sengen. Before the red-eyed threw them at Naruto. Uam. The explosion generated by the technique wasn't too large, but it wasn't small either. It generated a dome at least 7 meters high, in which a vortex of black fire could be seen. Inside this vortex, Naruto was being incinerated, literally, as the enten was incinerating his clothes and skin. The pain was so much that Naruto could barely concentrate enough to hiss out the word Shinra Tensei before a powerful gravitational wave pushed the flames away from him. Naruto was in the center of it all, wearing only his pants as his shirt was completely incinerated along with all his skin, the burns on his body, causing him to breathe heavily from the pain. He had never felt so much pain in his life. In fact, since eating the Shinju fruit he had not experienced physical pain to a large extent. Nightmare looked at his counterpart with some boredom. "Is that all you have, Naruto?" the red-eyed man asked, watching as the burns on his blue-eyed counterpart's body slowly healed. Hearing his question Naruto just smiled anxiously. "This is the first time I've faced someone so strong, and it's the first time I'll use this." Saying those words Naruto extended his arms to the sides. Slowly steam began to come out of his arms as they took on a reddish tone that counteracted the white of his skin. Naruto opened his eyes as he stood on guard. "Gear second," Naruto said, causing Nightmare's red eyes to open in surprise as he saw his counterpart throw a punch in the air, much faster than before. However, what impressed him was seeing how his arm lengthened longer and longer until it reached him. The punch never hit him as he jumped and dodged it, however he saw Naruto's fist retract back to him, and its owner jumped as well as him to kick him that was greatly extended. With another jump he managed to dodge the kick before a punch from Naruto imbued with haki hit him in the stomach and knocked the wind out of him, followed by hundreds of punches also to his stomach. To finish, Naruto threw his arm back as it lengthened and the black tone of haki shone. Slowly his entire arm was covered by several rings of fire. "Gomu Gomu no Red Hawk," Naruto exclaimed and then launched his fist wrapped in fire at a surprised Nightmare, who came out of his stupor to raise his arm, which was blackened by using haki. When the blow landed it generated a large dome of fire that did not generate full damage, thanks to Nightmare's defense. Even though it did not cause full damage, it did not mean that the blow did not affect it, since it was launched against one of the mountains in the rocky valley. Naruto knew that wouldn't be enough to make an impact, and that was why he extended his arms to the sides, while accumulating a large amount of physical energy in his hands. This was one of the Kamiken's melee techniques. White spheres the size of basketballs surrounded by yellow lightning were generated in the blue eye's hands. To finish the Ootsutsukki he joined his hands just as the spheres joined together to generate a sphere the size of a normal Choudama Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed the name of the technique before launching it by Akko shock wave. The sphere shot toward the distant mountain, vaporizing it in a matter of seconds and generating a gigantic mushroom cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a silhouette with reddish eyes could be seen calmly walking through the dust. As all the smoke and dust cleared, a completely intact Nightmare Ootsutsukki could be seen, not even dirty or dusty. Seeing his rival intact, Naruto growled as he felt the time limit of his gear second end, his skin turned white again, and he began to breathe through his mouth due to tiredness. Well, let's see what you think of this. Naruto extended his hand forward with his palm pointing to the sky. A common Rasengan materialized in the blue-eyed's hand. Slowly small spheres of blue and red chakra formed in the air like drops of water. Slowly the spheres began to enter the Rasengan as it shrank, just to the size of a golf ball. The color of the Rasengan changed from blue to black, and a white ring formed around the small black sphere. Dai Rasengan. Stardust Bomb, Nightmare said with his hand raised and palm open. In his palm, a sphere of Kai the same size as Naruto's Dai Rasengan was formed, whitish in color with several black rings. Naruto launched his technique at the same time as Nightmare, however, there was a crucial difference. While the Dai Rasengan's energy was chakra, an energy that converged with nature and had millions of uses, Nightmare's technique was Kai-based, much less malleable and without as many uses, but much more destructive. The Dai Rasengan, a technique capable of blowing up a city, was completely overwhelmed by the sphere of pure Kai. The shockwave was no small feat as it sent Naruto flying. He didn't get too far as Nightmare teleported above him, black Kai spheres glowing in his hands. The red-eyed one threw them at Naruto, who was unable to do anything against the siege and was thrown to the ground, generating a smokescreen when the Kai spheres exploded. The two spheres were followed by more and more spheres that exploded in the body of an unprotected Naruto. Unfinished, you could see a Naruto without a left arm or right leg, instead there were some stumps from which blood was gushing out, part of the bone was visible where his limbs were missing. His black pants were riddled with holes and were quite dusty. Naruto was breathing heavily and tiredly, trying in vain to get up. Above him you could see a red-eyed Ootsutsukiki looking at him with a disappointed look, you could almost say with pity. Well, this turned out to be a huge disappointment. I think the best thing would be to end your suffering, and with those words, Nightmare raised his right hand, from it a black sphere the size of a basketball formed. A Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation, which began to float until it reached the sky. The gravitational core began to attract whole chunks of mountains, earth, rocks and finally, Naruto. Slowly, his body began to float until it reached the core of the Chibaku Tensei, and once there, even more rocks stuck to the gravitational core, practically burying him alive among the rocks. Without giving it much importance, Nightmare began to walk away from the rocky body that was beginning to have the size of a moon. Inside the Chibaku Tensei, Naruto's body was in the middle of a pile of rocks, his cheeks were sunken, and his body shrunken, since the rocks didn't give him much mobility. "What's wrong?" was the question, said by a voice that Naruto didn't recognize. "Do N''T tell me you finally gave up?" The voice was now clear, it sounded almost like the voice of that mythical tree from which he ate its fruit at 6 years old, it was the voice of the Shinju. "Is it so easy for you to abandon your friends?" From one moment to another Naruto felt someone grab his left hand, making him try to get up. "Remember Naruto, you've never been alone at any time, we've always been there to help you Kakashi." Yes, he remembered that with Itachi Kakashi was always like his older brother. Another somewhat wrinkled hand held his right hand. "Remember Naruto-kun. The will of fire burns brightly in your heart. Don't give up so easily, Jiji." Slowly Naruto felt more and more hands holding him from different places, helping him stand. "Hamana you can do this and more, Itachi. You're in a difficult situation, Naruto, but you're used to it. You've always been very troublesome. Shikamaru. Naruto, when you beat that guy we'll go eat at Ichiraku's the way you like it. Chouji. Logically it's impossible for you to beat him, however I know you'll manage to beat him somehow, Shino. I'll let you go on a date with me if you win, Naruto-kun. Definitely Ino. You can do it, Naruto-kun. Hinata. Aka, if you die before facing me, I'll bring you back so I can kill you again. That good for nothing Kiba. You can handle this, dope. You're not my boyfriend for nothing. Sayori. Bet up, Naruto. Kurama's voice roared. You're not alone anymore, you never will be. You're not fighting alone anymore, you're fighting together with all of us. Naruto opened his eyes, showing a red ringed eye with 9 commas distributed in the eye rings and another light blue eye with a lotus flower around the pupil. Aya was the roar that came out of Naruto's mouth while a flaming silver aura covered him completely. Out of Chibaku Tensei. Nightmare walked without any problem or consideration towards a black portal that he himself created. Before leaving he took one last look towards the enormous satellite he had created, curious, he could almost swear he felt something. Boom. The artificial moon spontaneously exploded, generating a titanic shock wave that sent rocks, mountains, and dust tumbling in all directions. Nightmare had to clutch the ground with his hands to avoid being blown away. The red-eyed one raised his gaze to see a silhouette standing in the middle of the huge smoke screen formed by the explosion. Friends, Nightmare heard thanks to his enhanced hearing, the voice sounded like Naruto. There he was, flying in the air, his wounds looked completely healed. However, the flaming silver aura that surrounded him. The evil Ootsutsukki knew what that energy was. "It was Kai, I promise you I won't lose this battle," the blue-eyed one exclaimed. From one second to the next, he launched himself at Nightmare. His speed was such that the curtain of dust and smoke vanished, as if someone had blown into the gigantic cloud. Before Nightmare could even think, a punch to his stomach knocked the wind out of him, causing him to spit out saliva and blood. Looking down, he saw Naruto's fist planted in his abdomen before a kick to his jaw lifted him into the air. Before he could take flight, Naruto grabbed him by the legs and began to spin at high speed before throwing him into some mountains. Before falling, the red-eyed one stabilized himself and planted his feet on the ground, creating a large crater, a crater that only grew larger when Naruto landed a kick where he was standing. Fortunately, he dodged it, but a silver flash behind him made him turn around before a kick to his spine sent him flying into another mountain. Nightmare fell into a cave, more specifically into a small underground lake. Naruto suddenly appeared there. Naruto and Nightmare stepped into the water, walking on the surface. Nightmare launched a kick to Naruto's face that made him flinch, however Naruto gave up and began throwing kicks and punches as much as he could against his counterpart. They literally looked like mirrors as one's blows were countered by the others. They didn't even know how fast they were going, but if they looked at the drops of water that began to float from their blows and that remained stopped in the air, without moving, frozen in the air. Fed up with that, Naruto launched a blue Kai wave that exploded the mountain. The blue-eyed flew into the sky to escape the explosion. However, a blow to his cheek landed after a game of billiards, followed by several punches to his face, stomach, and chest. The blows were like hammer blows that made him spit out more and more blood. 2 kicks to the stomach launched him away from his attacker, or rather attackers since they were 2 nightmares, one a clone from what he could sense. Naruto launched himself at the nightmare on the right, grabbing him by the head and flying with him until his skull crashed into the hard rock. Only for him to turn into a wooden clone. Naruto launched himself towards the remaining nightmare, his fists glowing with golden Kai Ryokan, Dragon Punch, Naruto exclaimed before his fist impacted against the red-eye's abdomen. He used the elbow of his other arm to punch Nightmare and throw him against the ground before his fist descended on him forming a gigantic golden dragon. Boom. The explosion sent Nightmare flying. He, tired of just being hit, was surrounded by a skeleton of black chakra. Slowly he was surrounded by cartilage, muscles, and finally he took the form of a completely black being wrapped in a cloak and with a wolf hood that hid his red eyes. On his forehead a black diamond protected Nightmare stabilized thought the red-eyed as the chakra being began to change. Now generating a gigantic black chakra man with black and red armor, the appearance of Nightmare's Susanoo is like Madara's, but black with red. Mokuton. Makujin no Jutsu, would release. Woodman Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, a few hundred meters away from the enormous chakra entity. Naruto's words seemed to summon something as the ground began to shake, and out of it emerged a large wooden ogre with some sort of dragon tied to it. The 2 beings began to fight. The Nightmare Susanoo launched a slash that was stopped by the hands of Naruto's Makujin. The chakra entity launched a kick to the wooden man's head. He staggered before launching a blow to the Susanoo's chest, causing his armor to crack. He then launched himself and caught the chakra entity's waist with his arms. On top of the wood ogre Naruto made the horse sea lenten. Gakumakyaku the instant he heard those words, the Nightmare Susanoo raised his arms, protecting his face and upper torso against the dangerous ocean of black flames that came out of Naruto's mouth. Much larger than before as Naruto had used much more chakra than before, so much so that the jutsu was almost the size of the Susanoo. The Nightmare Susanoo fell to one of his knees and its owner could feel the ridiculously huge amount of chakra being drained from him to continue regenerating his shield against the black flames, something that was exhausting him despite his body being enhanced by the Ootsutsukki genes. He looked to the side to see the mountains around him were charred and glowing red. The ground beneath them was no different as the rock turned red, almost resembling lava, and his Susanoo began to sink into the molten surface. The red-eyed one managed to get his shield upright and launched a gravitational wave that caused the black flames to retreat slightly, giving him enough time to hit Naruto's Makujin, forcing him to take a step back and causing his feet to begin to smoke as they hit the hot surface. Nightmare for his part smiled at Naruto's challenging look. Not bad, see how you can do something when you put your mind to it? Nightmare asked in a joking tone. Naruto growled in annoyance, ready to order his Makujin to hit his opponent Susanoo, however he saw something that made him open his eyes in disbelief. Nightmare raised his arms forward, a large bright celestial sphere began to shine between both hands, Big Bang Nightmare began to say, and from one moment to the next. Disappeared, the Nightmare Susanoo disintegrated into the air as its creator had disappeared. A sound similar to the one that comes out when he shoots one of those Kai balls alerted Naruto, he looked back to see Nightmare behind him. The Big Bang Kamehameha shining in his hands. Came the red-eyed man pronounced as his attack pulsed. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver, leaving his wood technique behind. In a flash of the same color, he appeared several kilometers away. A light blue glow made him look back, and there it was again. Nightmare was charging up his powerful attack, ready to hit him from behind him. Naruto disappeared again, but Nightmare followed him. He disappeared again. But Nightmare followed him like a panther. He teleported and did it again and again and again, but he couldn't leave the red-eyed man behind. The frustration was so great that Naruto only managed to turn back. A sphere of reddish Kai glowed in his hand. However, it missed Nightmare, only distracted him. Which was just enough for Naruto to land a Rasengan imbued with Futon Chakra in his stomach. Nightmare was thrown into the sky, a deep wound in his stomach that healed much slower than the others was bleeding profusely. Naruto placed his hands behind his back, leaving a gap between them. Suddenly, a light blue sphere of Kai formed. The sphere quickly turned from light blue to red. Nightmare stabilized in midair, seeing a red dot on the ground, he got into a position with his arms outstretched, while a golden aura covered him. Great. Naruto, feeling that the Kai sphere was beginning to destabilize, to the point that it was beginning to burn the skin of his hands along with his gloves, threw it at his enemy. Kamehameha multiplied 10 times. Final glow. The techniques of both were directed against the other's opponent. The clash of techniques vaporized the surrounding mountains. Neither technique seemed to give way, but slowly Naruto's technique began to gain more and more power, until… Boom! It exploded right where Nightmare was, creating a dense mushroom-shaped smoke screen. By the time he finished, Naruto had his arms raised to the sky. It didn't take long for him to fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Dead tired, he no longer had the strength to continue. "Friend, sorry," Naruto whispered with a little breath he had. "I can't beat him," Naruto said as he looked up at the enormous smoke screen. Only for a pair of blood-red eyes to stare back at him. Chapter 19. The destroyer Ootsutsukiki began to descend from the sky, his ruby eyes met the sapphires of his counterpart's gaze. When they were facing each other, Nightmare did the most normal thing in the world. Clap. 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 He started applauding, and no wonder. That little bastard in front of him had done in one day what took him years to learn. He used Kai. However, the problem was that by using the new energy he had just discovered, he used it excessively. That was why, despite having a large amount of energy, it didn't last long because he used it without thinking. "I congratulate you, you achieved what millions of universes couldn't. Hurt me." However, children's techniques are nothing more than that, a game. I don't want to think that you are so idiot as to not understand the difference between our powers. Naruto, who had heard his evil counterpart's words, began to stand with difficulty. "Yes, I was able to perfectly understand your power. However, I wasn't going to let you win knowing what you would do to my world. And tell me, if you had the power to stand up and fight for those you love, would you choose the power to keep fighting or to keep living?" At that question, Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity at the question asked by his counterpart. From one second to the next, he let out a sardonic laugh that almost made Nightmare smile back. "To keep fighting. I don't find any point in living, knowing that I won't be able to protect those I love," was Naruto's response while looking at Nightmare with a withering and determined look. "So give me your best shot, multiversal idiot. You won't hear me beg for mercy." At those words the evil Ootsutsukiki smiled sarcastically. He raised his hands and began to accumulate so much energy that his palms began to shine in light blue Kai. "Well, that's good to know. But this attack will convert you, so you don't have to worry about that." Big bang came hame, he began to pronounce Nightmare. The Kai sphere began to grow and grow. Naruto simply looked into his counterpart's eyes, a look of conviction shone in his eyes. At that the red-eyed just smiled and the Kai sphere slowly began to disappear. Naruto watched in surprise as his counterpart began to laugh like crazy, to the point of holding his face in laughter. When he finished laughing, he gave his counterpart a wolfish grin and pointed at him again with both hands outstretched. The blue-eyed one stood on guard, ready for an attack. However, he didn't expect what was next. Two spheres appeared in Nightmare's hands. One red with green and the other white with blue. The spheres slowly made their way to Naruto and began to enter his body. It wasn't painless, as Naruto felt as if every cell in his body was screaming in agony, and it was no wonder, as what Nightmare had put inside him wasn't simple. When he finished, Naruto fell to the ground, but before he could touch it, he was grabbed by the hair by Nightmare. "That's a gift from me. Believe me, you'll need it besides this," Nightmare said before placing his hand back on his good counterpart's stomach, but instead of sealing Naruto's power, all it did was change the seal a little. Slowly the changes in Naruto's appearance disappeared. His skin began to take on a less pale tone, his horns disappeared, his height decreased, although it did not return to what it was before. Now he was 1.82 meters tall. Finally, his hair also shortened, being now a little longer than before, reaching Naruto's upper back and slightly covering both of his eyes. Naruto felt his power drop slightly, not too much, just 10%. However, he stopped thinking about that when he felt Nightmare begin to drag him across the hard ground of that world. From one moment to the next, the red-eyed man lifted Naruto even harder until they were face to face. Once in that position, the Ootsutsukii said a few curious words to his counterpart, "Have a good fall," was what Nightmare said before releasing Naruto. Who muttered something in response. "Wait. Wait." Naruto shouted before a black portal formed below him and absorbed him. Universe 306. Konoha Park. 9:10 a.m. 0.2618 seconds after Naruto left. 1. Sayuri, who had just seen Naruto disappear, was still holding her hand outstretched where Naruto had been before in less than a second. This wasn't surprising, as less than a second had passed since she saw her boyfriend disappear through a strange black portal. Crash. Sayuri looked to her right and saw an object fall from the same black portal that swallowed Naruto. And speaking of the devil, there was Naruto. Although the Uchiha barely looked at him, a deep blush spread across her face. Naruto, her dope, her boyfriend. He was shirtless, showing off his defined abs, while a layer of sweat covered his body. The dust and wounds added to his arousal. "Wait a second," Naruto hurt. 5. Cough. Naruto spat out a combination of saliva and blood as he felt something fall on his stomach. Looking up he could see Nightmare standing on top of him, with his right foot on top of his stomach. A little further away was Sayuri. The blue-eyed man asked, or rather shouted, as he saw his black-haired girlfriend with an incredulous expression a few meters from where he was. As he tried to get up, the red-eyed man exerted more force with his foot, making it impossible for him to get up. The evil Ootsutsukii withdrew his foot from his counterpart's stomach and then kicked him, sending him to the feet of the black-haired girl who was watching, making Naruto say ouch from the blow. "By the way, I only hit you because your stupidity left me with a great amount of pent-up anger. May it last," and with that, the red-eyed man began to sink into the ground. Leaving alone a sore Naruto and a Sayuri who could only say something about the situation. What the hell just happened? 9:30 a.m. 20 minutes later. Over the next 20 minutes, Naruto began to tell Sayuri what had happened to him. Naruto was also surprised to learn that he had been out of Konoha for less than a second. He had no idea when he had started fighting Nightmare, but he did know that it hadn't been a short time. Apparently, time passed much slower in the place that sent him. It's worth saying that Sayuri hardly believed Naruto had lost to anyone, but the wounds on his body were proof of that. They disappeared after a while, though. In addition to Naruto making a new set of clothes since Sayuri could barely get close to him before her face resembled the hair of a certain nine-tailed Biju. Although he had to make her a few sizes bigger since she had not only increased in size, but in muscle mass, she was still not a mountain of muscles, but they were still larger than before. Now she almost looked like a boy between 16 and 17 years old, since she was very tall, had not too wide shoulders. The face with somewhat mature features and above all her now long hair gave her a certain touch of mysticism. After finishing telling everything that happened to him, an awkward silence reigned until Naruto spoke. "Well, do you want to go on our date now? I doubt another guy will come to attack us," the Ootsutsukii proposed. The Uchiha smiled at him with amusement and affection before nodding. However, a voice in Naruto's head made him widen his eyes in disbelief. "I don't understand why they don't just go to a room and buck like normal humans." That voice. No, 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 no. Naruto shouted in his mind as he recognized that voice. Yes, 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 yesy. Goo. 9:40 a.m. 10 minutes later. 9:50. Another 10 minutes later. A. The blue-eyed man finished screaming after 20 minutes. Sayuri looked at him with her eyebrows trembling because she had no idea how he could scream so much without breathing. Yes, he didn't breathe in 20 minutes in which he was screaming in the same position. "Are you done?" Shinju asked in a calm tone. "Too calm." Naruto, who was breathing to calm himself, answered after taking several breaths. "Why yes. I think so." Good. Also. After seeing how Naruto hit himself, or rather a certain tree used his arm to hit his face, Sayuri had enough of that bizarre situation. "Naruto-kun, are we going to have our date or not?" Sayuri asked with a slightly annoyed tone. "Let's go then," said a recovered Naruto as he stood up and dusted off his knees. Centro de Konoha. 10 a.m. Naruto and Sayuri walked very pleasantly and normally, holding hands. If by normality she meant Naruto gave a death glare to any man who looked at Sayuri in a less than saintly manner, Naruto also received not exactly friendly looks, although the reasons were different since they were looks of hatred and contempt from civilians, shinobi, and clan people. Although he also received the occasional glance from some blushing girls his age, some older girls than him looked at him with a certain lust, and some older ones between 22 and 25 years old eyed him with their eyes. That last bit made Naruto a little uncomfortable. While he was used to the occasional glare, having been surrounded almost entirely by them for the first few years of his life, looks like that were uncomfortable. Fortunately, Sayori scared almost all of them away. They were both about to enter a shopping mall when they passed by Hey Gorgeous. Naruto turned around with Sayori to see a group of guys, about 15 from what they could count. The silver-haired boy felt their chakras and almost laughed at them. Those guys only reached low jounin, and that was the leader. Who wasn't the definition of handsome, he was about 20 years old maybe, he was a gigantic 2.13 meters tall. He had short almost bald black hair, with a scruffy beard, a rather ugly and hard face with black eyes that, unlike the Uchihas, only reflected pure lustful desire, that combined with his massive muscles and his jounin suit without a band anywhere, gave him a touch of a bad guy, and not an attractive one. What do you say you move away from the demon so we can give him what he deserves, and then you and I have a good time together? The man said lasciviously when he saw the black-haired girl's body. Sayori simply squeezed the blue-eyed man's hand and tried to suppress her anger. However, she didn't understand why she felt Naruto's hand tremble. Excuse me, but I already have a boyfriend. As soon as he said that, she turned around, wanting to get in as quickly as she could. The guy grabbed her shoulder. Look, you little bore. I don't even know who you think you are. But when we finish off the demon once and for all, my friends and I will teach you to respect your superiors. Crack. It was the sound the man's arm made as it bent at such an angle that the bone nearly popped out through the elbow. It wasn't Sayori. She had a stupefied look on her face as she watched Naruto, with just a squeeze of his arm, nearly break it. Then the Uchiha understood why Naruto was trembling. It wasn't from fear. It was pure anger. Pure, demonic anger. The guy looked up to order the demon to release him at that moment. However, a pair of blazing blue eyes with slitted pupils left him speechless. The Ootsutsukki grabbed the guy by the neck with his right hand and lifted his more than 2 meters of muscle with a single hand. Naruto began to speak, with a distorted eerie and demonic voice, Se Sedilla KHM Bien PDO Bio OMXAVQBVS plus QKXHPHSXH Koe my wife and I'm going to devour your bucking soul. Naruto shouted the last part with a voice that, although more understandable, was much more terrifying. The poor bastard was scared shitless, figuratively and very literally. One of the guys tried to attack Naruto from behind and was about to stab him with a kunai behind his head, however the ex-Jinchuriki turned around, his face barely an inch from the thugs. He felt how strangely his kunai began to heat up and heat up. Damn, it was burning. The thug dropped his weapon as it turned a reddish color and before everyone's incredulous gaze, it began to melt, leaving a stain of liquid metal on the ground. Naruto threw the gang leader he was still holding by the neck, the leader of the thugs ended up falling to the ground, where his subordinates prepared to make the demon brat pay for his insolence. Speaking of Naruto, he took Sayori's hand and began to drag her into the mall. Before entering, he directed his gaze to the guys who were about to pounce on him. His left eye turned red, ringed and with 9 tomos Shinra Tensei. 5 kilometers in the direction Naruto was looking, a gigantic shock wave could be felt. Konoha Shopping Center. 10:35 a.m. Very well, what do you think of this, Naruto-kun? Asked a blushing black-haired girl while doing something she never in her life imagined doing in front of someone. Posing clothes. That's right, the proud Sayori Uchiha was posing for clothes for her boyfriend, Naruto Ootsutsiki, aka. One lucky bastard. Sayori was currently wearing a black kimono with golden snakeskin trim and engravings. The kimono didn't leave much to the imagination, as it was cut high at the legs, revealing the Uchiha's shapely legs. Furthermore, the neckline of the kimono showed off her large breasts. Far from it, it was a rather simple kimono. The Uchiha also wore long gloves that reached below her shoulders and long black stockings. Naruto, for his part, was blushing like a tomato and raising his thumbs in acceptance since he didn't trust his mouth to give his opinion. A few minutes later, Sayori came out in her usual clothes, carrying a bag with the different dresses she tried on, which were quite a few. Naruto looked to the side and saw 2 piles of bags with a lot of clothes, as well as some accessories like earrings, rings, not engagement rings, necklaces, and a luong amount of things. Naruto shrugged, he really didn't understand what all the men complained about, this going to the mall thing wasn't so bad, besides seeing Sayori posing in different dresses was interesting. The silver-haired man took both piles of clothes, impressing the black-haired woman not only with his strength, but also with his balance, since the piles of bags almost touched the ceiling. Seeing that, a blush of embarrassment covered her face since despite being a somewhat surly girl with others, she was still a girl, she just hoped not to leave Naruto poor with all those clothes. The two walked through the mall, this time receiving looks of astonishment, especially Naruto's, since that amount of bags was inhumanly impossible to carry. Some men even forgot the hatred they still had for Naruto and felt pity for his misfortune. When they arrived at the reception desk, there were 2 people there. A man and a woman. The man was the receptionist, and the woman was the one who would check everything they bought and give her the money for everything they purchased. The woman, upon seeing the two, had three reactions. First, she felt slightly overwhelmed by the black-haired girl because despite being younger than her, she still had a good body. Then, she looked up with a tinge of tears at the gigantic amount of bags. And finally, she blushed as soon as she saw the blue-eyed man. Upon arriving at the reception, they were greeted by a blushing woman with brown hair and honey-colored eyes. "Sorry for the inconvenience, I hope this amount is enough to pay for all of this," Naruto said, before taking a large amount of money out of his pocket. I have no idea how he did it, carrying the bags and putting it on the table. The woman nodded foolishly, still watching Naruto leave until she finally processed his words. She was about to stop him when she looked down at the money the silver-haired man left. "Santi bucking shit," the receptionist said in a slightly French tone. Her partner went with her and looked incredulously at the amount of money. "What?" asked a customer who was passing by and didn't understand what the woman said. "Holy bucking shit," the receptionist exclaimed upon seeing 350,000 ryos on the table. "What he said?" the receptionist shouted. "Uchiha Ward. Mikoto and Sayuri Uchiha's house. With Naruto and Sayuri." 11 a.m. The Ootsutsukki and the Uchiha arrived at the second's house. When the black-eyed girl was about to open it, the door was almost knocked down by a hurried Mikoto who was dressed in her jounin outfit. However, she stopped to say a few hurried words to her daughter Sayuri-chan. "There is an urgent mission I have to attend to. Are you staying?" Every word the older Uchiha was going to say died in her mouth when she saw who was accompanying her daughter. Ignoring the enormous amount of bags he was carrying and Naruto-kun, the older Uchiha asked with her mouth open, a small blush and blood running from her nose. "Yeah, it's me, Mikoto-san," Naruto said, smiling foxily, a gesture he learned from Kurama. The eldest Uchiha composed herself. "It was her friend's son, for the love of Kami-a-him, as I was saying they are left alone by the way." Before leaving, Mikoto saw them with a look so serious it would freeze the sun. "If you give me grandchildren, can you call one Susanoo? I wanted to name Itachi-kun that but I couldn't." All the possible tense atmosphere disappeared with those words, along with Mikoto, as she ran off in a hurry. However, the two boys blushed like tomatoes at the mention of sons. Although Sayuri noticed that her boyfriend became a little sad at the mention of Itachi. She was curious what her boyfriend could possibly know about his older brother, but according to what Naruto told her, Itachi was one of the few people who treated Naruto well when he was little. They both entered the house and went up the stairs to Sayuri's room. The dark-haired girl's room was simple but cozy. A small table with books and a lamp. A few photos on the walls. A large window with green curtains. And a television. Naruto put all the bags in a corner. He arranged them as carefully as he could before feeling a hug from behind and two sizable bundles sticking to his back. He could feel his girlfriend stand on her tiptoes and smell his hair, wanting to remember her boyfriend's scent as much as possible. The Uchiha whispered a few words Naruto hadn't expected. "I missed you." Lemon skipped. No, but this can be sold for good money. By the way, my respects, I mean, I don't have a heinous, and yet it's praiseworthy how you left the Uchiha," praised the tree god, before his voice took a more serious tone. "Jokes aside, I think it would be best to investigate what your version from another universe did." Naruto nodded, his eyes changing into a ringed pattern, and he generated a black portal to the mansion. But not before covering Sayuri with a blanket and giving her a kiss on the forehead so she could sleep peacefully. Namaki's mansion. Basement. 3:05 p.m. Naruto teleported directly to the basement of the mansion by order of the Shinju, a place where there were some very important things for him. Some photos of his parents, weapons they used, letters from them to him. There was even a box in which there were some toys that they had bought him since before he was born. "Very well, Shinju. Now what?" Naruto asked, looking at the basement a little nostalgically. "But now make a shadow clone. I'll put my consciousness in and tell you what we will do." The Ootsutsuki did so. He put his hands in the form of a cross and an explosion of smoke generated a clone identical to him. After a few seconds the clone's eyes turned yellow. "Good, now enter this portal." At those words, Naruto looked at the Shinju in his body in confusion, shortly before seeing how the clone's eyes turned purple and ringed. A large black portal formed in front of both of them. The Ootsutsuki began to walk until he was a few steps away from the portal. "I don't know, Shinju, that doesn't look very safe. If you don't trust me, just do this." Those words caught the attention of the Ootsutsukki, who looked curiously at the tree god. "Just stand in front of the portal, bend your knees." Naruto, who had begun to do what the Shinju said, and when he turned his back, didn't notice how the Shinju was preparing to give a powerful kick. The direction. Naruto's ass and have a good fall. The tree god exclaimed evilly before kicking Naruto's ass so that he would suddenly get into the portal. Before entering, the Ootsutsukki only did one thing. "Son of a bitch," yelled the blue-eyed before his voice was lost in the portal. When the silver-haired man entered, the Shinju followed him exclaiming "Wee." Chapter 20. Naruto stood in the portal the Shinju had created, falling through what felt like space-time itself, remembering how he got in, or if that son of a bitch Shinju had literally kicked him into the portal. Naruto felt the portal begin to contract. He knew what was coming. That's what happened when you were almost at your destination. The portal began to contract even more until 5. Ouch, Naruto whimpered slightly as he felt his entire body impact a hard floor made of some sort of marble. There it didn't end his feet, he felt something fall on top of him. He could hear Shinju's voice shouting, "We fall on top of him." It was surely Shinju who fell on top of him. Comically, Naruto peeled his face off the ground like a sticker. He was truly grateful to have a technique like Gomu Gomu 1 that made his entire body feel like rubber and thus minimized the impact damage. Gomu Gomu was a simple yet complex technique. Naruto created it using the Yang Chakra that the Akamichi used to expand their bodies as a base. Only instead of expanding it, it increased the elasticity of his body to the point that he was literally a rubber man. He had created Gomu Gomu when he was en route. Since he created it, he generated a large number of techniques such as Gear Second, which increased blood circulation to such a level that it gave him incredible strength and speed. Gomu Gomu also made him immune to blows, however it wasn't that important since he could barely be hit. He hadn't needed to use it until his fight with Nightmare, and that guy was not only able to hit him, but made him bleed even using the technique, which said a lot about the strength of the evil Ootsutsukki. Naruto stopped reminiscing about the past to face Shinju, mainly to hit him for kicking him into the portal. However, when he turned around to see him, he got a big surprise. "That's Shinju? Why do you look like that?" A surprised Naruto muttered, and he had a good reason to be. The person in front of him was not the same Shinju who had put his consciousness into one of his shadow clones. In front of him was a young man, about 19 years old. He was 1.95 meters tall. He had a build and appearance similar to Naruto's, except that he had slightly tanned skin, amber yellow eyes, blood red hair, and a somewhat cracked red shinobi armor that had some tree branches on it. The Redeed looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "No, I'm the other superpowered being that's inside you, of course it's me, idiot," Shinju said, annoyed. "You look bucking different. How do you expect me to even recognize you?" Naruto exclaimed, equally annoyed. "Speaking of which, why do you look so different?" the blue-eyed man asked in an inquisitive tone. "That's because in this dimension every being or creature takes on their true form, or in the case of beings like me, we take on a human form. Even you have changed," explained the OG Amber. Well, Naruto looked at him, confused by the last part, before looking at the ground to see his reflection. What he saw made his eyes widen in disbelief. He had the same appearance as when he fought Nightmare, long hair down to his ankles, very pale skin, a height of 2.10 meters, horn-shaped protuberances, but what surprised Naruto the most were his eyes. One of his eyes was the classic dark blue, almost metallic that his eyes had, however the other was a blood red color, almost like a bright ruby, similar to Nightmare's eyes, except that this one had normal white sclera. Blue and red, curious combination. "Anyway, where are we?" the Ootsutsukki asked, seeing nothing but white around him. Even the marble floor was the same color. "Well, my dear and stupid container. Hey. We're in a place I like to call the multiversal store," and as if by magic, two gigantic oak doors appeared in front of them both. Naruto watched as Shinju began to walk towards the doors, not wanting to be left behind. He also entered. It was by far the strangest and largest store Naruto had ever seen. He had never been in a store before because, first, they didn't let him in any, and second, he didn't need to, since he could create anything he wanted with just the use of Omnitrix. However, the store he was in was no match for the size of a mall. The floor was white marble like the one outside, so shiny you could see your reflection in it. The walls were obviously concrete and painted light blue and white. But it was the merchandise that left Ootsutsukki dumbfounded. Weapons. Lots of weapons. There were different types of swords and stabbing weapons, from otantos, chisa katanas, normal katanas, o-katanas, double-blade katanas, wakazashis. It is a type of Japanese sword. It is similar to a normal katana, only the size is shorter. There weren't only swords, there were hammers, maces, axes, tridents, spears, gauntlets. Different types of armor, ranging from normal steel armor to armor so technological and large that Naruto barely believed they were armor. The Ootsutsukki followed the tree god to what appeared to be the entrance hall. There was no one there, or at least that's what Naruto thought before someone came out from under the entrance hall. That someone was a girl, quite beautiful in Naruto's opinion. She had hair as black as night, even blacker than an Uchiha's hair, skin as white as porcelain, with beautiful dark blue eyes. She had a body comparable to a certain red-haired Biju. She was wearing an outfit that Naruto could almost say was gothic. A long black skirt with a white one underneath that revealed one of her long legs that had a kind of metal snake wrapped around them. A kind of metal corset on her abdomen with an equally black dress. Her appearance is the same as Pandora's from Saint Seiya Lost Canvas, only with dark blue eyes. "Hello, how can I shin?" the receptionist asked upon seeing the tree god, although her tone was slightly annoyed. "Yo, goth girl," exclaimed the Shinju mockingly as he saw how large veins popped out on the goth girl's forehead in annoyance. However, his annoyance turned into curiosity as he saw the Reed change to a completely serious expression. "Kurumi, we need your help," asked the god, surprising Naruto and the woman newly known as Kurumi. "Wait. Where do you two know each other from?" Naruto asked, since Shinju had been fused with him for 8 years and before that he was, well, a tree. Understanding his companion's thoughts, the Shinju deigned to explain. "You see, Naruto, while I was in my tree form, I could detach myself from my soul, adopting a human form and letting my original body stay to ripen my fruit. In addition to that, I can also travel between universes or dimensions, and sometimes I would pass through here," the Shinju explained in a simple manner. Kurumi, for her part, looked curiously at Shinju's companion, or as he called her, Shin. Naruto felt slightly uncomfortable by the girl's gaze. It didn't help that she got quite close to him and sniffed the air around him. When she finished almost sniffing Naruto, the black-haired woman said, "You smell strange." "Sorry, it's just that I was fighting a psychopath and I got covered in dirt. I didn't have much time to clean myself up," the mixed eye excused himself, making Shinju laugh and one of Kurumi's eyebrows tremble in annoyance. "It's not that, idiot. Your essence feels very strange," Kurumi explained, looking more closely at the silver-haired man. "What's so strange about it?" Naruto asked curiously. "I feel several essences inside you, some I don't even know what they are," said the blue-eyed girl with confusion. She had never seen anything as strange as the boy in front of her. "That's why we came, Kurumi. Apparently, a version of him from another universe came and put something inside him. Now what we want to know is what it is," the OG Amber explained seriously. Fine, I'll ask Andreas to check it out," the woman said before pressing a button under the table, and some strange metal doors opened a few meters away from the three of them. "An elevator, in case you don't understand. Andreas is on the 7th floor, don't get distracted by anything else. Oh, before I forget. Give me your hand," the black-haired woman ordered Naruto. He didn't care and did what Kurumi said. Bad idea. From one moment to the next, Naruto felt like his power was literally sucked out of him. He fell to one knee with his breathing ragged and sweat running down his face to the point that his hair stuck to his skin. The silver-haired man watched as Kurumi typed some things into a computer that was behind the counter, and when she finished she whistled. "Wow, kid, I'm surprised the boss didn't send you a request sooner," the black-haired woman said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow as she stood up. "Boss? Request? What the heck are you talking about, woman?" exclaimed a confused Naruto before Kurumi gave him a flat look and passed him a large black letter with white letters. The Ootsutsiki looked at the letter in confusion as he read it. "Dear resident of the multiverse. You have been cordially invited to the multiverse shop, also known as the multiversal store. Where the best weapons and items from the multiverse are. We only accept the best of the best. Only those with enormous power are worthy of receiving this letter. Its function is to serve as transport to the multiverse shop. In the multiverse shop, you'll find all kinds of objects from your world and beyond. They range from simple medieval swords to state-of-the-art firearms. We collect and create weapons and objects that travelers may need or want. Please note that if you do not wish to enter, we will have no problem. However, we ask that you keep the letter in case at any time you need an object that is out of your reach. Sincerely, Lord Omega Discronius, sponsor and owner of Multiverse Shop." Naruto blinked in confusion. Why did they make a store like that? It was literally universes away. It would be silly to make a store in the middle of space-time if no one knew where it was. "I know what you're thinking, and no, that's not how the multiverse shop works. As the letter says, we send requests to the best warriors and beings from different universes. Besides having a good clientele, we're not the only ones who do this kind of thing," Kurumi explained, while Naruto nodded in understanding, although the last part made him curious. "Aren't you the only ones? Who else does something like this?" Naruto asked, to which Kurumi shrugged. "There's a pair of floating hands organizing an inter-universe tournament which is quite popular too. Something as simple as a store isn't entirely far-fetched," Kurumi said without giving it much importance, until she remembered something. "By the way, if you want to buy something from the store, go ahead. We accept any kind of money," said the black-haired girl, winking at the silver-haired girl with some flirtatiousness. Seeing that Naruto only raised an eyebrow in confusion, he seriously doubted that this store was popular or something like that. He started to go towards the elevator, followed closely by Shinju. When they entered, the Reed pressed some buttons on a panel and they began to go down. The tree god wanted to clarify something to the mixed-eyed. "Believe me when I tell you this. This store is the most popular in the multiverse. It's a little strange that no one is here. Normally this place is almost full," the Reed explained, while Naruto sighed with some tiredness. However, he didn't expect what the Shinju said next. "By the way, Kurumi almost ate you with her eyes." "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked in confusion. Oh please, I know you're an idiot, but even a blind man could tell that you seem handsome to him, the OG Amber muttered with some anger at the Ootsutsukie's stupidity. I don't understand why, but it doesn't surprise me anymore, since my fight with Nightmare, every woman turns red just by looking at me, said Naruto a little exasperated, at least Kurumi hadn't made a pass at him or tried to grape him, although some girls from Konoha had tried, he was grateful that Sayuri was with him. HMPH, lucky bastard, the retard whispered to himself. By the way, who is Andreas? Naruto asked before the elevator stopped. Believe me, if he likes you too much, he'll use you as a science fair experiment, said the retard as the elevator doors opened and they both began walking. The place they were in looked like some kind of laboratory or a robot factory, since there were metal pieces scattered everywhere. Fair of what? Cough. The Otsutsuki muttered when something tackled him in the stomach. Looking down, he saw a boy. He looked young, too young to be in a store like that. He looked about 8 or 10 years old. He had tanned skin, blonde hair, and sky blue eyes. He was also wearing some sort of blue and yellow mechanic suit. Besides the fact that he was looking at him with little stars in his eyes, his pupils literally looked like 2 stars. It can't be, 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 it can't be. The boy spoke so fast that he couldn't be understood. You're an Ootsutsukki. Yayi, the boy squealed with joy while jumping around a confused Naruto until he realized what he was doing and helped the mixed-eyed boy up. Sorry about that, but it's the first time I've seen one of yours in person, the boy said with suppressed emotion. One of mine? Naruto asked curiously, to which the boy nodded. An Ootsutsukki, of course, this is the first time I've ever laid eyes on one of you, you are a formidable race in any universe. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Andreas Boraginer, introduced the one now known as Andreas, making Naruto look at him in surprise. Was that boy the Andreas? From the look Shinju was giving him, apparently so. In any case, what do you need? I'm the best at building weapons and armor of all kinds, said the boy, puffing out his chest with pride. Kurumi-san said that you might know what's wrong with me. A guy attacked me and put something inside me, and I have no idea what, the albino explained, while the boy looked at him curiously before his eyes, to Naruto's surprise, turned a brighter blue color. In addition to that, the entire socket transformed into a kind of scanner that began to analyze Naruto. Phew, friend, you should see your stats. Umbrella. Naruto Ootsutsuki x Namek is Uzumaki. Age? 13 years and 3 months biologically. Level? 30. EXP? 75%. Titles, nicknames? Unknown. Affiliation? Konohagakure no Sado. Ootsutsuki clan. Raza? Ootsutsuki. Main occupation? Shinobi. HP? 1500, 150 HP regeneration per second. MP? Unknown. MP regeneration per minute. Strength? 250, 300 gear second, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released mode. Defense? 200 gear second, 500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released mode. Speed? 150, currently no increase in any known mode. Intelligence? 150. Secrecy? 100. Magic? Stamina? 300. Equipment? Weapons? Muramus, 750, Elemental 1200. Armor? Chakra microfiber clothing, 100. Accessories? None. Special abilities? Elementary management of Fire element expert, Water element expert, Wind element expert, Lightning element expert, Earth element intermediate, Yin element expert, Yang element expert, Yin Yang apprentice. Secondary elementary management of Ice element expert, Storm element expert, Burn element medium high, Wood element medium high, Light element medium high, Darkness element low, Crystal element low, Lava element low, Steam element low. Sword handling. Level 45 100s. Style. Santoryu and Melee skill. Level 45 100s. Style. Kamakin. Gomu-Gomu. Special ability that allows the user's body to turn into rubber, rendering them immune to blows. In addition to allowing the user to stretch body parts, the user's rubbery body also allows the user to survive falls from heights that would kill a normal person. The user's ability to stretch and twist like rubber to extremes not only makes them immune to injuries resulting from such a situation, but also allows movements that can give them a great advantage in battle or not. Stretching also allows the user to drastically increase the range of what would be considered a powerful close-range attack, turning it into a devastating mid-range or long-range attack. A limb can also be used to store potential energy like a stretched spring, increasing the power of an attack. Enbenshoku Haki. Hashoku Haki. Gyuzushoku Haki. Money? 987, 629, 102, 621 Ryos. By what? Naruto asked it confused. Andreas has an ocular ability that allows him to know the statistics and data of someone, that is, it allows him to know data that even the victim does not know, Shinju explained with some laziness. As Shin said, I can tell someone's features just by looking at them, however I find a problem, the blonde said in an unusually serious manner while holding his chin. Is there a problem with me? Naruto asked a little worried. Come here, Andreas ordered before starting to walk inside the laboratory until he reached a kind of capsule the size of a person. Imagine the capsule in which Goku recovered in the Namek saga. Andreas asked the silver-haired man to enter it, but first to take off his clothes because it would hinder the analysis. Naruto did not give much importance to it and undressed. Upon entering, the tank began to fill with water. It did not matter much since Naruto did not need oxygen to live. Advantages of being an Ootsutsukki. In addition to the water, some kind of probes came out that the blonde asked Naruto to connect to his skull and heart. He did so, and on a computer somewhat far from the capsule, Andreas and Shinju looked at Naruto's vital signs. As I suspected, Andreas muttered looking at Naruto's signs. What's going on? The retard asked seriously. Well, apparently Naruto has part of his power asleep, Andreas clarified, however those words only confused Shinju even more. But the seal I put in place to seal Naruto's power and allow it to slowly come out is practically open, he should be able to use all his power, said the Ojamber with seriousness and confusion. Are you saying you put a seal on him so his power would come out little by little? The blonde asked, receiving a nod from the retard. That explains everything. If the seal was broken too quickly, Naruto's body didn't have time to get used to his new power. Besides, whatever the attacker put in him apparently also caused some energy imbalances, in addition to hormonal problems, the mechanical boy explained with some discomfort in the last part. Hormonal problems? The tree god asked curiously, which screamed material to piss Naruto off. Now is not the right time to talk about that, while saying that the blue-eyed man began to type on the computer and strangely the water Naruto was in began to take on a bright green hue. Speaking of Naruto, he had some very curious thoughts. Row your boat down the river, row life is a dream, row your boat gently down the river, life is just a dream, Naruto sang in his mind, without paying attention to anything else, not even to that tingling he felt on the backs of his hands. What are you doing? Ojamber asked Andreas, seeing the greenish shining water. I just introduced a substance called Hyoroseki into the water. It has the peculiarity of increasing the production of different energies in the body of whoever receives it, so it not only gives them an increase in power, but can also awaken latent abilities within them. The capsule suddenly began to glow even brighter and, without warning, exploded like a bomb. If it weren't for Shinju putting up a barrier in front of him and Andreas, they would probably have been blown away by the shockwave. Upstairs, Kurumi, who was reading a magazine and drinking a strawberry soda, felt the building shake for a few seconds before stopping. She shrugged and calmly continued reading her magazine. Andreas and Shinju watched as a silhouette emerged from the curtain of dust that emerged from the explosion. When the dust dissipated, they saw an image that can only be described as imposing. He was a fairly tall being, 2.10 meters tall. With red armor covering his entire body, the armor looked practically made of scales. He had green gems on his knees and on his right arm, the only exception being his left arm, which was white with a blue gem on the back of his hand. On the back of the armor, there were some kind of dragon wings with green energy cells, as well as a long tail that went from his back to the ground. The mere presence of that imposing being terrified Andreas and the Shinju himself. The universal mechanic activated his ocular ability by simple reflex. Number: Naruto Ootsutsuki x Namek is Uzumaki. Age: 13 years and 3 months biologically. Level: 30. EXP: 75%. Titles, nicknames: Sekiryu, Red Emperor Dragon, Hakuryuku, White Emperor Dragon. Affiliation: Konohagakure no Sado. Ootsutsuki Clan. Raza: Ootsutsuki Dragon. Main occupation: Shinobi. HP: 3000 150 HP regeneration per second. MP: 5000 300 MP regeneration per minute. Strength: 250, 300 gear second, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Defense: 200, 200 gear second, 500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 colas released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Speed: 150, currently no increase in any known mode. Intelligence: 150. Secrecy: 100. Magic: 300. Stamina: 700. Seeing the ridiculously large stats of the person in front of him, Andreas trembled, but upon seeing the name, the blonde couldn't help but ask, "And Naruto?" In a second the enormous armor began to crack, not even a second was left before it broke. As it broke, it revealed a tired Naruto who fell like a rock to the hard floor of the laboratory. The last thing he could hear was the scream of Shinju and Andreas before his vision was covered by infinite darkness. Naruto's mind space. Naruto's mental space, which had once been a vast green meadow, was now nothing but darkness. And in the middle of it all was Naruto, floating adrift in the sea of black. Suddenly, the Ootsutsiki felt himself being held by something, his eyes, which had remained closed, opened. What he saw were two gigantic dragons, one white and the other red. Apparently they were able to speak, he knew this because he could understand what came out of the red dragon's mouth. So you will be the one to contain Albion and me within you. Ootsutsiki Naruto, the red dragon said with a powerful voice. So it seems, Drake said, the newly known as Albion. Chapter 21. Drake and Albion, Naruto didn't know why, but those names sounded familiar to him, or well, he felt like he had heard them somewhere. Naruto Ootsutsuki, let me introduce myself. I am the Welsh Dragon, and also known as the Red Emperor Dragon. Drake, the enormous red dragon, introduced himself with a thunderous voice. And I am the Vanishing Dragon. Albion, the white dragon, introduced himself in a shorter manner. Good for you, but what am I doing here? The silver-haired man asked in confusion, seeing nothing in the darkness, but well, darkness. We are currently in your mind. From what I can remember, my former wielder died at the hands of the so-called nightmare. I remember that before killing him, I withdrew from my wielder's body as well as Albion and kept us captive for a long time, Drake explained, remembering a brown-haired, rather perverted boy who was his former wielder. Even when his wielder used Balance Breaker, he was unable to defeat him. What the Red One says is true, our carriers died at the hands of Nightmare, and we were extracted from them, although mine lasted longer, Albion said, although the Red Dragon looked at him dirty at the last thing. Yeah, right, my partner almost managed to beat that braggart, the Welsh Dragon said a little arrogantly. Hey, Naruto called, being vilely ignored by both dragons. At least my carrier wasn't a breast-obsessed pervert, Albion retorted mockingly. Excuse me, what did you say, Mr. Ketsurikum? Emperor Dragon of Butts, Drake said angrily and with some mockery. I said that my wielder at least wasn't known in all three factions as Chichiyuite, Breast Emperor Dragon. Hey. Naruto exclaimed without the dragons even paying attention. Oh, you're dead. I'm going to kick your albino ass purple. The Welsh Dragon threatened, preparing to attack Albion. To Shinra Tensei, great divine judgment, Naruto exclaimed as his eyes turned red and ringed with 9 commas in them, and he sent a gigantic gravitational wave that sent both dragons flying several meters. Both dragons stood up with an angry grimace and looked at Naruto. What? They both shouted angrily at being interrupted, however all that anger went away when they saw how Naruto had his Rin Sharingan active. If you don't calm down this bucking instant, I'll bring you all out of here. Naruto shouted in a distorted and furious voice while behind him the silhouette of a gigantic wolf the size of a certain dream dragon formed. That was enough to intimidate both dragons, who stood still, or that was until they pointed their claw at each other and digested in unison. He started. Naruto brought his fingers to the bridge of his nose and squeezed, wanting to find patience for the childish attitude of those dragons. He deactivated his Rin Sharingan to look as calmly as he could at both dragons. Anyway, you said you're inside my truth, the silver-haired man asked, receiving nods from the red and white dragon. Well, if you function even a little like the Bijuous, then did I receive something for having you inside me? The Ootsutsiki dragon asked while Drake and Albion nodded. From me you obtained the boosted gear, which allows you to double your power within your limits every 10 seconds. In its balance breaker mode, it removes the 10-second limitation, and you can multiply your power infinitely, of course, as long as your body can withstand it. In addition, you can also transfer those increases to specific parts of your body or objects, Drake explained, leaving Naruto stupefied. Double your power almost infinitely. For someone like Naruto, that was literally infinite power. And from me you obtained the divine dividing, which divides all the power of an enemy or attack in half. Just like Drake's ability, it has a limit of 10 seconds that disappears in the balance breaker mode, which also gives you a technique capable of dividing the same space, Albion explained, while Naruto had his jaw on the floor. Literally, the Gomu Gomu allowed him to stretch his jaw so much. Multiplying and dividing, who said math was useless? Oh right, it was the same one. I have a question, what is balance breaker? Well, you see Naruto, in the world where we come from there was a god called Elohim. This was the biblical god who created incredible artifacts known as sacred gear, which could do incredible things, considered as miracles among humans. In addition to that, there were 13 sacred gear that stood out from the rest. They were so powerful that they could kill gods. They are called Longinus, and they are unique among them. Among the Longinus are the boosted gear and the divine dividing. In addition to being Longinus, they also have the ability, like all sacred gear, to enter a state called Balance Breaker, which is achieved at a time when the user's feelings or in a fight in which the user's life is at risk, explained the Dragon of Wales, leaving Naruto stupefied. Wow, hey, why is the place like this now? The blue-eyed man asked while Albion and Drake shrugged their shoulders because they didn't know the reason. At that, Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes, and the darkness began to brighten to the point that it forced both dragons to close their eyes. When they opened them, there was a gigantic valley in summer full of pine trees and a gigantic volcano. I have no idea where dragons live, so I did this. If you want to change it, go ahead, you can change it as much as you want, Naruto said before slowly beginning to disappear. Both dragons looked out at the vast wasteland they now stood in, above the massive volcano. A tense silence reigned before Albion spoke. So what do you want to do, watch some Chichirute porn movies? The albino dragon asked mockingly before a punch sent him flying. I'm going to make a coat out of your albino lizard hide. The Welsh dragon exclaimed as he launched himself at the vanishing dragon. Outside Naruto's mind space. Multiverse shop. 4 p.m. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, but regretted doing so when the light hit his retinas. His eyes slowly got used to the light, but suddenly. Slap. Live, asshole, live. He heard Shinju's voice shout before feeling himself slapped again. Slap. 5. Slap. 5. Slap. 5. Slap. I say you long live. Slap. 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 I wake up, you son of a bitch. Naruto shouted angrily before. Slap. Getting slapped by Shinju again. I know. Slop. And with a slap so strong that not even the Gomu Gomu could save him from the pain, Naruto stood up and grabbed Shinju by the neck. Give me another one, and I'll give it back to you, asshole. Naruto threatened with so much anger that he had his Rin Sharingan active. At that, Shinju sweated and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, but don't get angry, said the tree god. Naruto looked at both of them on the sides and saw that he was in the same laboratory as Andreas, who looked behind Shinju as Naruto began to get up. How long was I unconscious? The silver-haired man asked. About 15 minutes, Andreas replied as he approached Naruto and looked at him again with his eye ability. Number. Naruto Ootsutsuki x Namek is Uzumaki. Age. 13 years and 3 months biologically. Level. 30. EXP. 75%. Idol surnames. Sekiryuite. Hakuryuko. Affiliation. Konohagakure no Sado. Ootsutsuki clan. Race. Ootsutsuki dragon. Main occupation. Shinobi. HP. 2000 2000s, 1500 balance breaker, regeneration of 200 HP per second. MP. 3000 3000s, 2000 balance breaker, 300 MP regeneration per minute. Strength. 250, 300 gear second, 700 inch Kriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Defense. 200, 200 gear second. Hits and impacts. Minus 500 cuts, 500 inch Kriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Minus 2000, Dragon Slayer weapons. Speed. 150, new boosts revealed, 500 gear second, 1500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released. Intelligence. 150. Secrecy. 100. Magic. 300. Stamina. 700. Money. 987, 629, 102, 621 Ryos. Apparently your stats are now more leveled out. Besides that, you awakened the magic that was inside you, Andreas said with some surprise. Naruto had an incredible amount of magic points MP. I still don't understand that about statistics, Naruto said, somewhat confused while the blonde boy sighed and approached him. Andreas put his hand on the blue-eyed boy's chest, who felt a tug in his heart before he could see it. State. Number. Naruto Ootsutsuki x Namek is Uzumaki. Age. 13 years and 3 months biologically. Level. 30. EXP. 75%, 15,000 to level up. Idol surnames. Sekiryuite. Hakuryuko. Affiliation. Konohagakure no Sado. Ootsutsuki clan. Race. Ootsutsuki dragon. Main occupation. Shinobi. HP. 2000 2000s, 1500 balance breaker, regeneration of 200 HP per second. MP. 3000 3000s, 2000 balance breaker, 300 MP regeneration per minute. Strength. 250, 300 gear second, 700 inch Kriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Defense. 200, 200 gear second. Hits and impacts. Minus 500 cuts, 500 inch Kriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. minus 2000, Dragon Slayer weapons. Speed. 150, 500 gear second, 1500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released. Intelligence. 150. Secrecy. 100. Magic. 300. Stamina. 700. Charisma. 500. Luck. 120. Equipment. Weapons. Muramus, 750, Elemental 1200, equipped. Armor. Chakra microfiber clothing, 100, equipped. Welsh Dragon Scale Mail Vanishing Dragon Scale Mail, 1000, Desactivata. Accessories. None. Elemental Management, Chakra. Fire Element, level. Expert Water Element, level. Expert Wind Element, level. Expert Lightning Element, level. Expert Earth Element, medium level, Yin Element, level. Expert Yang Element, level. Expert Yin-Yang Element, level. Apprentice. Secondary Elementary Management of. Ice Element, level. Expert Storm Element, level. Expert Burn Element, level. Medium-High, Wood Element, level. Medium-High, Light Element, level. Medium-High, Darkness Element, level. Low, Crystal Element, level. Low, Lava Element, level. Low, Steam Element, low level. Magical Handling. None. Invocations. Foxes. Magic Summons 2. None. Offices. None. Money. 987, 629, 102, 621 Ryos. Congratulations, this is the player menu where you can choose and control your status anytime you want to enter here. You just have to say or think the command status and your mind will be transported to this place where time in the real world stops. There are different statistics. Level, a basic measure of the user's strength and experience. Level increases when enough EXP is gained to level up. It increases some stats upon leveling up. HP, heal points, is the representation of life force. If it reaches 0 you die. MP, magic points. This is the representation of the magic level. If it reaches 0, magic can no longer be used until it regenerates. Strength represents your physical strength. The greater your strength, the more damage you will cause to your enemies. Defense represents the physical resistance to physical or magical attacks. The higher it is, the less damage enemy attacks will cause. Speed represents speed, reflexes, agility and coordination. Intelligence represents the intellectual level and the ability to process and store information. The higher it is, the less magic cost your magic spells will need and you will understand things more easily. Stealth represents the level of evasion, camouflage or concealment. The higher it is, the easier it is to hide without being detected. Magic represents your level of magic control. The higher it is, the easier it will be to use magic techniques and learn more. Stamina represents your physical resistance to exercise or fights. The higher your stamina, the longer you can last in a fight. Charisma represents the ability to make someone like you, to make friends or form a relationship. It increases or decreases depending on your reputation and appearance. Luck represents the number of events that will happen in your favor or the rate at which an event that benefits you occurs. If you want to know your enemy's stats, just say or think observe and the stats will appear before you. Naruto slowly came out of all that, his mind processed it in an instant, and despite having a high level of intelligence, he couldn't help but feel like everything was spinning. He began to stagger until he reached a wall and leaned on it. "Naruto, are you okay?" Andreas asked while Naruto breathed heavily and nodded, although his body was shaking slightly. "Take your time to calm down, partner, that's too much information for anyone," Drake said mentally in a conciliatory tone, while Albion agreed with him, even they felt slightly overwhelmed. "What did you do to me, Andreas?" the silver-haired man asked, a little more composed, although he still felt dizzy. "I connected you to the system. It's sort of like an RPG, though the first time can be overwhelming," Andreas shrugged. However, Shinju and Naruto looked at him strangely because of something he said. "What is an RPG?" Naruto asked. The tree god looked at Andreas with curiosity, since he didn't know what that was either. The blonde boy looked at them somewhat bewildered by their words. "Wait, you're telling me that you were able to create machines, telephones, computers and futuristic artifacts, but you don't know what an RPG game is?" The universal mechanic asked incredulously, receiving a negative response from Naruto and Shinju. "Well, it's like imagine it, something about it refers to," Andreas said, unable to complete any sentences because he couldn't find words to simplify a video game of that type. "They are essentially computer games that work the same way as what you just saw, partner, by statistics," explained the boosted gear Drago, as his voice sounded throughout the place, alerting Shinju and Andreas, who looked everywhere searching for that voice. Naruto raised his hand and on the back of his right hand a green gem emerged, followed by a large red gauntlet from which came the voice of Drake. "Nice to meet you, I am the Welsh dragon Drake." The Red Dragon Emperor introduced himself. From one moment to another Naruto raised his left hand that had a similar gem, but blue in color, and from it a similar gauntlet, but white with a blue gem was formed and I am the vanishing dragon Albion. Okay, maybe it was too much information for both of them. Why? Easy, Shinju and Andreas fainted. 5 minutes later they got up and attacked Naruto with a barrage of questions. He answered each of the questions, saying that apparently the spheres that Nightmare put inside him contained Dragon Albion. That left both of them impressed that Nightmare was able to defeat a Sekiryu and a Hakuryuko. It was terrifying that despite the advantages given by the boosted gear and the divine dividing they couldn't win, however Andrea saw something strange. Wait, according to what I know, the boosted gear was a gauntlet with a green gem and the divine dividing were white wings with blue squares. Why are they both gauntlets now? The blonde asked in confusion, at which Albion was the one who spoke. It's something simple, I decided to change the form of the divine dividing, since now that I'm with the burned lizard. Hey. I thought it would be better to change to a design similar to his, since we are now on the same carrier. I finish explaining the vanishing dragon. Speaking of which, it's surprising that Naruto is alive after all. Albion and I are completely opposite energies. For any living being it would be deadly to try to combine our energies. My former wielder tried to do it and succeeded, however, every time he used White's ability, his longevity was greatly affected, despite being a demon, who can live almost forever, Drake said, surprising everyone present with his words, except for Albion who already knew. In a second Andreas grabbed Naruto, literally carried him as if he weighed nothing and put him in the elevator while being followed by Shinju. Testing room. 4:15 p.m. 15 minutes later. Naruto looked at the objects in front of him with curiosity. One of them was a pair of firearms. They had the handle made of fine wood, with some metal coatings and accessories, with an elongated metal head, and a kind of mechanism that kept some small elongated metal balls. In case you don't understand what they look like, they are a pair of M1 irons from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. According to what Andreas told him, these weapons were called pistols. The pistols held small pieces of metal called bullets. The shot of a bullet is quite fast. A rifle bullet could go up to 864 km/h, kilometers per hour. Naruto took both guns and looked at them carefully. Suddenly Andreas's voice brought him out of his reverie. Okay Naruto, let's check that your reflexes also work with this type of weapon. Ask Drake sent to give your weapon some boosts. Here are your targets, Andreas's sing-song voice explained from a loudspeaker in the room, although the last part gave him a bad feeling. From a hatch came out a what the hell was that thing? Naruto looked with surprise and some disgust at what he could only describe as a living dead. His eyes were completely white, his skin was gray and rotten, he was missing hair on his skull, he was a zombie in the lowest definition of the word. The zombie lunged at Naruto, who separated it with a kick, preventing the dead guy from biting him. However, more zombies appeared from other gates, a total of 10 more. Despite the fact that Naruto was a great melee user, it seemed that the undead were not affected by his blows. Andreas's voice sounded again. Use Drake-sen's weapons and power, Naruto. The mechanic warned while Naruto hit another zombie and took both weapons and tried to aim since it was something new for him. Alright. I'll shoot the rotten bastards. It can't be that good, Naruto whispered the last bit as he aimed at a zombie's head and… bang. The head of the zombie Naruto aimed at exploded in a shower of blood and brains as the body fell heavily to the ground. Naruto closed his eyes as he inhaled calmly and slowly opened his eyes, showing how the Sharingan shone because he wanted to remember everything he did. Oh buck, that felt good, said the Ootsutsuki as a demented smile adorned his face. I slowly readied my guns as 15 more zombies appeared, making a total of 24. Without wasting a single second, Naruto began to unload a rain of bullets at the zombies, who had no way to defend themselves. One of the zombies tried to attack Naruto from behind, but he turned around and put the head of the gun in the mouth of the living dead. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet made the skull of the living dead explode. Partner, let me help you, Naruto heard before the boosted gear materialized on his right arm. Boost. From one moment to the next, Naruto felt his energy increase to the point of doubling. Boost. 10 seconds later the action was repeated. Boost. Naruto's energy was so much that it began to bubble around him in the form of a reddish aura. Boost. Naruto had no words to describe how he felt, but the best way to describe it would be a climax of power, the energy converging inside him like hot lava, burning his blood to the point that he felt if he didn't release the energy he would explode. Transfer. The reddish aura that covered the Ootsutsuki transferred to the gun and Naruto aimed it at the handful of the 15 zombies that remained. A large explosion was generated when Naruto pulled the trigger, killing almost all of them instantly. One zombie that was left alive tried to get up only for Naruto to crush its head with his foot. Here comes the big Naruto. Andreas warned before a gate came out, a big zombie, at least 4 meters, wearing what appeared to be a large green medical gown with several holes. Naruto out of pure reflex said observe. Name. Big zombie. Level. 15. HP 700 700s. MP 200 200s. Strength 200. Defense 150. Speed 50. Intelligence -5. Secrecy 10. Magic 50. Stamina 200. Naruto didn't understand why the other zombies didn't die from blows if they were so weak. Naruto jumped to the side to dodge the punch from the large zombie, then he tried to crush him with both arms, but Naruto stopped his arms with one hand. His eyes quickly changed to a purple ringed pattern rainbow. Hengoku, Limbo. Border jail, Naruto thought as he materialized a shadow in the limbo world. The shadow climbed onto the zombie's arm and in a jump was at the height of his head. With a powerful kick from the limbo clone, the giant zombie stumbled backward. Wanting to try something new, Naruto pointed the revolver he had in his right hand at the zombie's left leg and sent Kaiten Chakra into the revolver, which acquired a reddish color in the barrel before the bullet was fired, and when it reached the zombie's leg, it caused it to explode in a red flame. Naruto pointed the revolver in his left hand while his eyes changed to his Manjikyu Sharingan and whispered Ento. The barrel of the gun turned an even blacker color before Naruto pulled the trigger and a bullet covered in black fire went straight to the zombie's head, although when it impacted it didn't seem to do anything. Naruto spun the guns around and blew into the barrels of both before putting them away. As he put them away, the zombie's head exploded in a shower of blood and the large body fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You are now level 31, your current status is HP 2500 2500, 500, regeneration of 250 HP per second. MP 3200 3200, 200, 310 MP, regeneration per minute. Strength 230, 30. Defense 250, 50. Speed 250. Intelligence 250. Secrecy 120, 20. Magic 320, 20. Stamina 750, 50. Charisma 500. Luck 130, 10. Without giving it any importance, the silver-haired man closed the notification that had just appeared. Naruto breathed heavily as he looked at the blood that had covered his entire body. He wasn't affected in the least by killing, since those guys were already well dead, however it felt incredible to shoot. Another hatch opened and out came Shinju and Andreas. Seeing all the killing and blood, the god tree whistled. I'm sure if Kurumi saw you right now, she would lick the red from your eyes and the rest of your body, said the redeed with some mockery, or that was until Naruto pointed the gun at his head and fired. However, Shinju caught the bullet with his teeth and spat it out to the side. Naruto was about to shoot again, but from one second to another the weapons disappeared into blue particles, making Naruto sad. Very well Naruto, we've already seen how good your skills are with a weapon. If you want you can buy them, advised a mechanical boy. A window appeared in front of Naruto that said, "Do you want to buy M1 irons ×2? 987, 629, 102, 621 Ryos. But. Price. 500 Ryos, unit." The Ootsutsukki looked at Andreas for some kind of answer, who simply sighed, somewhat annoyed at having to explain everything. Now that I've got you connected, everything you do works like an RPG video game. Also, something you can do is accept missions that give you items, places, or special abilities. Naruto nodded, understanding that. Do you want to buy M1 irons ×2? Money. 987, 629, 102, 621 Ryos. But. Price. 500 Ryos, unit. Yes, money. 987, 629, 101, 621 Ryos. Naruto watched with joy as the weapons reappeared in his hands. By the way, there's a huge amount of stuff to buy, so welcome to the multiverse shop. Andreas exclaimed enthusiastically. Multiverse shop. 5:15 p.m. An hour later. Naruto had bought a gigantic list of objects and weapons, which were ray gun. It is a very precise weapon, which means that the user must aim accurately in order to conserve ammunition as much as possible. The ray gun can carry 20 bullets in a normal magazine and 40 in an enhanced version magazine. It uses a unique type of magazine consisting of a mini flask with element 115, which Naruto had no idea what it was, which is inserted into the barrel. It shoots green rays that draw circles around them as they advance. The enhanced version, instead of shooting green rays, shoots red ones. The ray gun is usually used as a semi-automatic, but it was actually fully automatic. Ray gun X2 of Porter. Which was the improved version of the ray gun. This has a magazine with double the number of bullets, and the maximum ammunition increases up to 200. The damage is not increased, it shoots red rays instead of green ones, and the explosion it produces upon impact is reduced, so that the user runs less risk of falling from the shots themselves. Scavenger. This was a bolt-action sniper rifle that had a large ammo magazine similar to a regular rifle, but with a much larger burst that vaporizes the target. It had high damage and great accuracy. Wave gun and dual zap gun. Causes the target to cough, inflate, and float in the air until they explode. The weapon can also split into two separate weapons at will. The dual-wield version, also known as the zap gun, electrocutes the target, killing them instantly. Death machine. This weapon was a gigantic, fairly heavy machine gun that had 150 bullets in the magazine and great firepower. There were many more weapons he bought, however for the moment those were the only ones worth mentioning. It should be noted that Naruto was somewhat impressed when the weapons he bought broke into particles that flew towards him. Andreas explained that they went to his inventory and that when he needed to go to his inventory, he should just think of the word, and if he needed a weapon, he should think of it. Another thing Naruto bought was a giant guide to all types of magic. According to Andreas, he was able to use several types of magic. White magic. From what he had read it was about healing and curative magic. A white magician could easily heal the wounds and blows of others, and he himself had some experience. The types of healing were cure, cure, cure and the most powerful cure that could heal someone on the verge of death. There were also other types of healing and sacred magic, some could actually inflict damage on demonic beings or those made of darkness. In addition to that there was a very powerful spell called Sacred that interested Naruto, it was the only completely offensive spell of white magic. However, he was far from being able to learn it. Black magic. This type of magic had no healing uses. Each and every technique was designed to cause harm. Most of the spells were elemental. There were several very powerful spells, but unfortunately, they could only be practiced and learned somewhere far from Konoha, since even the smallest spell would attract too much attention. Temporal magic. This was a type of magic that served to control an enemy's perception of time, affecting them to the point of stopping or slowing them down, depending on how powerful they were. Fortunately, this one wouldn't attract too much attention, so I could practice it. Blue magic. This was a magic that served to learn the techniques of a monster or enemy, however you had to be attacked by the technique to learn it. Summoning. This magic worked through objects called espers, which were used to summon a magical creature of great power. If the summoner was skilled enough in this type of magic, they could become the very creature they summoned. Another thing he bought was a huge amount of books about Kai. Naruto looked for those books since he didn't know much about that energy or how to control it. In addition, there were also very interesting techniques that he would like to learn. Finally I teach him about the jobs. Apparently a person could have several job or specialties that gave them different abilities and advantages depending on each one. Something Naruto noticed was that the appearance changed depending on the job. The jobs that Naruto had at the moment and the ones he had to master were Knight. A great sword user, always protecting his allies, this form increased his skill with the sword, and the change in appearance was that he was equipped with red knight armor with gold and blue details. In addition to this, his hair was shortened to his neck and his ears grew to the point of looking like elf ears. Monk. A hand-to-hand master, skilled in different types of fighting techniques. Strength, speed, and endurance increased considerably in this form. His appearance changed to become more muscular, his pants changed to loose white ones, his shirt disappeared, leaving his chest exposed, and only a blue vest on his shoulders remained. Brachynareus or Dragantino. This was Naruto's favorite job, in which he was covered by a dark blue armor with gold and white details. The armor had a dragon design, in addition to that it increased all the statistics incredibly, especially speed and attack. Naruto put everything he bought in his inventory, and when he finished he was about to leave the dimension with Shinju, but Andreas's voice stopped them. "Naruto, wait!" exclaimed the mechanical boy. The Ootsutsukki and the god tree turned to see the blonde boy with a sword that sent chills to Naruto. There was nothing strange about this sword, it was a long double-bladed sword that had a long hilt with 4 light blue symbols and 1 red one in the center. The hilt ended in the shape of 4 dragon claws, the blade of the sword had a purple color bordered with gold in the middle. When Andreas arrived with them, Naruto felt a little strange with the sword so close to him. "Andreas, what is that sword?" the silver-haired man asked, looking cautiously at the sword. "This is Ascalon, it's a sword that comes from Drag-san and Albion-san's world. It's a dragon-slaying sword." Hearing that, Naruto took several steps back, looking at the sword suspiciously. "And why do you bring it to me?" the Ootsutsukki asked with some discomfort upon seeing the sword. "Well, this weapon belonged to the ancient Seker Yuite, it would be good for you to follow his legacy and carry Ascalon," Andreas explained, while Naruto looked at him confused. "Drag, can we do that?" Naruto asked while Drag, who had remained silent since seeing the leaf, nodded, although Naruto couldn't see it. "Yes, the boosted gear works the same way as any other sacred gear, it is strengthened through the will and feelings of the user, and if the wearer wishes it, then it is possible. Just think of the sword entering the gauntlet," the Dragon of Wales explained to its wearer. He was slightly surprised before sighing as he looked at the sword. With some doubt he took Ascalon from the hilt and the boosted gear materialized in his right arm. Slowly the sword began to enter until the gem in the gauntlet shone and it entered completely. Naruto thought about taking out the sword and the long blade of Ascalon came out of the boosted gear. The Ootsutsukki shook the blade a couple of times and noticed that it was incredibly light but not fragile. He reinserted the sword into the gauntlet and looked at Andreas who watched the whole process engrossed. Naruto cleared his throat to get the blonde's attention. When he came out of his thoughts and looked at Naruto who was extending his hand. "Well Andreas, it was a pleasure meeting you, for now we have to go, but I'll be back," Naruto said comically as if it were a warning. "In any case, I hope that when I come back you have weapons as cool as these," the silver-haired man muttered with a smile from ear to ear, as if he were a kid in a candy store. Andreas looked a little impressed by Naruto's attitude before smiling too humpressed assured that Naruto. Andreas exclaimed defiantly while shaking his hand with Naruto's. Naruto smiled, then turned around to see how Shinju had already prepared a portal. The god tree entered the black portal, the silver-haired man began to walk towards the portal, but before entering the Ootsutsukki turned around one last time to take a last look at the store. Multiverse shop. For some reason I felt like I would go there a lot. Chapter 22. The date with Daimyo. From a black portal appeared Shinju, now as a Kage Bunshin and Naruto, in his normal state, right in the basement of the Namikaze mansion where they had been an hour before. Naruto looked around before focusing his sight on Shinju, frowning at the sight. The tree god stupidly fanned the embers. "What, don't tell me you like me? Although, well, with how bucking hexy I looked in my human form, I don't blame you," Shinju said with some arrogance, while puffing out his chest with pride. However, he didn't expect the following. Naruto took out his scavenger rifle from his inventory before pointing it at Shinju, more specifically at the head. With a single shot the clone's head exploded along with the rest of his body. The shot also generated a loud bang throughout the mansion. "You know you're going to have to try a little harder than that if you want to kill me, Snow White," the voice of the tree god mocked in Naruto's mind, who growled slightly at the insult. It didn't help to hear Drake and Albion's laughter at his nickname. "Believe me, if there was a way to kill you, I would already be looking for it. Sigh, am I the only one in the multiverse who suffers with an idiot bastard in his head?" The silver-haired man asked himself, overwhelmed. In Akatsuki's underground lair, a certain universe-destroying Ootsutsukki sneezed and strangely felt some pity for his good counterpart. "Well partner, I think it's time for you to fix everything you have to do," Drake said to Naruto, who nodded at what the Welsh dragon said. "You're right, Drake. I have an appointment at 7 with Natsumi-chan." Sigh, with everything that's happened today, I'd already forgotten about it, Naruto thought, somewhat embarrassed for having forgotten something so important until. "I got you," shouted a voice that Naruto recognized very well and that seemed very familiar to the boosted gear dragon. From one moment to another Naruto felt someone pounce on him and began to scratch his face. "Quick, rename and call someone to take care of him," shouted a certain red-haired Biju while scratching the intruder's face harder. Kurama-san said with a calm and serene voice, a certain blue-eyed Digimon. "Don't waste time," Kurama ordered. Kurama-san, rename repeated, raising her voice slightly. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," roared the Redeed. "Kurama-san," the blue-eyed girl exclaimed. That's Naruto-kun," informed the fox Digimon, while Kurama lowered his gaze to see his boyfriend's scratched face. "Kuri-chan," Naruto muttered, slightly annoyed. "Naru-kun," Kurama said, both nervous and happy. "Ria's Gremory?" asked a surprised Drake. "Shinju," the tree god exclaimed childishly. All while Albion felt somewhat left out. Quickly the Biju tails again got off her boyfriend's face and apologized before remembering something. "Wait a second, why am I apologizing?" 5. But the blow that sank her face into Naruto's shoulders, the Biju completely changed her emotional state. Naruto grabbed some of her hair and pulled it to get her head out. "And what was that for?" an angry Naruto asked, receiving a scathing look from the Redeed. "For worrying me, Baka. Where have you been in the last 5 hours?" the Biju asked as if it were a child's tantrum and crossing her arms looking elsewhere. "Damned son dear," Naruto whispered, but unfortunately the blue-green-eyed girl could almost hear him. "What?" Kurama asked as his hair took the form of 9 furious tails and his Biju-shaped silhouette was visible behind him. "I love you so much," the Ootsutsukki responded quickly. He could be the strongest being in the world and be armed to the bone, but he knew that it was never good to make a woman angry. "Ria's Gremory. How are you alive? I saw when Nightmare Ootsutsukki killed you," Drake said as a green gem on the back of Naruto's hand was shown. Seeing that, the Redeed blinked in confusion. "Naru-kun, why is your hand talking to me?" the Nine-Tails Biju asked since, from her perspective, her boyfriend's hand spoke. With a rather loud and strident voice, it should be noted. "Drake, who is Ria's Gremory?" the Ootsutsukki dragon asked, raising his hand until his hand was in front of his face. No, you're not Ria's Gremory. Your current state and your energy are completely different and… Stop all the mystery, Drake. Who is Ria's? Naruto interrupted somewhat impatiently, and at the slight shock, absolute silence reigned until the red dragon spoke again. Ria's Gremory was one of my former wielder's partners. More specifically, she was the high-class devil who reincarnated as Drake said to Naruto's surprise and Kurama's curiosity upon seeing the back of his boyfriend's hand glow. But Kurama has always been a Bijuu, it's not possible that she's that Ria's Naruto explained, hearing a loud sigh from the Dragon of Whales. From one second to the next the entire place was in darkness, the deep voice of the boosted gear dragon caught everyone's attention. I'll show you in another way were Drake's words, before everything began to light up and Kurama was seen. No, it wasn't Kurama, but he looked practically the same as her, except that he didn't have her tails and ears were practically the same, he had the same blood-red hair and those captivating blue-green eyes, plus the outfit he was wearing. Wow. Naruto blushed like a tomato when he saw the outfit that Kurama was wearing, and he wasn't the only one since Renamen looked with wide eyes and a small blush at the outfit the Redeed was wearing. Kurama for his part just looked slightly surprised before smiling like a predator and looking for a way to photograph that, seeing how red his boyfriend was, that gave him a few ideas. The outfit that Ria's was wearing was curious. She wore a dark purple-pink skirt bordered with white that showed off her beautiful, long legs, a white shirt with vertical stripes, and a sort of black vest that was open in the area of her breasts, revealing her enviable D-cup. The outfit wasn't revealing or anything, in fact, it could almost pass for a normal uniform, but on that girl, it gave off a certainly exotic air. Seeing her similarity to the Kurama girl, she approached her boyfriend. Hey, Naru-kun, why do I look like that girl? The Bijuu asked, receiving a shrug from Naruto. That's because apparently you and Ria's Gremory share the same nine-tails Bijuu appearance, Drake said before the boosted gear and divine dividing formed in the silver-haired man's arms. Kurama seeing that was greatly surprised before his gaze became so serious that it scared Naruto. Let's talk. 6:15 p.m. 1 hour later. Let me see if I understand, Kurama began to say after having everything explained to him. You fought against another you from a universe where you turn evil. He put two dragons inside you that have the power to kill gods. You went on a date with the Uchiha and then F-Keter, only for the conscience of the Shinju whose fruit you ate to take you to a multiversal store where they sell whatever, and all this time you weren't there was because A. You were bucking the Uchiha. B. You went to a store to buy weapons, and C. You were bucking the Uchiha. Because you big asshole. My name is Kurama, Naruto informed. It didn't occur to you to tell me you were okay. The Redeed finished saying as she began to breathe heavily from anger. Did I forget something? The blue-greenish-eyed girl asked sarcastically. Did I miss you? Naruto said as if it were a question. One of the nine-tailed Bijuu's eyebrows began to tremble from pure anger. Nice, no, great, that's great. Now do you want to give me a reason why I shouldn't drag you to the bedroom and do it so hard that I break your harness? The Redeed asked threateningly. Naruto swallowed hard upon hearing that and covered his crotch at the graphic threat. There are some weapons in that store that you might like, Naruto stammered as he took out his M1 irons from his inventory and passed them to Kurama, who looked at the revolvers with curiosity. How do they work? The Redeed asked. Well, it's simple, just point the barrel at the target and pull the trigger. A bullet capable of killing a human with one shot will come out of there, Naruto began to explain before being interrupted. Bang bang bang. Kurama quickly unloaded 3 shots right at Naruto's head, to the surprised Drake, horror Albion and Renamen, and amusement Shinju of those present. Naruto had his head back with his back bent in an incredibly flexible position. Sigh, couldn't they kill with one shot? The Bijuu asked with some annoyance as Naruto returned to his normal position, only to see how the bullets had stopped right in his forehead. Removing them with his hands, the Ootsutsukki took the guns and put them to the side of his head, as if he was going to commit suicide. Let me try, Naruto asked before pulling the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Why, Naruto began to wonder as he reloaded the revolver. Bang. No. Bang. Pan-I. Bang. Die. Naruto exclaimed in a completely exasperated tone. Bang 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 bang. Watching as Naruto grabbed the other revolver, loaded it along with the first one and unloaded them into his head, those present agreed that Naruto was truly upset for not even being able to be hurt, something strange coming from him, but personally, some of them either didn't care or knew that it was just Naruto acting like Naruto. Leave that alone, Naru-kun. You have a date to go to, the Redeed informed the Ootsutsukki, who sighed before nodding, remembering the matter with Natsumi. Daimyo Palace. Gardens. 7:15 p.m. In the gardens of the palace of, or rather of the daimyo, the guests began to arrive to the party that the daimyo Natsumi Takeda had sponsored to form some friendships or ties between nobles. Speaking of the black-haired noblewoman, she was currently at the entrance looking for a certain blue-eyed Otsutsuki. "Excuse me," Miss Daimyo sighed upon hearing a voice speaking to her. It was surely one of those young nobles who wanted to try to woo her. Hell, the party had been going on for 15 minutes and almost 30 nobles were talking to her with the same reasoning. Trying to seduce her as if she were a damn trophy. Fed up with it, the black-haired woman turned around, ready to face the idiot who was bothering her. Only to find sapphire blue eyes and a kind, warm smile. "Would you grant me this piece?" "Na Naruto-kun," Daimyo muttered, a small red tint adorning her cheeks upon seeing Naruto's appearance. Her eyes widened in surprise at her own tone. She had just stuttered. That had never happened to her before. He was dressed in a royal blue bodice with gold and white detailing in various places, a white shirt with horizontal stripes, brown pants, and black shoes to finish. His silver hair was longer than usual, giving him a certain mature air. He also looked taller and more adult, giving him a more mature appearance. For some reason, Natsumi felt a strange warmth in her chest when she saw him. Naruto smiled at the black-haired girl, although a small blush was also visible on his face at Natsumi's attire. Daimyo wore a short red kimono that reached her thighs, being open at the legs. The kimono left the Takita's shapely and sensual legs completely visible. The kimono had an opening in the chest that showed off her large breasts. Wow, Naruto would have sworn that Natsumi's breasts had grown. How perverted did he sound thinking that? Well, it wasn't all his fault. The black-haired girl normally wore armor that squeezed her breasts quite a bit, with the armor on the Takita showed off some enviable D-cup breasts a little bigger than Kurama's, but with that kimono, she revealed some impressive E-cup breasts almost F. How many times have I repeated the word breasts in my mind? Naruto mentally asked himself, considering his perverted but understandable thoughts. To be exact 5 times, but who can blame you? Those are bigger than the Uchiha and the Kyuubi combined, said a slightly surprised tree god. "I, just like your old wielder," Red Albion muttered, slightly depressed, because his rival would always be remembered as the Op-Eye dragon, even in another universe. "Shut up, Albion," an even more depressed Drake responded. Ignoring his tenants, the blue-eyed woman extended his hand to the black-haired girl. "Sorry for being late, Natsumi-chan, you look beautiful," Naruto praised with a smile that only made the black-haired girl blush more. Don't worry, and you look very handsome too," Takita returned the compliment before taking Naruto's arm and walking straight to the party. Upon arriving, Naruto saw the place. It was a garden with ivory tiles on the ground, with various types of plants and flowers. There was a table where some type of alcoholic beverage was being seen that many nobles, who Naruto could feel were the least rotten, since he barely felt bad intentions in them, were drinking and talking among themselves jovially. Asked Takita, pulling Naruto by the arm, who felt slightly uncomfortable with the gazes of several nobles on him. Upon reaching the table where the nobles were drinking and talking, a 45-year-old man with dull brown hair with graying roots and slightly wrinkled skin smiled when he saw Daimyo, but it wasn't a malicious smile. It was like the smile a grandfather gives his granddaughter. "Oh, Natsu-tan. What brings you here?" the old man asked in a jovial tone. "Hakshiro-jisen, I'm sponsoring the party," Daimyo clarified with a drop on the back of her neck. Seeing the enormous amount of beer jugs behind the noble old man, the drop on her neck grew twice as much. "How many beers have you drunk?" Takita asked with a slightly surprised tone. "About 5 barrels," the old man said before falling to the ground, which he never fell, because some of the nobles who accompanied him held him. In a second the man stood up as if he were a living dead and began to drink again. "An acquaintance of yours?" Blue-eyed asked. "He was the one who taught me many things about how to govern well," Takita muttered, remembering that Teichiro Tatsumaki was her teacher in many things, one of them being diplomacy, and that he also trained her physically. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be who she was today. "He looks pretty lively for his age and status," said the Ootsutsiki, watching the old man drink another barrel of beer. "Not all nobles are bitter people with a 2-foot-long stick up their ass, you know. Most of the nobles here are people who just came to a party to have fun." "Well, whatever," said the brunette before grabbing one of the beer mugs and starting to drink from it. "Are you going to start drinking?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "PFF, please, I'm an adult. Besides, what's wrong with it? You should try it," the brunette advised as she downed the mug. Naruto looked at the mug closely. There was a saying among shinobi that said, "If you're old enough to kill, you're an adult." It was because of things like that it was moderately normal that despite Sayori and he being still children, they had had hex. However, Naruto looked at the mug with some care. He had never smoked or drunk alcohol. Downplaying it, he grabbed a beer and began to drink it. When the flavor flooded Naruto's mouth, he grimaced slightly. The taste was somewhat bitter, but far from it, it tasted quite good. Before Naruto realized it, he had already ordered another jar. He looked to the side at Natsumi, who had a large amount of beer mugs behind her. Wow, they were almost double the old man's. "Don't you think you're drinking too much, Natsumi-chan?" the Ootsutsiki asked, expecting an answer from an alcoholized noble, but instead the black-haired girl just raised her index finger asking for a moment while she finished drinking the beer. Believe me, most of my assistants or advisors won't let me drink like this. They say, it's a drink unworthy of people of our kind or there's no time for such base recreational activities, Takeda said, her voice overly high-pitched and dramatic. The blue-eyed boy laughed lightly at that, but realized something. Wait, aren't you drunk? The silver-haired boy asked, trying to sound polite to refer to the fact that daimyo could be, well, drunk. Itsumi just laughed lightly at the question. Naruto-kun, believe me. I've drunk much more than this, the black-haired girl clarified to Naruto with a drop on the back of his neck when he saw the excessively large amount of beer jugs. Not wanting to imagine how much was too much for the black-haired girl, the blue-eyed girl took her hand. The Takeda girl complained about it because she wanted to keep drinking, but when she saw where Naruto was going, she got confused. Naruto led the Takeda to the dance floor where some nobles were already dancing, unknowingly placing themselves in the center of them all. The couple looked into each other's eyes. When I arrived, I asked you if you wanted to dance with me, you didn't answer, the Ootsutsukki argued in a flat tone, watching as Natsumi blushed for having forgotten that. Taking a deep breath to get rid of any embarrassment, the black-haired woman extended her hand to the silver-haired man. I would love to dance with you, my lord, the black-eyed woman said in a slightly sensual tone. Naruto blushed for two reasons. Natsumi's tone and the fact that he remembered something important. Edo, Natsumi-chan, I don't know how to dance, the blue-eyed boy admitted, slightly embarrassed. He knew how to do many things, but he never learned how to dance. The Takeda laughed lightly, increasing the silver-haired man's embarrassment. Without warning, the Takeda got very close to the blue eyes and hugged him by the neck, her face, and the Ootsutsukis were just inches away from touching. It's easy, just grab my waist and follow my steps, the black-haired woman explained to Naruto, who did as requested. His hands hugged the black-haired woman's waist. Using his senses, the silver-haired man could feel when Natsumi was going to move one foot or the other. Following her rhythm, the Ootsutsukki did the same. Takeda had her head on the blue-eyed boy's chest as they danced. She could feel Naruto's heartbeat. His heart was beating slowly and strongly, like a big drum. It was relaxing to a certain point. She could feel the scent that emanated from him. He didn't smell like someone who had never taken a shower or someone who wore an excessively large amount of perfume. It was a soft and sweet scent. He smelled like Naruto. Being so close to him let her feel the blue-eyed boy's very well-formed muscles. Being in his big arms didn't help much to calm the small blush that took over her face. Naruto, for his part, looked calm, very calm, but internally his mind was in chaos. He felt like his brain was going to explode. He could feel the soft skin of the brunette with his fingers, her scent book. She smelled bucking good. His mind memorized the aroma that Natsumi gave off. He didn't even have words to describe what the brunette's fragrance was like. If he had known he would feel so nervous, he would have drunk a whole barrel of beer. He had a lump in his throat that made it difficult for him to speak, and his nerves were tense like never before. Trying to get rid of his nervousness, the silver-haired man cleared his throat to get rid of the lump in his throat and speak normally. You smell good, Natsumi-chan, is that seriously the best you could come up with, idiot? Naruto didn't know if it was him or Shinju who said that, but he had to agree with whoever it was. That was stupid, even for him. Thank you, Naruto-kun, the black-haired girl thanked her with her eyes closed so that she couldn't see Naruto's surprised expression. The black-haired girl put her head on Naruto's shoulder. Her head and nose were on Naruto's neck, and there she breathed in his scent, making Naruto blush in the process. When he felt Natsumi's breath on his neck, you smell good too. Naruto's blush increased 100 times with those words. His face turned completely red. A tomato would look like an albino compared to the silver-haired man's skin. Naruto sighed with some embarrassment. I sounded like an idiot, joked the blue-eyed. The Takeda laughed slightly at the joke. Her laughter only embarrassed Naruto more. It was official. He felt like the stupidest being on the planet. He had never felt so nervous when talking to a girl. The black-haired girl began to say, attracting Naruto's attention. But you are the most handsome fool in the world, the black-haired girl said with a slightly mischievous tone. Naruto looked away with his face completely blushed. Natsumi was grateful for that because she was also blushing a lot. They were so absorbed in their personal world that they didn't notice how the rest of the party members had stopped dancing, watching the couple. For some reason, it was as if they radiated something that caught everyone's attention. It was like a small, almost imperceptible glow, like a newlywed couple. When she took a step forward, he took a step back. When she turned, he turned. It was a dance in which the other was in sync with the contrary. Natsumi gave a slight turn and let herself fall on her back. Naruto caught her, and without realizing it, their faces were almost completely stuck together. Naruto's long hair served as a curious curtain that covered both of their faces. They both looked at each other. The black of the Takeda's eyes was a great contrast to the bright blue of the Ootsutsuki's eyes. Without realizing it, they both brought their faces closer to each other's, their lips meeting in a soft and sweet kiss. It shouldn't have lasted more than 45 seconds, but for both of them, it was as if time stopped while they had their lips. Naruto lifted the brunette who had been held by Naruto, they continued kissing the other until Natsumi needed to breathe, some light applause caught their attention, there they saw how one of the nobles began to applaud, followed by another and another, until everyone was applauding at the couple, or in the case of the more jovial ones, they whistled in admiration towards Naruto, especially for who she had just kissed. They both blushed at the amount of attention and what they had just done, with a slight bow from both of them the party continued. Natsumi Takita's room. 7 a.m. The next day. Ugh, a certain black-haired noblewoman began to say as she felt the sun begin to illuminate her windows and hit her right in the face, the hangover she had wasn't helping at all. Daimyo grabbed a pillow and threw it at the window. Damn son. Can't you sleep in for another 5 bucking hours? Go back to stuck, you 5th grade prostitute. Natsumi cursed quite angry because the sun wasn't letting her sleep. You know, Natsumi-chan, I doubt the sun can hear you, said a voice that made the brunette's blood run cold. Turning her head, she could see a certain blue-eyed girl, his torso bare, the sheet covering his lower half, his cheek resting on his fist, a malicious smile directed at her. And Naruto-kun. Pregunto una incredula Natsumi. Why court? Nah, just kidding. Yo, Natsumi-chan. Naruto greeted with a smile. Oh my god, don't tell me we did it, the black-haired girl asked, while Naruto smiled even more. But we did it is a nice way of saying that you literally drank from me like a thirsty castaway. At that clear and graphic description, the brunette's face turned completely red, then you rode me like a professional cowgirl, the blush increased even more, and then the roles were reversed, you were the one who was mounted out of embarrassment, the brunette couldn't take it anymore. Hi. The brunette shouted, grabbing the sheet to cover her dress. She wasn't naked, she was wearing the same dress as last night. Looking at Naruto she noticed how he had his torso naked, but nothing more, he was wearing his pants, nothing more. Ahahahaha. Naruto began to laugh thunderously at the joke he played on the brunette, who, upon realizing the truth, her face turned red, not red from embarrassment. Red from anger. Pure anger. Aya. The black-haired girl shouted before lunging at Naruto and trying to hit him, the key word was try because Naruto dodged them like nothing. Stop dodging and accept your punishment. Never. At some point in the struggle, Naruto was on top of Natsumi, who was trying in vain to get away from Naruto. Calm down a bit, Natsumi-chan, Naruto advised Natsumi, who glared at the blue-eyed girl with a vengeful look. To calm the black-haired girl down, the Ootsutsukki did something she hadn't expected. He kissed her, memories of the previous night came to the black-eyed girl's mind. She, who had remained stunned during the kiss, began to close her eyes and return the kiss with a small blush on her face, a blush that only increased when she felt the Ootsutsuki's tongue begin to invade her mouth. Naruto separated his mouth from the black-haired girl's with a thread of saliva that he removed by licking his lips. Bringing his face closer to the brunette's ear, the Ootsutsuki said with a rather insinuating tone, if you're upset because we didn't do it last night, we can change that. Naruto muttered before licking Natsumi's cheek in a way that only increased her blush. The black-haired girl let out a muffled moan as she felt Naruto begin to touch her breasts. And Naruto wait, the black-haired girl asked, and Naruto instantly stopped to look at the Takita's blushing face. Could we go out for some time first? The black-haired girl asked, timidly playing with her fingers like a certain Hyuga who felt copied for some reason. Naruto scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment, damn, he almost did it again. Sure, Naruto agreed before looking at the time. 7:15 minutes, sigh, today is Monday, so I have to go back to doing missions, how lazy. Naruto exclaimed, lowering his head in depression. The black-haired daimyo laughed lightly at Naruto's attitude before feeling him kiss her again. See you later, Natsumi-chan, Naruto said before disappearing in a silver flash. The black-haired girl touched her lips while having a surprised look before sighing and grabbing a pillow that she hugged, she kept looking at apparent nothingness before starting to laugh like a schoolgirl in love. Focus, Natsumi. You have work to do, the black-haired girl told herself seriously, but the seriousness didn't last long because a smile formed on her face, not even all the paperwork of the day could take that smile away from her. I wonder if I should have told him about his mission to the snow country, daimyo mentally wondered. Nah, she said, downplaying it. Konoha. Con Naruto. 8 a.m. Naruto had arrived in Konoha, he arrived in a silver flash in the middle of an alley, so no one noticed his appearance out of nowhere. The Ootsutsukki took out of his inventory a black-covered book that he bought in the multiverse shop about Kai. In one leap the Ootsutsukki reached the roof of a house and began to jump for them. This could be very useful, Naruto whispered as he read what the book said. Story about Kai. In a remote region of the multiverse lies a set of universes, 12 in total. These 12 universes have rules very destined for the others, among them the 7th universe is a very special one. In this universe there is a very powerful race. The Saiyans. These were beings whose power was such that some of the most powerful could destroy planets, their morphology was quite similar to that of humans, except that they had a monkey tail on their waist. This tail is not just an ornament through the energy produced by natural satellites such as the moon, or to a lesser extent the planet's one, called Blutz ray waves. This energy hits the retina of the Saiyans, which through their tail, could become gigantic apes called Azeru. In this form the power of the Saiyans increased 10 times, in addition to their incredible size was something to take into account. When the Ootsutsukki crossed the infinite space seeking to spread their religion, some of the most powerful, which thanks to the potent abilities of their eyes, continued to travel to other universes to spread their religion through the same space-time. In doing so, the Ootsutsukki met the Saiyans. The Ootsutsukki were peaceful calm beings and used their power only when necessary. The Saiyans on the other hand were belligerent, furious and looked for fights whenever they could. Otsutsuki and Saiyans were opposite poles. That is why the war between them did not take long to break out. The Saiyans were powerful, more so than many other races. They could destroy entire planets thanks to their powerful Kai, a completely destructive energy. However, the Ootsutsukki could bend time and space at will. They were fairly evenly matched fights. However, that equality ended when the patriarch of the Ootsutsukki clan at the time, Ryu Ootsutsukki, appeared on the battlefield. Ryu was and possibly will be the strongest Ootsutsukki of all time. He could create solar systems with a lift of his hand. His own power was something that wiped out a gigantic number of Saiyans, however, that ended when he appeared. The Saiyan who strangely didn't like fighting, but who had to do it and saw the woman he loved die, turned to dust by an Ootsutsukki attack. The change in that Saiyan was great, very great. His usual black hair, already bristly, bristled even more and turned golden. His jet black eyes turned sky blue. That was a Saiyan who was part of the legend as Super Saiyan. The power of that Saiyan was great, too much for anyone. Even for an Ootsutsukki. The only one who could face him was Ryu Ootsutsukki. But even he fell before the power of the wrathful Saiyan. Seeing their patriarch die, all the Ootsutsukki returned to their universe, not wanting to lose any more of their own. Centuries later, an evil being called Frieza, who commanded an entire fleet of which the Saiyans were his rebels, destroyed the planet where the Saiyans lived for fear that the legendary Super Saiyan would appear. However, a capsule managed to escape from the planet, a capsule in which a small Saiyan was transported to Earth in the 7th universe. The name that child received upon falling to Earth was Son Goku, or his Saiyan name Kakarado. The little Saiyan was raised on Earth until years later and on a planet called Namek, he faced the evil Freezer, managing to transform into the Super Saiyan and defeat him. Wow, who would have thought that Kai had so much history, Naruto muttered quite surprised. You're right, not even I knew that the Ootsutsukki had history with that race that controlled that energy, Shinju commented, also impressed. Oh, it's you Shinju. You've been quiet since yesterday, Naruto said with some reluctance upon hearing the voice of the god tree again. Curious Drake commented, to which Naruto raised his right hand in which a green gem shone. What's up, partner? Naruto asked the Welsh dragon. It's just that in the world Blanco and I came from there was a being called Sun Wukong, also called Son Goku, the red dragon muttered in a slightly thoughtful tone. Yes. The Journey to the West, I already read that book, Naruto said in a hurried tone before realizing something. Now that I think about it, the Yonbi has the same name as that guy, the Ootsutsukki muttered, remembering that Kurama told him that the name of the Four Tails was Son Goku too. Greg, do you think that Goku has anything to do with the one from your world? The tree god asked. I doubt it, in the world Rojo and I came from there were no records of anyone who controlled Kai, he replied to Albion, to which a vein formed in Naruto's right hand. Boy, albino lizard, you were talking to me. Drake said quite angrily. What did you call me, a burnt crocodile? The vanishing dragon asked equally angry. Besides being stupid, you're now deaf. I called you. Ignoring the dragon's discussion, Naruto began to continue reading about what that Goku did. His achievement of defeating Frieza, fighting hand to hand against a bio-android, whatever that was, that had the DNA of him and several of his friends, and finally killing a world destroyer who looked like a pink boy. This Goku guy is quite impressive, I wonder how strong he is, said Naruto, seeing the long list of things that the Saiyan raised on Earth did. Don't tell me you plan to confront him? Shinju asked in an incredulous tone, doubting the sanity of the last Ootsutsukki. I like fighting, not suicides. I'm far from being some kind of challenge for someone like him, Naruto muttered, knowing that even if he mastered his power, he wouldn't even be a fly for someone like the Saiyan. Now that I think about it, the Ootsutsukki and Saiyans are practically the opposite. The Saiyans use the energy of their body, the Kai. And the Ootsutsukki use the energy of the soul, the Chakra. Although the first is more powerful, the second has more uses. On the other hand, Kai is practically infinite, and if someone had infinite Chakra, they would practically reach omnipotence, Naruto muttered, knowing that raw power isn't everything, tactics and intelligence also served. In addition to the fact that Kai could do a lot, there was also the fact that Chakra had so many uses that if they were all mastered and there was some kind of battery that recharged the Chakra infinitely, the uses that could be given to Chakra would be practically all. although now that I thought about it, if a Saiyan or someone who only has Kai were to fall into some kind of Genjutsu, it would be impossible. First of all, Genjutsu entangled the brain through the chakra network, meaning a Saiyan would be practically impossible to put into a Genjutsu. They don't have chakra. The Ootsutsukki put that aside and continued reading what the book said until he noticed two things that caught his attention: techniques and transformations. Naruto muttered while reading a long list of the techniques of the different fighters of the Dragon Ball universe, but what caught his attention were the transformations that some of the races of that universe had. Some races like the Saiyans who had a transformation like the Super Saiyan had also been able to reach some other states. Naruto looked at a photo of himself Goku in his normal state. The guy looked curious. He was wearing an orange combat guy, a shirt, belt, boots and blue wristbands. The most curious thing was his black hair which literally looked like a palm tree, practically defying gravity. Then another photo in which the black-haired man looked at himself with his hair, which had turned blonde, raised upwards and with sky blue eyes. Naruto looked at above the photo were the words SKP Saiyajin, which translated would be Super Saiyan. Super Saiyajin base. Also known as ordinary Super Saiyan. This is the first level of Super Saiyan, as such, requiring users to enter a state of extreme anger or fear frustration. The first time they use it, they may end up in a state of shock. Characteristics. His hair becomes spiky and blonde, his eyes change to a light green, his muscles increase slightly, and his personality becomes very explosive and violent due to the rage required in this form. He also has a constant golden aura surrounding his body. His strength increases 50-fold, as does his speed. Super Saiyan Full Power. Super Saiyan Maximum Power. To reach this state you must master the power of a Super Saiyan. For this it is necessary to maintain the Super Saiyan phase all the time that a Saiyan is conscious, except when sleeping, so that the Saiyan does not feel the difference in state, so that once accustomed you can train in this form, and thus achieve greater strength and agility when fighting, also removing the aura. Characteristics. Spiked blonde hair, though not spiky, blue-green eyes, and no new aura. The user feels no tension in their body, as they have already grown accustomed to the transformation. Once the state is mastered, anger is no longer necessary to transform, and the user's personality returns to normal, allowing for a 125-fold increase in strength and speed. Super Saiyajin Phase 2. Also called Super Saiyan 2. The second Super Saiyan state is achieved through hard training and/or great anger. Characteristics. The hair remains blonde, although completely upturned, except in some cases where there are one or two strands on the forehead. The eyes remain green, become more arrogant, the eyebrows are slightly thinner, and the aura of power has small lightning bolts. The Super Saiyan maximum power is multiplied by 2, that is, 250 times the base power. Strength is increased 15,000 times, as is speed. Super Saiyajin Phase 3. Also called Super Saiyan 3. The third state of the Super Saiyan. At this stage the user adopts more changes than before. The hair grows to a little below the waist, the eyebrows disappear, and the power increases to unimaginable levels. Characteristics. The hair grows below the waist, the hair remains blonde, the eyebrows completely disappear because all the hair on the body goes to the skull, and the pupil of the eyes is marked. The rays that the aura of the Super Saiyan 2 presence are preserved. Multiplies 4 times the Super Saiyan 2, that is, 1000 times the base power. Super Saiyajin Phase 4. This Super Saiyan phase is a hybrid transformation between Super Saiyan and a Zeru. To reach this level, the Saiyan must be purebred, not mixed, and simply have a tail. Characteristics. A large amount of hair appears on the body, including the tail, and depending on the warrior, it will be a reddish color, and the hair on the head can turn black, brown, or red. A red outline appears around the eyes. The tail becomes the same color as the body hair, although it should be noted that the characteristics are different for each Saiyan. Strength is increased 15,000 times, as is speed. Naruto read and reread the words that were written on the pages of the book and could only think of one thing. Bucking mother, if before he thought he had little chance of beating that Goku, now he knew one thing. He would never have a chance against someone like him. He would literally have to use the boost to infinity to even think about reaching that level. However, one last page caught his attention. Super Saiyajin Dios. It is a Super Saiyan form that goes beyond even Super Saiyan 3. It is considered the ultimate phase of the Super Saiyan and the true legendary phase, being able to match the god of destruction of the 7th universe Bills. However, it is subject to a time limit. To achieve this phase, the power of 6 pure Saiyan hearts is needed. They can also be mixed race or those that have not yet been born. Characteristics. This is the main transformation, the one that represents the fewest physical changes, while being the most powerful. His body becomes thinner and his hair becomes slightly bristly, turning a red color like the user's eyes and aura. The hair returns to the form it was in the Saiyan's base state, and strength increases 50,000 times, as does speed. Wow, just wow. Naruto, Shinju, Drake, and Albion stared at the page in disbelief. How did even the Ootsutsukis stand a chance? No one knew, although Naruto didn't understand why the book contradicted itself. It said that a Super Saiyan appeared in a fight against the Ootsutsukis. But apparently the legend of that Super Saiyan god was even older. I can't help but wonder if we Ootsutsukis can do something similar, Naruto muttered foolishly before receiving a joint zap from the white and red dragons, who took control of Naruto's hands, in addition to a scream from Shinju and the two. Are you really? Are you really? Are you really? The three of them shouted angrily. Okay, I get it. I'm not going to try to become a Super Otsutsuki Phase 10 or whatever, said Naruto, defending himself as best he could. He sighed lightly before raising a finger and creating a small sphere of Kai at the tip of his finger. Looking closely at his finger, the silver-haired man could notice how it had a burn that allowed the roasted muscle to be seen before the small sphere. The silver-haired man undid the small sphere before creating a larger one in the palm of his hand. Then he watched, without any surprise, as the skin of his entire palm literally fried to the point that the muscle began to burn and part of the bone was visible. Naruto undid the sphere when his regeneration healed the burn as if nothing had happened. Status, Naruto muttered before his stats were displayed before him. Number: Naruto Ootsutsuki X Namek is Uzumaki. Age: 13 years and 3 months biologically. Level: 31. EXP: %5. Idol surnames: Sekiryute Hakuryuku. Affiliate: Konohagakure no Sato Ootsutsuki Clan. Race: Ootsutsuki Dragon. Main occupation: Shinobi. HP: 2500, 1500 balance breaker mode, regeneration of 250 HP per second. MP: 3200, 2000 balance breaker mode, 310 MP regeneration per minute. Strength: 230, 300 gear second, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Defense: 250, 200 gear second. Hits and impacts -500 cuts, 100 Buzushoku Haki, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode, -2000 Dragon Slayer weapons. Speed: 200, 500 gear second, 1500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released. Intelligence: 200. Secrecy: 120. Magic: 320. Stamina: 750. Charisma: 500. Luck: 130. Equipment: Weapons: Muramus, 750, Elemental 1200. Ascalon, 500, Dragons 2000. M1 Irons, 250. Ray Gun, 1500. Ray Gun X2 of Porter 2000. Scavenger, 3000. Wave Gun, 3000, Dual Zap Gun, 1500. Death Machine, 4000. Armor: Chakra Microfiber Clothing, 100, equipped. Welsh Dragon Scale Mail Vanishing Dragon Scale Mail, 1000. Accessories: none. Elemental Management, Chakra. Fire Element, Level: Expert. Water Element, Level: Expert. Wind Element, Level: Expert. Lightning Element, Level: Expert. Earth Element, Medium Level. Being Element, Level: Expert. Yang Element, Level: Expert. Yin Yang Element, Level: Apprentice. Secondary Elementary Management of. Ice Element, Level: Expert. Storm Element, Level: Expert. Burn Element, Level: Medium High. Wood Element, Level: Medium High. Light Element, Level: Medium High. Darkness Element, Level: Low. Crystal Element, Level: Low. Lava Element, Level: Low. Steam Element, Level: Low. Magical Handling. Black Magic, Level: Low. Pyro, Level: 1/100th, MP cost: 500. Ice, Level: 1/100th, MP cost: 500. Electro, Level: 1/100th, MP cost: 500. White Magic, Level: Low. Pure, Level: 1/100th, MP cost: 500. Temporary Magic, Level: Low. No known techniques. Blue Magic, Level: Low. No known techniques. Offices. Night, Level: 1/100th. Techniques. Protect, Level: 1/100th. The skill that allows a teammate to maintain protection. The Protect skill uses the user's own body as a shield that protects the innocent. The higher the level, the less damage enemy attacks will cause. Monk, Level: 1/100th. There are no techniques at the current level. Bragantine, Level: 1/100th. Skip: 1/100th. Ability that allows you to jump hundreds of meters into the sky and land on the enemy, causing a large amount of damage upon landing. Skills. Chakra Management, Level: 75 100s. Hat, level. 95 100s. Suiton, level. 95 100s. Butin, level. 97 100s. Brayton, Nivel. 95 100s. Level. 85 100s. Binton, level. 90 100s. Biotin, Yang, level. 90. Iotin, level. 95 100. Branton, level. 95 100s. Shakutan, Nivel. 75 100s. Mokutan, level. 65 100s. Am, 67 100s. Mighton, level. 15 100s. Shoten, Nivel. 15 100s. Biotin, lava, level. 20 100s. Juryutin, level. 25 100s. Putton, Nivel. 15 100s. Swordsmanship, level. 45 100s. Skill that measures the user's skill handling with any type of sword. The higher the level of mastery, the more damage attacks with it will cause. 150 damage with swords. Dual wield, level. 35 100s. Skill that measures the user's skill handling with two swords. The higher the level of mastery, the more damage will be caused with two swords. 300 damage with swords. Triple wield, level. 25 100s. Skill that measures the user's skill handling with three swords. The higher the level of mastery, the more damage will be caused with three swords. 350 damage with swords. Sub-skill. Santoryu, Nivel. 25 100s. Fencing style that uses three swords to attack. One in each hand and one held in the mouth. Sub-skills. Cooking, level. 45 50s, 30 charisma. Cooking skill that the user possesses. This allows the user to prepare foods that regenerate HP or MP. The higher the cooking skill, the better the dishes will be. Increases charisma depending on the level. Eye management, level. 1 100. Loneliness, level. 1 100. Loneliness times 10, level. 1 100. Ryuken, level. 1 100. Warning. Currently your Kai handling is so low that you may inflict minor damage on yourself. Naruto read his stats, finding no surprise, he had to improve his Kai control. It wasn't that the burns affected him, it was just that the stinging it left was annoying, plus currently it was the most powerful thing he had in his arsenal, and improving it was essential, in addition to its use in Mafia. However, he scratched the back of his neck in confusion when he saw the attacks he had. Where had he learned them from? He had no idea. Literally in his fight with Nightmare, there was a moment in the fight when his body began to move by itself. He didn't even know the names of the techniques he used, it was something strange. He didn't know how, but apparently he already had some techniques up his sleeve. From one moment to the next, Naruto watched as a new window opened before him. Warning. You have 3 skills that you currently have not reviewed, below are the skills you can use. Dimension Maker, Nivel. 1 100. This ability allows you to create small pocket dimensions which you can use to train or learn things within a time limit. The dimension is not as large as the one the user comes from, it is barely the size of a planet. Far from it, the user can adapt the dimension to their liking, as long as it is within their ability and understanding to create it. It is also noted that it is not possible to travel to a dimension created in the middle of a fight. Available dimensions. None. Fuel Crafter, Coast MP. 500, Nivel. 1 100. This ability allows the creation of jewels that can be created by the user's energy. The jewels can store any type of energy the user possesses, however, the higher the level, the more energy they can store and the longer they last. Multiverse Library, MP cost. 1000, level. 1 100. This skill allows you to search for information about any universe, its members and their information. The higher the level, the more information you can obtain. Naruto looked at his new abilities with great surprise. They would undoubtedly not only be very useful in the future, but also quite difficult to learn. The Ootsutsiki sighed before closing his ability information and looking up to see the doors of the Hokage Tower he had arrived at minutes before. He just hoped they would give him a quick mission, he needed to train a lot more than before. The bandits. Naruto and Natsumi walked leaning against each other, enjoying the moment until. But look who we have here. They both turned to see a woman with red hair and eyes, who was strangely dressed in clothes similar to those of nobles. "And you are?" Naruto asked as politely as he could. "Oh, how silly of me to forget. My name is Rosaline Valentine, and I'll be taking Miss Natsumi with me." At those words, both Natsumi and Naruto frowned, however neither the Redeed nor the Ootsutsiki noticed how the black-haired girl's eyes changed to crimson eyes with 3 black tomos in them, shortly after they changed to a lotus flower design, but none of the others noticed it. "Excuse me, but I'm already accompanied," the black-haired woman clarified, trying to sound polite. She took Naruto's arm, but as soon as they turned around they saw a group of bandits surrounding them both. I don't think you can explain to me that you will come with us, regardless of whether you want to or not, although the child can go, Rosaline said, looking condescendingly at Naruto, without noticing how his eyes trembled when he heard what they called him. Excuse me, what did you call me? Naruto asked, his voice distorted in the question, but apparently only Natsumi noticed the change in his voice. Didn't you hear? I called you a kid, that's what you are, a simple child who has no importance. I would bet all the money I have that going out with Daimyo has been and possibly will be the best thing that happens to you in your pathetic life. Don't waste time and go, you're too weak for us, said the redeed without hearing how Naruto said softly. Observe. Name. Rosaline Valentine. Level. 20. Affiliation. Bandits. Race. Human. HP. 200 200s. MP. 5/5. Strength. 15. Defense. 20. Speed. 17. Intelligence. 25. Secrecy. 20. Stamina. 15. Naruto chuckled softly at the woman's stats. Damn, he could kill her with a sneeze. His laughter only increased when he saw the stats of the bandits accompanying her. Name. Bandits. Level. 15-17. Race. Humans. HP. 150 150s and 170 170s. MP. 00. Strength. 20-25. Defense. 10-15. Speed. 10-13. Intelligence. 10-13. Secrecy. 10-20. Stamina. 10-20. Boss. Do you think this is a good idea? Said a bandit, a little scared seeing how Naruto literally began to laugh like a maniac in the purest Madara style. BFF, the kid is just a story. Surely now that he touches a nerve he won't even be that, said the red-eyed girl with disdain. Oh? Another one of your interesting theories, you know what? I'll give them the first blow, let's see how it goes. Naruto said with a completely insane look and voice. Boss, I think it's a trap, said one of the bandits. Please, he's just a child. What's the most he can do? The redeed refuted her subordinate. Itsumi, for her part, looked at Naruto somewhat nervously, not because of the bandits, but because of how he was acting. Naruto, leave them to me, the black-haired girl asked. She knew what Naruto was capable of. He could have beaten someone like Danzo. These guys were nothing. Oh, you look so pretty, Natsumi-chan. You think they're a threat, said Naruto, stroking the black-haired girl's head. However, he stopped doing so and unsheathed Muramus and one of his M1 irons before the black-haired girl's dismayed gaze. Be careful, the first 3 rows are going to splatter, said Naruto sing-songly, scaring Natsumi a little. What does that mean? Asked a slightly fearful Natsumi. Ha. The only thing he received in response was a crazy laugh from Naruto as he walked towards the bandits. Boss, I'm thinking about something. That boy is scaring Natsumi Takeda, a noble who despite being one is said to be quite strong. Shouldn't we be scared too? Asked the same bandit who was previously quite scared when he saw how Naruto's face literally darkened completely. The only thing visible was a pair of dots that symbolized the Ootsutsukis' eyes, one blue and the other an eye. Both so bright that they looked like 2 stars. In addition to the dots, a kind of light in the shape of half formed in the mouth area, drawing a terrifying maniacal smile. As I told you before, I'll give you the first blow, Naruto repeated madly. There are 35 of you and only one of you. Attack him at once. Rosaline ordered, already annoyed. Gathering their courage, all the bandits went to attack Naruto. The cuts kept hitting him, cutting him in some places, causing the bandits to increase their attacks when they saw that he was just a talker. Naruto, for his part, just calmly looked at his HP. When he finished, Naruto was covered in cuts. Ha, like I said. You were just a talker, the redeed began to say when Naruto said out loud. HP. 2497 2500, regeneration of 250 HP per second. Potential damage all enemies can deal in a group. 0.02857142886. What the hell did you just say? Asked a red-eyed girl, slightly scared upon hearing how much damage they could do to the boy. Naruto just looked up as all the wounds closed as if nothing had happened. Well, it's quite simple actually. If you really think you've got me with what you're saying, then let me tell you something. Baby, you see, when you reach a certain level you're practically a bucking wall. They could stab me all holy bucking day and they wouldn't be anywhere close to defeating me. At that statement all the bandits, including Rosaline, were scared. But I have good news for you. Naruto exclaimed jovially, scaring everyone even more. Look, there's no reason to wonder where is your god. Because he's here. The Ootsutsukki exclaimed, pointing at himself before saying in a low voice, as if it were a whisper and with an extremely terrifying tone. And he's dry of mercy, Naruto said with a demented look directed at the bandits. One of them started to cry out of pure fear. Rosaline, trying to get rid of her fear, pointed a kunai at Naruto that she took out of her pocket. Well, what a way to prove my point, kid, you boast about your strength as if you were some kind of god, your strength isn't just to mask your slash, 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 slash. From one moment to the next a gigantic amount of cuts was heard, and Naruto was already in front of Rosaline with his left hand on the Riti's shoulder. She lowered her gaze to her belly, a black sword with a red edge protruding from it. Looking at her subordinates, she could see how they were literally torn to pieces, parts of their bodies were scattered everywhere. Naruto brought his ear closer to the Riti's to tell her, "You've got me up to my balls with your second-grade psychological bullshit," said Naruto more than annoyed. "Enjoy it while you can, this will be the deepest you'll ever be inside a woman," said the red-eyed woman with her last breath before Naruto withdrew the sword and she fell to the ground, dead. "I'm really sorry that you're dead before I tell you that I'm not a virgin, so buck," Naruto shouted when he realized that even before dying that woman had screwed him. Chapter 23. The Rescue of the Snow Princess. Part 1. Naruto opened the doors of the Hokage Tower, walking a little hurriedly since they would be doing missions again, and it would be annoying if by doing them he couldn't train. The Ootsutsukki continued walking until he came across a mirror on the wall. He stopped when he saw the glass object. There he could see himself for the first time in a long time, a thing that had changed. It hadn't just been in the last week, he could no longer see his old self in the mirror. His hair, once ruffled and golden blonde, was now straight and silver like the moon or silver. He had stopped being that short malnourished child and had become an almost adult robust man. His eyes, the most significant change for Naruto. His eyes were once ice blue, now they were dark blue, almost metallic. He didn't look anything like he had when he was a child, although he doubted he had ever been a full-fledged child. The first 3 years of his life, those 3 years were the best and at the same time the worst of his life. The orphanage he lived in was horrible. He was beaten daily for simply asking for food or asking something typical of a child who wasn't even 5 years old. The food Naruto had developed a certain ability to eat everything, well, more than ability, it was a need for survival. The food they gave him there was either rotten or poisoned. He knew it when he remembered the stomach pains he felt. If it weren't for Kurama, he surely wouldn't have lived past 6 months of age. According to what Kurama had told him, since that age they had started trying to poison him. The bed he had had wasn't the best, the wood was rotten, and the mattress was hard, and it was also rotten. While he was in the orphanage he vaguely remembered that Kakashi and Itachi would visit him, and in those days, they would at least give him good food and treat him with affection. Honey, before he met Kakashi, Itachi, the old Hokage, or anyone who treated him well before them, he hadn't even heard of the word. He lived the first 3 years of his life locked up and trained. Like a dog trained with sticks and stones, there was no better way to describe his childhood. When he was 4, things got worse. He was kicked out of the orphanage. It's not like he had much there, but even if the food was rotten or poisoned, at least it was food. The beatings at the orphanage didn't compare to those of the villagers. From what he'd heard, Marino Ibiki, the head of R&T, had suffered torture ranging from nails driven into his head, burns, and broken bones. Among many other things. None of that compared to what he suffered. It might sound pretentious to say that, but it was the truth. He brought his left hand to his right arm, hugging himself with slight discomfort. He touched his left eye. If it weren't for eating the Shinju fruit, he couldn't be a shinobi. No, if he hadn't eaten the fruit, he wouldn't be alive. And even if he were, he would have preferred to bite his tongue until it ripped out and bleed to death. He preferred that to what happened to him when he was 6 years old again. Looking at himself in the mirror again, Naruto sighed as he touched the glass with his fingertips. His hand touched the cold glass as he looked at himself again. Maybe it was his mind playing tricks on him or an illusion put there by someone else, but he could almost see a version of himself with blonde hair and as he was before, but now he no longer looked anything like his parents. Thinking carefully about them, Naruto realized a harsh truth. They didn't matter to him. He never met them, and when he found out who they were he was thankful he'd been on a mission to root, because if not, he would have gone to Hokage Mountain and destroyed his father's face. He felt a slight melancholy when he saw photos of them or the toys they bought him, but it wasn't because he missed them, it was simply because he wondered what it would feel like to have parents or a normal life. He had thought about them a few times, but not in a way that made him care. He didn't miss them since he'd never met them. It sounded cold, insensitive, and somewhat cruel, but they didn't matter to him. I have to stop racking my brain with things like that. They aren't coming back and I don't care, the Ootsutsuki thought as his reflection changed. It was no longer the image of that little boy. It was just him. From Naruto's right hand the boosted gear was formed from which the edge of Ascalon came out, taking his long hair from the tips, and with a simple cut his hair was short again, at the height of his neck. This is better, the silver-haired man thought, since he preferred his old haircut. Using a small Kaiten jutsu, he burned the strands of hair in his hands and continued walking. Naruto walked to the reception of the Hokage's office, as was already a habit, he entered without asking permission. "Yo, Gigi." Naruto greeted while he watched with amusement as the elderly Hokage flinched at his desk, and was he hiding a book? Looking closely, he could notice that it was the same book Kakashi was reading. "Ikami Naruto-kun, you're going to kill me one of these days," said the Sandaime while holding his chest because he could almost hear his heart beating like a drum. "Why were you reading this?" Ignoring what the Hokage said, Naruto grabbed Sarutobi's book in a second and began to read it. The Sandaime looked at Naruto, then at his hand and then back at Naruto. How did he take his precious Ichigo without him noticing? Either Naruto was starting to surpass him or he was already too old, he didn't like either of the two, but now the most important thing was only one thing. Recover his precious. "Naruto-kun, give that back to me." The shinobi no Kami ordered while Naruto read the book and then gave it to the old man. "Meh, I've done better things," Naruto said, receiving an incredulous look from Hiruzen. He was about to question him about it when a burst of smoke caught both of their attention. Looking in that direction, they could see a certain Jounin who loved to be late, accompanied by Sayuri and Sakura. "Yo, Hokage-sama." Kakashi greeted, causing Sarutobi's right eyebrow to twitch. Does everyone have to greet him like that to try to kill him? Naruto on the other hand from one second to another unsheathed Muramus and in a second he was already behind the older silver-haired man while the edge touched Kakashi's masked neck. "Who are you and what did you do with Kakashi?" "He's always late," Naruto asked, deadly serious as he brought the edge of his sword closer. At that statement everyone had a drop on the back of their necks, except Kakashi who had more, but because he was sweating, noticing that Naruto was serious. Calm down Naruto, it's me," the black-eyed man clarified nervously before Naruto removed the sword from his neck and looked at him as if saying, "I'll be watching you." Leaving Kakashi aside, Naruto turned his gaze to Sayuri, who was looking at him with a small smile. The silver-haired man winked at the black-haired woman, and in response, she blushed and looked away. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Kakashi and Hiruzen, both of whom had mixed emotions. Although they both felt quite proud of Naruto and felt some happiness that he found happiness with someone, on the other hand, they could not help but feel envy for Naruto. Clearing his throat to get everyone's attention, the Sandaime Hokage looked at them seriously. "I have a very important A-rank mission for Team 7. But first, you need something," Hiruzen explained seriously as he took something out of a drawer in his desk. The genin became quite excited, although Sayuri was the only one who didn't show it. Maybe what the Sandaime would give them would be some kind of mythical or legendary artifact that would be entrusted to them. Imagine the disappointment of the three when the Sandaime took out 3 tickets and spread them out on the table. Looking at them closely, Naruto noticed that they were movie tickets. "Tickets, what we'll need for our A-rank mission are tickets," Naruto asked in a rather calm tone. "How many bottles of sake did you drink, old man?" the silver-haired man asked with slight annoyance. "Baka, more respect for the Hokage," Sakura exclaimed while hitting Naruto on the head. He thanked his Gomu Gomu for the immunity to blows, but as soon as he raised his head, he looked at the pink-haired girl in a not-so-friendly way. "If you hit me again, Sakura, I will chew your hair with your skull stuck to it and I will tear your throat out while I laugh like a madman watching you drown in your own blood," Naruto threatened in a whisper so that only the Ajijade could hear him. She felt a chill run down her spine when she realized that Naruto would do that if she bothered him. "Naruto-kun, believe my word, for the mission I will entrust you with you will need to see this movie," informed the Sandaime, making Naruto sigh and approach the Hokage's desk to see the tickets. These tickets are for Yuki Fujikawa's new movie. Let me guess, we're going to escort her, aren't we?" Naruto asked, receiving a smile from the Sandaime. "You are very perceptive, Naruto-kun," the old man praised as Sakura approached as well and looked at the shinobi no Kami in disbelief. Really, are we going to escort the famous actress Yuki Fujikawa, Hokage-sama?" the pink-haired girl asked in disbelief, receiving a nod from the Hokage. I still don't understand why we have to watch such a tedious montage." Naruto couldn't finish saying what he was going to say because Sakura covered his mouth. "Ignore him, Hokage-sama, we would love to accept the mission," Sakura said hurriedly while Naruto tried to remove her hand from his mouth but was unsuccessful. "I would swear it is a universal law that when I am not fighting all my powers disappear," Naruto thought, slightly annoyed. He did not understand why it was like this, that in everyday life or in matters that did not have any kind of seriousness, all his power was gone. From Konoha. 9 a.m. The wind blew across the battlefield, the weapons of the fallen were scattered on the ground, the armor of their owners accompanied the weapons on the ground. In this vacant lot there were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. "We have nowhere to go," said the voice of an adult man with black hair and armor. He leaned on his sword to avoid falling. "This is the end," he muttered with his head down. A robust man on the ground wearing a necklace answered him. "It was a big foolish thing from the beginning. Here it's over, we have to go back," said a white-haired man leaning against a tree. However, a young woman with black hair and a princess dress standing in the middle of the field refuted them. "If there is a way. Have faith," the black-haired woman clarified. "But princess," the man leaning on his sword began. The black-haired girl turned around, showing a face with beautiful features with crimson red painted lips and beautiful dark blue eyes. "You mustn't give up," the young woman said strongly until. Ahahaha, everyone looked up upon hearing the evil laughter to see an old man carrying a scepter. "Princess Fun, your end has come," the man exclaimed threateningly. Now one of the men shouted in disbelief. "Is this Gale your work?" the white-haired man asked angrily, receiving a simple laugh from the old man. Suddenly, a suit of armor with a sword appeared behind the brunette, who jumped to avoid the slash the armor was about to deliver. With a simple slash of her sword, the woman shattered the armor to reveal nothing. It was empty. Slowly, all the fallen armor rose like the living dead. A great and epic battle was about to begin, and "This movie is quite boring," was the thought of a certain blue-eyed Ootsutsiki when he saw the movie that he absolutely had to see. "What the hell is wrong with you?" the tree god asked incredulously in his mind. "This movie is awesome, and speaking of moms, look at the punches that woman throws." Shinju exclaimed in surprise as he saw Princess Fun stand in front of the army of armor, her hair swing in the wind epically. "Sigh, there are times when instead of a tree god you behave like an 8-year-old boy," Naruto thought with annoyance. "He has a partner point. This movie is amazing," was what I heard coming from the Dragon of Wales, making Naruto bring his thumb and index fingers to the bridge of his nose and squeeze. "You too, Drag?" Naruto asked slightly annoyed. "Red is right, partner, not even the fights of our carriers were that exciting." The Ootsutsiki sighed tiredly at the words of the divine dividing dragon, looked to the sides, and could see how her teammates were watching the movie completely focused only on her. It's not that the movie was bad, it's just that, with everything that had happened to her, serious action movies no longer had the joke of doing things that one cannot. Looking at the movie in which it was shown that Princess Fun had a powerful 7-colored chakra, a rainbow chakra. Ha, what nonsense, chakra was only blue in humans, purple if it was very dense, and silver or black like him in Nightmare. Nightmare? Naruto's gaze turned serious as he remembered the red-eyed he had given to Albion and Drake. In addition to that, he was able to awaken the Kai thanks to his fight, not to mention that he unlocked the Rin Sharingan and the Tensugen in his fight. Remembering that he briefly noticed that he had barely trained his new ocular abilities, nor had he trained Kai or magic. He remembered that in his fight against Nightmare, he barely defended himself. He did not use the full abilities of his Rinnegan, the most he used was the Diva Path or the Susanoo. Far from that, he also did not use the abilities of his Rinnegan or his Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason for this was that the red-eyed most likely knew how to counter his abilities, but he did not use his abilities, much either Nightmare did not use his full power. That thought made Naruto look down at his hands where both dragons resided. The boosted gear and the divine dividing, the power to multiply your own power and take away that of others, a very great power, too much for a 13-year-old boy. Naruto sighed with some depression. He had often depended on his Jujutsu or the strength he had simply for being an Ootsutsiki. But, even with all his power, even when he awakened more power than he had, Nightmare still played with him. From one moment to another Naruto stood up from his seat, bothering those behind him because he couldn't see them. "Naruto, what are you?" Sayori asked in a whisper before Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. The rest of the theater didn't care, but Sayori and Sakura, who saw their companion disappear, did. That's why they both stood up and left the theater to look for Naruto. Streets of Konoha. With Naruto. 9:15 a.m. Naruto was using his Diva Path to fly through the streets of Konoha, looking at the houses and people of the village with an indecipherable gaze. He continued flying until he reached the training ground where Kakashi had taken his test. Upon arriving, he descended until he stood in front of the same post he had sat on while Sayori and Sakura were tied up. He stared at the post for a few seconds before. "Brah!" Naruto shouted before hitting the wooden post with all his might, which split like paper. A shock wave was felt all around. It didn't end there because the pieces of wood flew out and a crater of at least 15 meters was visible all around. The posts that were on the sides were sent flying by the shock wave generated by Naruto's blow. Not content with that, Naruto hit the ground so hard that it cracked like glass and the crater increased in depth. Naruto hit the ground again, increasing the size of the crater. The force was so much that a small tremor could be felt. "Partner, calm down," Drake exclaimed as the boosted gear and divine dividing materialized in the Ootsutsuki's hands. "How do you expect me to calm down? That bastard played with me." Naruto exclaimed furiously as the image of nightmare about to kill him appeared in his mind, the force of his blows only increased with that. It's no use being upset about that, Shinju said, unfazed by Naruto's anger, who didn't even pay attention to his words and continued hitting until Albion intervened. Partner, I know you're furious about losing. But understand, not every battle can be won, however, one defeat speaks volumes. Albion recited as Naruto stopped punching the ground. He stood for a few seconds with his fist raised, ready to hit the ground, his body frozen. All he could do was let out a tired sigh before sitting down on the ground. Naruto looked at his hands, the white and red gauntlets on his hands glowing. The blue-eyed man brought his hands to his face as he sighed again tiredly. I was weak, Naruto whispered, slightly depressed. Even with all his power, he couldn't defeat Nightmare. No one is asking you to be strong, partner. Like Albion said. Not every fight can be won, the Welsh dragon muttered, to which Naruto sighed, for the third time. It's just that since I became an Ootsutsukki, I trained so much that I feel disappointed in myself, disappointed that despite everything, I'm still weak, the Ootsutsukki muttered as a deathly silence reigned in the place. Silence that was broken by ahahahaha. Shinju's thunderous laughter was heard in the blue-eyed's mind, who felt annoyed at the thought that the god tree was making fun of him until he stopped laughing and said, still laughing, just kidding, right? You are weak, of course, and Kagaya is a rabbit, Shinju said, still laughing, but when his laughter stopped his voice sounded completely serious. Look. That Nightmare was much stronger than you, he was an Ootsutsukki who mastered all his power and even more after all, and yet you managed to hurt him, at least that is something to be respected, Naruto, Shinju explained, calling Naruto by his name for the first time. The silver-haired man just remained silent before looking around, being able to see the enormous crater at least 45 meters wide and 25 meters deep. With a drop on the back of his neck, Naruto began to rise in the air to see the gigantic indentation left in the earth. Using a Doten Jutsu to fix the terrain and a small Mokuten Jutsu to fix the trees and vegetation, everything was as good as new. Naruto descended until he touched the ground. Well, if I face Nightmare again, I'm going to have to master all my power. But Naruto said while looking at his hands. Drake, Albion. Could you lend me your power? The silver-haired man asked. That question took both dragons by surprise. Had they heard correctly? Boy, partner, what are you talking about? You already have our power, the Sekiryu explained without understanding. Red is right, you are our wielder. Our power is logically already yours, explained the hacker Yuiku, agreeing with his rival. The only thing they received was a denial from the Ootsutsukki. No, your power is his power, not mine. You are not tools or weapons, you are my companions, my friends, not objects, Naruto muttered, leaving both dragons stunned. That boy didn't consider them his property or anything, and in any case, he was asking them to lend him his power. The image of their former bearers came to both of their minds, Naruto was quite similar to them. Count me in, buddy, Albion agreed, laughing slightly. You can use my power whenever you want, partner, Drake agreed in a cheerful tone before taking on a serious air. However, if you want to master the power of both of us, you'll have to go through hellish training. Are you up for it? The red dragon asked as Naruto closed his eyes. He thought about many things. The time he spent with his grandfather Hiruzen Sarutobi. The missions I did with Team 7. His friends from the academy. Kurama. Reincarnation. Sayori. Hinata. Natsumi. These last 5 were very special women in his life. With some, like Kurama, Reincarnation and Sayori, his relationship was somewhat quick. But with Natsumi and Hinata, things were a bit slower, so much so that he didn't even have a boyfriend relationship with Hinata. Those 5 women held a place in his heart, and if he was too weak to protect them, he would never forgive himself. The sound of branches breaking caught Naruto's attention. Turning around, he saw Sakura and Sayori. Naruto hid his gauntlets before they could see them and looked at his teammates with a blank expression before looking down at his hands and smiling. For my friends I would do the impossible, Naruto thought as he approached his teammates. Streets of Konoha. 10 a.m. 45 minutes later. Naruto, Sayori and Sakura were walking through the streets of the village. The Uchiha and Haruno were scolding Naruto for leaving without warning, and Naruto ignored them completely, as usual. But from one second to the next they began to hear the gallop of a horse. Everyone looked around to see where the sound was coming from. Thanks to his improved addition, Naruto could hear how the gallop was heard a little far away, more specifically behind that giant advertisement for Yuki Fujikawa's movie. A second later, the 3 of them saw a horse jump over the wooden planks. Naruto could see that the horse was carrying someone, but its appearance slightly surprised the Ootsutsukki. It was Princess Fun, or rather, the actress Yuki Fujikawa. Upon touching the ground, the horse continued running with great speed. Wasn't that Princess Fun? Sakura asked incredulously. From one moment to the next Naruto grabbed her by the stomach and jumped with her to dodge the wooden door that opened. Apparently they were in some kind of stable, since a large number of horses with riders dressed as samurai went the same way as the actress. The blue-eyed man didn't have to worry about Sayori, since the Uchiha had enough reflexes to dodge that. Proof of this was that she was by his side. Releasing Sakura so that she could stand up, Naruto looked in the direction in which the actress and the stampede of horses went, which destroyed everything in their path. "Follow me," the silver-haired man ordered in an authoritarian tone before jumping off and following the horses. The pink-haired man and the black-haired woman followed him seconds later. But the stampede. Then 05. Naruto jumped from house to house following the actress who was at the head of the stampede. The brunette didn't seem to care if someone got hurt since she didn't slow down, even though the streets were full of civilians. In the moment the woman stopped the horse before a net thrown by the samurai headed right for her. Seeing that Naruto activated his Rinnegan and took out a chakra receiver from his hand that he threw at the net, hitting it right in the center and nailing the net to the ground. The samurai who threw the net looked up. He could only see how a boy with silver hair and strange purple eyes, said Rimbo before feeling how an invisible force hit him and threw him off his horse along with several of his companions. As he hit the ground, the ringed-eyed man began to follow the princess. He could see that two of the men went ahead of him and threw glass spheres with an amber-colored liquid inside at the black-haired girl. When the spheres broke on the ground and the horse slipped on the liquid, the black-haired girl fell off the horse. Seeing this, Naruto deactivated his Rinnegan. His eyes took on their natural blue color, but a second later they turned blood red, with 3 tomos around the pupil. The tomos spun rapidly until they fused into a complicated pattern, all while Naruto watched what was happening in slow motion. Princess Fan falling from her horse. The samurai increasing speed. The one who seemed to be the leader ordered to hurry. The Ootsutsuki's Maguekio Sharingan spun slowly counterclockwise as everything around Naruto seemed to come to a complete stop. The brunette, who was about to touch the ground, seemed to freeze in midair. The horses looked like statues. The only thing that didn't stop was Naruto, who ran in slow motion past the frozen samurai, seeming to leave a silvery trail wherever he went. The silver-haired boy reached the princess and grabbed her bridal style before she even touched the ground. Time continued running again, and the only thing the samurai saw was a silver-haired boy running with the princess in his arms too. That was the only thing they could see before they saw their leader fall to the ground. Turning their gaze to their leader's horse, they saw how a black-haired girl was standing on top of the horse and had hit their leader in the neck. A simple glance from the black-haired girl intimidated all the samurai who ran. They ran straight to a pink-haired girl with an unfriendly look. A few minutes later, and with all the samurai beaten and tied up, a certain copy ninja appeared standing on a small sculpture of a temple. Hey, heavens, the silver-haired man muttered, looking at his students in disbelief. Kakashi-sensei, the pink-haired girl called upon seeing her teacher. "What are you doing?" asked the black-eyed man, looking at the samurai with pity. "Filling time," Sayori replied condescendingly as she dusted off her hands. In a second, Kakashi disappeared and all the men were already untied. The copy ninja stood before their leader as he extended his hand. The man accepted as he helped him stand and dusted off his clothes. Kakashi sighed as he bowed slightly. "I'm so sorry about this," the black-eyed man apologized, scratching the back of his neck in sadness, to the confusion and disbelief of his students. Seeing this, Kakashi decided to explain to them. "He is the knight who hired us for the mission," Kakashi explained, leaving his students stunned. "But Naruto." Then 15. The black-haired girl was hugging her knees as she looked at a lake that the silver-haired boy had taken her to. Surprisingly, her horse had caught up with her and was now drinking from the lake. "Is Yuki-san hurt?" asked a voice next to the blue-eyed girl. Looking where the voice was, she saw the boy who had brought her here. He was sitting in a similar position to hers while looking at her curiously. The young woman looked at him for a few seconds before standing up. The Ootsutsukki just continued watching curiously as the black-haired girl climbed onto her horse. Anticipating what the woman was going to do, Naruto just sighed as she activated her Maguekio Sharingan. The woman whipped the horse into a run, not really caring that the blue-eyed was in front of her path. He just used his Kamui to become intangible as the horse passed through him. The black-haired woman didn't even notice or care and kept galloping. Naruto looked where the horse was going and just scratched the back of his neck. "Well, I think I can try this now," the silver-haired man said to himself as he slowly began to rise from the ground. He wasn't using his diva path. In his fight with Nightmare he discovered something interesting. Kai also works for flying. The actress, for her part, just continued on her way while looking ahead. However, a voice at her side alerted her, "You know, your movie wasn't that good. You have to improve in some aspects, especially since the plot is quite ridiculous." In addition to overacting in some scenes, was what the brunette heard as she turned to see the boy who had separated her from her pursuers. "Wait a second, why was he flying?" He was literally next to her, with his arms crossed and looking her in the face, his back to the road, but the most striking thing of all is that he was flying. He left that aside and just hit the horse with a whip, which increased its speed, leaving, apparently, the blue-eyed man behind and above all, in some parts of his movies, he really shows a lot of skin, not that I complain much in fact, but sometimes the fanservice is excessive. I heard the blue-eyed man above him to see the same boy, how the hell was he flying? At some point the actress and the Ootsutsukki arrived at a small town. Naruto, who was still flying above the actress, noticed that she was going too fast. Yuki-san, don't you think she's going a little? Watch out. Naruto exclaimed, watching as some children were walking down the street, and if the actress didn't stop she was going to run over them. That's why he activated his Rinnegan and raising his right hand he used his control of gravity to stop the actress and the horse in the air. The Ootsutsukki sighed in relief at preventing an accident. However, a brown-haired girl said, "Look, it's Princess Fun." The girl exclaimed upon seeing her idol in person. Naruto used his Jiryuken to carefully lower the actress while the children surrounded her and admired her. "Princess Fun. Princess Fun. Princess Fun." The children called, slightly angering the black-haired girl. "Hey, my name is not Princess Fun, do you understand?" the actress asked, somewhat annoyed. "We already know, you are Yuki Fujika's. I am your biggest fan," exclaimed the same girl as before while taking off her backpack and taking something out of it, which turned out to be a small pink notebook. "Can I have your autograph?" asked a girl, being seconded by her classmates. "I don't give autographs," Yuki said bluntly as the children continued to insist. The blue-eyed boy just looked at everything with some amusement. At one point the black-haired girl got fed up. "Enough," Yuki exclaimed, silencing the children. "What's so special about having my autograph?" the actress asked, annoyed. "In a few minutes they'll wrinkle it up, forget about it and leave it lying around, it's a waste of time." "How stupid," Yuki muttered as the children put down their notebooks. The black-haired girl walked away, while Naruto narrowed his gaze on the actress, watching as she began to run through the town. Naruto just watched the actress leave while sighing tiredly. He had to be touched by a diva. Cantina. 5 p.m. 7 hours later. The black-haired girl was in a bar in a city far from the town she was in. She had a bottle of sake in her hand and a necklace in the shape of a hexagon in her other hand. Looking slightly at the necklace, the young woman snorted before putting it away. "You have to be kidding. Who would want to go to Yuki no Kuni, Snow Country?" Yuki asked herself while taking another sip of her sake. She was so focused on her drink that she didn't notice how a man who was a few tables away stood up and began to walk towards her. When he was a few inches away from her, "The man prepared to get out of here," exclaimed a certain blue-eyed Ootsutsukki as he pushed the man and stood behind the brunette, although it was mostly to talk to her. That frustrated the man's plans. "I've been looking for you, Yuki-san," Naruto informed, receiving a laugh from the actress. "What do you want, kid?" the brunette asked, causing Naruto's eyebrow to twitch upon hearing her call. He never liked being called kid, but he took a deep breath to calm down. He was trained en route so his emotions wouldn't get the better of him. This diva wasn't going to be able to defeat him. What happens is that a rather diva-like actress was bothering some children. The woman thinks she's a wonderful actress, and that's the only reason she can treat others however she wants. "Do you know who she is?" the Ootsutsukki returned the question with a mocking and sarcastic tone. Instead of getting upset, the blue-eyed girl just laughed at it. "Actress. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha." The black-haired girl laughed, angering Naruto, an anger that she was able to hide well. "What an idiot," the actress muttered mockingly as she grabbed a bottle of sake. "There's no worse job than that of an actress," the blue-eyed girl said as she filled her glass. Hearing that, Naruto just sweated a drop. Say that after chasing his bucking cat Tora, the silver-haired man thought with a shiver as he remembered the beast that his team had to catch so many times. "Only the humblest of the humble would want to work to be an actor," the black-haired woman said condescendingly. "So why are you like that, silly?" Blue-eyed asked himself. The actress lowered her glass while sighing. "We just tell lies, write them down on paper and give them a little life," Yuki explained, laughing slightly. "It's kind of ridiculous." Seeing the drink and sniffing the air, Naruto could deduce why the actress was acting so strange. "She's drunk," Naruto said. It was more of a statement than a question. "Shut up. Just shut up and go book someone else." 3. The black-haired girl exclaimed angrily while Naruto just looked at her impassively. The man who was watching Yuki opened the door and stepped aside as a brown-haired man, wearing glasses, black pants, and a white shirt over a black jacket came running in. Right behind him came Sakura, Sayori, and Kakashi. The man ran until he reached the actress. "Yuki-sama, the boat to Yuki no Kuni is about to set sail, we don't have much time left," the man exclaimed while Yuki looked at him without any visible emotion. "No thanks," the black-haired girl muttered before taking another sip of her drink. "I'm tired of being an actress," Yuki informed while Naruto just watched as Sakura and that Sandayu tried to convince the actress to go to Yuki no Kuni. Getting tired of that, the Ootsutsukki just touched the black-haired girl's shoulder. She turned around, but what she didn't expect were a pair of two blood-red eyes with three tomos around the pupil. She didn't even notice the moment she fell asleep. The black-haired girl fell to the ground, but never touched it because Naruto held her before putting it on his shoulder. He deactivated his Sharigan, since he didn't want Kakashi to bother him with his questions, and turned to his team. "Can we go now?" asked a blue-eyed boy, looking at his sensei, who simply sighed while scratching the back of his neck. "Well, they're still missing," Kakashi said as two explosions of smoke in the middle of the bar caught Naruto's attention. The smoke made it hard to see who they were, but Naruto could feel their chakras and just smiled, a wolfish smile. "So the old man did accept you, Zabu-chan, Haku-chan," Naruto said, looking at the balls of smoke that dissipated. Showing the Kiri swordsman who carried the Kubikirabacho on his back and a vein marked on his forehead, and Haku. Zabuza's clothing was quite different from before. Now he wore black pants, a long-sleeved black shirt and a jounin vest. He wore the Konoha band on his forehead, and his mouth was still wrapped in bandages. Haku, on the other hand, looked different, very different in Naruto's opinion. She was wearing dark blue pants that outlined her long, shapely legs, her wide waist, and her round, firm butt quite well. A light blue shirt that squeezed her CC cup breasts and outlined her narrow waist was accompanied by a white vest over it. She was wearing her ninja headband around her neck and wasn't wearing her mask, revealing her face with delicate features and her silky black hair. The blush that adorned her face when she saw Naruto only made her look prettier and hexier. Naruto stared at Yuki. That outfit looked very good on her. The ice user looked at Naruto with a small blush and a slight smile. Both looked at each other closely. However, a clearing of the throat from Zabuza and a smack from Sayuri for seeing another girl other than her brought them both back to reality. They were all so focused that they didn't notice the man who came out. In Yuki's mind. The whitish snowflakes fell to the ground where a little girl with blue-black hair and dressed as a princess walked. "Father. Father," the little girl called. "Where are you?" the girl asked with her sweet and innocent voice. He continued walking until he reached some mirrors that were arranged in a circle. In the center of the mirrors a black-haired man was waiting for the little girl. "Koyuki, come closer," the black-haired man asked his daughter. The girl's father asked her to stand in the center and tell him what she saw. "I see you and me," replied the little black-haired girl. "If you look closely you will be able to see the future," the man informed his daughter, but all he saw was fire. "She's sleeping. Someone falling into the water. Drowning. A red armor with green gems and a white gauntlet." All he saw was death. The black-haired actress opened her eyes as she regretted what she had done. The migraine she felt made sure of it. He heard the door open and his assistant Sandayu came out. "Yuki-sama, have you woken up yet?" the adult man asked while the actress stood up and held her head. "Sandayu, bring me a glass of water, my head won't stop spinning." "It may sound crazy, but it's like my room is in the ocean," the black-haired girl informed with a strong hangover. "It's not really that crazy." Hearing that, the brunette opened her eyes and then stood up to run out of her room. "Indeed, I was on a boat in the middle of the ocean. How did they do this to me?" the black-haired girl demanded to know. Naruto, who happened to be passing by, answered her. "Easy, Jinjutsu," the silver-haired man informed as he walked through the ship, ignoring the extremely annoyed look from the black-haired woman, and went to his own room. When he arrived, the first thing he did was collapse onto the bed. Oh my goodness, he felt incredibly seasick from being on this boat. He hid it very well, but even so, the boat barely moved and he already felt like throwing up. "Inventory," Naruto said out loud as an information window with small boxes appeared in front of him. Next to it was an image of Naruto with his current clothes and equipment. The silver-haired man searched his inventory for something that would help him. It had to be around there, and he found it. The Ootsutsukki took out of his inventory a green bottle with an insignia of a dizzy person. Blue-eyed uncorked the bottle, bringing the cap to his mouth and drinking almost all of it. This was something he discovered while in Rays, or rather, while on missions in Rays. Ships and other forms of transportation made him seasick. The bottle was a medicine for seasickness. He had to drink it all since his metabolism processed food or substances entering his body too quickly. It helped a lot with things like poisons, since his body generated the necessary antibodies in a split second to prevent the poison from affecting him. However, it didn't help with things that actually helped the body. The Ootsutsukki materialized the divine dividing gauntlets and the boosted gear as he stood up. Dimension Maker, Naruto muttered as he tested his new ability. From 1 second to the next, he found himself in a large blank space, completely blank and with nothing else. A screen appeared in front of him with 3 options. Environment. Change the environment at the user's discretion. The environment can be from a tropical place to a burning desert. Gravity. Changes, increases, or decreases the gravity of the dimension. It can be increased as much as the user wants. If the gravity is too much, the environment will become arid, as plants or beings cannot survive under too much gravity. Time. Changes the perception of time within the dimension. This can change the perception of time from one dimension to another, so that a minute in one dimension can be years in another. Okay guys, how do I start the training? Naruto asked his tenants. First, make the environment a valley with mountains and some lakes. Increase the gravity to 10 times that of Earth. And make the time so that in the real world seconds pass and here hours, it would be too strange for you to grow months in seconds, Shinju informed and Naruto did so. However, when he finished and did everything Shinju said, a large valley was created, a little strange, the grass was orange, the lakes that were there were greenish water, and the sky was a greenish blue color. But Naruto wasn't interested in that, he did care that he felt like he weighed a ton. Unable to resist gravity, Naruto fell to the ground. He could hear his legs crack, just breathing felt labored, his heart was beating like a big drum, trying to beat strongly, but even his blood was too heavy for it to run normally. Whh what the MMME pas SSA? Naruto asked with difficulty. Gravity is increased 10 times that of Earth, so your entire body is 10 times heavier. Your weight is around 75 kilos, so you now weigh 750 kilos. It is no wonder you can't stand, a normal human couldn't stand more than 4 times the Earth's gravity at this gravity a human would defecate their spine, but the Ootsutsukki are especially resistant to increased gravity and form the tree god, while Naruto felt a horrible sensation. The bones in his legs, arms, spine, and ribs had broke, causing inhuman pain throughout his body. They regenerated immediately, only to break again, regenerate again, break again, regenerate, break, regenerate. They didn't break. Naruto began to open his eyes, as with that gravity, even his eyes felt heavy. Slowly, he began to stand up. His body was still inhumanly heavy, but thanks to his own strength, he was at least able to move. Not much, but he was able to move around. Why aren't my bones breaking now? Naruto asked, noticing that it wasn't so difficult for him to speak anymore. Your regeneration not only rebuilds your body, but also increases its resistance every time it is hurt. Humans have a similar process since their body every time it has a wound and it regenerates increases the defense of their body, Drake explained. The same thing happens to you, but your regeneration being greater than that of a human solidifies your bones, muscles, and tendons to the point that you can withstand this gravity. In addition, if a person who could withstand this gravity were to remain in a lower gravity for a long time, their muscles would atrophy because they wouldn't have to exert themselves as much. However, in your case, your regeneration prevents the atrophy of your muscles or your body. Albion informed as Naruto began to take a step, the ground cracked with that simple step, but Naruto didn't care. Okay, now what do I have to do? Naruto asked as the gems on his gauntlets shone. Your magic levels are incredibly high for someone who has never used magic, so it might be possible for you to master some of the abilities our sacred gear give and possibly take them to another level. I mentioned the red dragon. Between them we believe that you will be able to master the most powerful ability of both, the Juggernaut Drive. Your magic levels are capable of withstanding it, and your longevity gives you practically immortality, so this will not be affected. Your will is great enough to not let yourself be defeated by them, so you could master it. However, for the moment you will only be learning how they work and how to master our basic abilities. The divide and the boost in addition to practicing the magics that you already know, explained the white dragon, while Naruto closed his eyes. When they opened them, they showed enormous determination. Let's do this. Vote. 1440 seconds later in the real world. 24 minutes later in the real world. 1 day later in Naruto's dimension. Naruto left his newly created dimension. All his clothes were wrinkled and smoking, his state was not much different from when he came out. The most remarkable thing of all was that the gauntlets on his hands shone more than before, the boosted gear and the divine dividing disappeared from the Ootsutsuki's hands before he lay down on the bed. But as soon as he did, he got up feeling, literally, like a feather. He began to jump a few times while hitting the air. He noticed with some surprise that his fists were going so fast that his eyes could not see him. Even with the Sharigan or the Maguekio, it was difficult for him to see them. He could not even hear the sound of his blows. Status, Naruto said. Name. Naruto Ootsutsiki. Age. 13 years and 3 months. Level. 31. EXP. 5%. Idol surnames. Sekiryute Hakuryuko. Affiliate. Konohagakure no Jump Ootsutsuki Clan. Raza. Ootsutsuki Dragon. Main occupation. Shinobi. HP. 2700 1500 balance breaker mode, 250 HP regeneration per second. MP. 3500 2000 balance breaker mode, 300 MP regeneration per minute. Strength. 500, 300 gear second, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode. Defense. 400, 200 gear second. Hits and impacts minus 500 cuts, 100 Buzushoku Haki, 700 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released, 1000 balance breaker mode, minus 2000 Dragon Slayer weapons. Speed. 500, 500 gear second, 1500 Jinchuriki mode. 3 tails released. Intelligence. 200. Secrecy. 200. Magic. 350. Stamina. 800. Charisma. 500. Luck. 130. Money. 917, 200, 100, 400 Ryos dollar. Wow. My stats increased quite a bit, Naruto muttered, noticing his impressive stats, not taking it seriously that his money had decreased so much. With everything he bought at the multiverse shop, it didn't surprise him. It's normal that they made him a partner. You were training in a quite increased gravity. Since your body got used to it, your physical and magical stats increased, especially your magic, since with what you trained our power, it's normal that it did, the Dragon of Whales said, to which Naruto sighed and lay down on the bed, feeling it completely fluffy and soft. However, someone knocking on the door caught Naruto's attention. "Come in," Naruto allowed, and a certain black-haired Yuki walked through the door. "Haku-chan, what are you doing here?" the silver-haired man asked curiously, and the black-haired woman blushed as she saw Naruto scan her with his gaze. I will Haku said quite nervously as she saw Naruto Sr. stop and approach her while staring at her. "Observe," thought the blue-eyed. Name. Haku Yuki. Age. 15 years. Level. 20. EXP. 15%. Idols nicknames. None. Affiliation. Konohagakure no Sato Clan Yuki. Race. Human. Main occupation. Shinobi. HP. 500 500s, 15 HP regeneration per hour. MP. 10 tenths, no regenerable. Strength. 100. Defense. 75. Speed. 200. Intelligence. 150. Secrecy. 100. Magic. 0. Stamina. 130. Charisma. 200. Luck. 50. Measurements. Bust 92. Waist 34. Hips 80. She's quite nervous around you. You seem cute to her. Try to work something out with her or ask her what she's here for. Naruto blinked at the last 2 messages. Haku looked a little older for only being 15, besides that she had some impressive stats. Her HP was large for a human, but an experienced shinobi could have great strength compared to that of a human. Her MP was low, since no shinobi possessed magic. Her strength was great, her defense the same, great speed, intelligence worthy of a shinobi, a somewhat great stamina and a charisma worthy of someone as pretty as her. However, it was the last 2 windows that amazed Naruto. First, could the observed skill give a woman's measurements? Second, did Haku find him cute? Third, but most importantly, could observe give a woman's measurements? Leaving that aside, the Ootsutsiki did what the information window told him to. "What are you doing here, Haku-chan?" the silver-haired man asked while the woman in question became more nervous and began to stutter. At that, Naruto only took a step forward. In response, Haku took a step back. The Otsutsuki took another step so that Yuki would take one back, but she felt her back touch the wall. She's getting more nervous. Naruto ignored the window that appeared in front of him and stood in front of Haku while placing one of his hands on the wall to prevent Yuki from escaping. Naruto stared insistently at the black-haired girl who was looking for a way to escape, but when he couldn't find any, he could only do one thing. "Ann? Haku is kissing you?" And it was true, Yuki had her lips connected with Otsutsuki's. Chapter 24. The Rescue of the Snow Princess. Part 2. Naruto's eyes were wide open looking at Yuki, who had her eyes tightly closed and on tiptoe to better kiss the tall silver-haired man, while their lips were connected in a sweet and chaste kiss. The black-eyed girl's mouth was small, with soft, fleshy, and sweet lips that kissed with a feeling of love and affection. He could feel the black-haired girl's breath. Unlike the girls he'd kissed before, Haku's breath wasn't warm. In fact, it was somewhat icy. Still, that didn't diminish how good the kiss felt. It wasn't a French kiss. It wasn't a lustful kiss. It was just a kiss. After a minute in the same position, the black-haired girl separated her lips from those of a stupefied Ootsutsiki, who just stared at the black-haired girl with wide eyes. "Kakashi-san needs it," Naruto-san, the black-haired girl informed in a very respectful and submissive way, to the surprise of the blue-eyed man before walking out the door. But before she could do so, she felt the Ootsutsiki grab her hand. Naruto saw MPH. Yuki muttered as she felt Naruto kissing her. The brunette tried to pull away as she felt the blue-eyed man's tongue begin to enter her mouth. However, Naruto grabbed her by the waist to prevent her from escaping and deepened the kiss further. The silver-haired man's tongue slowly entered her mouth. Yuki let out a muffled moan as she felt Naruto's tongue coil around hers like a snake before moaning louder as Naruto lowered his hands from her waist to her butt. Haku began to breathe heavily while Naruto just began to grope the firm and round ass of the brunette. However, the Ootsutsukki separated his mouth from Haku's mouth with a thread of saliva that he removed by licking the brunette's lips. Both breathing heavily, Haku more than Naruto before he just smiled wolfishly and kissed Haku again softly. Ready, you can go now, Haku-chan, Naruto informed before kissing Haku again to taste the sweet and icy saliva of Yuki, who moaned gently as she felt Naruto massage her ass strongly. As she separated, the black-eyed girl looked at Naruto with a blush on her cheeks. So, Naruto-san, can you leave my ass in pa? The black-haired girl moaned as she felt the silver-haired man slap her ass hard. Nope, not until you stop calling me Naruto-san, Naruto informed as he directed his left hand to the brunette's left breast, massaging it over her clothes, receiving a moan from Yuki, while his right hand went under her pants and massaged the brunette's ass, being able to feel her smooth skin with his hand as he squeezed and touched more. We're going to be a couple, right? So stop calling me so formal or else, Naruto said haltingly as he literally rubbed his crotch against Haku's, as if he wanted to make him come with his clothes on. Because of the hard erection he felt under Naruto's pants and the fact that Naruto put his hand under his shirt and squeezed his already hard nipple, that together with the fact that he felt the blue-eyed man put his middle finger inside his anus, generated a single reaction, Naruto-sama. That Haku let out a moan, having his first orgasm in the process, while having his tongue out and his eyes clouded with lust. A vision that excited Naruto, who in a second left Haku on the bed while he took off his shirt and unbuttoned his pants, revealing a pair of wet light blue panties that he only lowered to his knees. Haku, for his part, almost seemed to want to rip his clothes off as he unbuttoned his pants in a jiffy while lowering his underwear, revealing his hard cock, which Haku brought to her mouth. 1 hour and 15 minutes later. Naruto helped Yuki get dressed because her whole body was numb after everything they did. Even despite everything, the brunette kept a smile on her face and a blush as red as an apple. See you later, Naru-kun, Haku purred before giving Naruto one last kiss and walking out the door with a very obvious book. And I thought Issei was a pervert, the dragon of whales thought to himself, since he, like Albion and Shinju, witnessed everything his bearer and the black-haired girl did, and wow, not even in all his millennia of existence did he see someone with such resistance in bed and such creativity. Naruto ran his tongue over his lips, heavens, he could still feel Haku's icy breath on his mouth. Congratulations. Your relationship with Haku Yuki has gone from dear acquaintances to unofficial mate. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the message, but he pushed that aside and left his room to find Kakashi. Not before taking another motion sickness medicine out of his inventory and drinking it all. The Ootsutsukki left his room in search of his sensei and found him on the bow of the ship. He could see how much of the ship's crew was preparing a kind of movie set. Watching a little far away, he could see how some women were putting makeup on Yuki Fujika's, who was looking completely bored. Naruto growled slightly, remembering the actress's attitude. I don't think I can stand that diva for long, Naruto muttered to himself. Kakashi, who somehow appeared next to Naruto without him noticing, answered him. What are you talking about, Naruto? You're going to have to put up with her, we were hired to protect her, Kakashi informed, to which the Otsutsuki jumped slightly upon noticing the haddock. He took Naruto by the shoulder and said, although you're a little late. Take heart, this is an important mission. At what is sensei said, the younger silver-haired man just frowned in disdain. I don't think babysitting a tantrum-throwing actress is an important mission, Naruto hissed angrily before sighing and looking at Kakashi with a serious look. What do you need me for? The blue-eyed man asked in an emotionless tone. Kakashi looked seriously at his sensei's son before nodding. Naruto, do you know how to sense people's negative emotions? Haddock asked seriously to an Otsutsuki who remained silent. Yes, he could do that. Despite Kurama being outside of him, he had retained several things because he was its Jinchuriki. In fact, the power of that ability had increased. He could sense people's emotions, not only the negative ones, but also the positive and neutral ones. It was a peculiar sensory ability, an apathetic sensor, and he currently knew that Kakashi was somewhat curious about his answer. He simply nodded. Well, Hokage-sama asked me for 2 things. The first is that you monitor the emotions of Zabuza and his subordinate. This mission will serve to test if they are truly loyal to Konoha. And second, Kakashi explained without completing the sentence. He felt a slight lump in his throat at what he was going to say. And second what? Naruto asked, frowning at his, although he wouldn't admit it, older brother figure. And second, to keep an eye on you and see if you end up betraying the village. Although the request is more from the council than the Hokage, Kakashi finished saying, waiting for some reaction from Naruto. He could have expected a blow. He could have expected him to get angry with him. He remotely expected him to make himself vulnerable and ask him why. But all he received was a sigh and Naruto crossing his arms. They still don't trust me, Naruto said, more than a question it sounded like a statement. It's not that the village doesn't trust you, it's just that with everything that happened to you, Kakashi began saying, but Naruto didn't let him finish. With everything they put me through, Naruto corrected with an annoyed look. He to Kakashi's light fear. The blue-eyed man began to laugh in a slightly macabre way. Is that how things are? The blue-eyed man asked sarcastically with a frown. They're afraid that I'll do more to them than I already did to them, because they know that if I go against them, trying to kill them, they won't be able to stop me. Despite everything, they're still afraid of me. The Ootsutsiki exclaimed before turning around and starting to walk to his room. However, Kakashi tried to stop him. Naruto, let me explain, Haddock asked, taking his student by the hand. I don't need you to explain anything to me, said the younger silver-haired boy as he forcefully broke free from Kakashi's grip and went to his room. And by the way, Haku and Zabuza aren't planning anything against us. I would have killed them and Nami if that were the case, Naruto informed, although he said the last part more to himself than to Kakashi before slamming the door to his room hard. Leaving a completely dumbfounded Kakashi in place, he clutched his face in exasperation. He only hoped Konoha would give Naruto a good reason to stay. With all the power Naruto had, it was best not to anger him. Hell, Naruto had so much potential to become one of the Sannin. Much to his chagrin, if for some reason he had to kill Naruto on the orders of the Hokage or the council. I wouldn't do it. Naruto's room. 10:25 a.m. The Ootsutsiki was in his room, sitting on his bed while meditating, closing his eyes tightly while concentrating, trying to calm down as much as he could. However, he felt angry, very angry. The village still wouldn't leave him alone. Despite everything, he was still a threat to them, the silver-haired man sighed inwardly. That didn't matter to him in the slightest. Konoha had no value for him. He didn't hate the village, but he liked it even less, since Konoha was now very different from how Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju and Madara Uchiha thought it would be. The Ootsutsiki opened his eyes as he lay back on his bed, thinking carefully about the older generations, more specifically Hashirama and Madara, as well as the clan he once belonged to. The Uzumaki. He hated Hashirama with a large part of his soul. His decisions were well-intentioned, but also very stupid. One thing was capturing Kurama. It's not as if he had had much of a choice. A part of him, however small, was grateful that he had done it, because if not then he wouldn't have met her, but he would have preferred not to meet her than for her to suffer so much because of the Senju's actions. However, the stupidity came with his decision to capture the other 8 Bijuus and distribute them among the nations, literally selling them as if they were pets. Then there was Madara. As strange as it sounded, he didn't hate Madara, he respected him. The Mokuton was superior to the Maguekio Sharingan by far, and yet Madara was able to match Hashirama many times over. He had some respect for the renegade Uchiha, since he always looked out for the good of his clan. He didn't choose to be evil. He lost everyone he loved, his entire family and especially his younger brother. Izuna Uchiha, the emotional shock that Madara must have felt, made him understand well why he did what he did. However, he felt a certain resentment for how he treated and used Kurama. During his time in Route and after leaving it, he had truly investigated and learned about the era of the warring clans, both from Kurama who had been there during that time and through his own research. Among them, something about a girl named Koyuki Kazuhana who had disappeared 10 years ago. Now that I thought about it. Kamui, the silver-haired man, whispered as his eyes changed to the design of his Maguekio Sharingan, and the space contracted. From Kamui's dimension came a white Zetsu, the silver-haired man called. What do you need? Asked the plant man. Naruto didn't mind the informal treatment he had told him to be. He never liked to be spoken to in a respectful manner, he was never good at it. I need you to look into the memory of a guy named Sandayu. He has brown hair and looks older, and he always calls a black-haired actress Yuki-sama. In any case, you'll need this. Naruto put his fingers inside his right eye socket and slowly began to take out his own eye, then threw it to Zetsu, who noticed that it had a design of red concentric circles with tomos on the rings. Oh, have you already awakened the Rin Sharingan? The plant man asked in a cheerful tone. Yes, but for now I need you to insert that eye, transform into someone from the cast, and use Ninjendo to see Sandayu's memories. I have a feeling, explained the silver-haired man, while his eye regenerated as if nothing had happened, and white Zetsu inserted the reddish eye into his right eye. A second later the green-haired man changed appearance to look like a man with brown hair, black eyes and completely normal. He left Naruto's room to look for the Sandayu. Meanwhile Naruto lay back down on his bed. He thought he would get some sleep, but certain draconic tenants wouldn't let him. Partner, what was that? Drake asked, quite confused, to which Albion seconded him. Who or what was that thing? Or rather, why is it under your command? The vanishing dragon asked, to which Naruto stared into space for several seconds until he understood. You can't see my memories or know my thoughts, right? The Ootsutsiki asked. No, we can't. Your memories and thoughts are only heard by you, not even Shinju can hear them, the Welsh dragon reported. At least that gives me some privacy, Naruto thought, relieved before sighing and sitting on the bed. The divine dividing gauntlets and the boosted gear materialized in Naruto's arms. I've never liked reminiscing about my past, however, if you want to see it that's fine, Naruto muttered as everything around him began to darken, the product of a genjutsu of his own, but they're not going to like it. Ship. Naruto's room. 11:24 a.m. An hour later. Well? Are you happy to know my past now? Naruto asked as he lay down again, although internally he felt some concern about Drake and Albion's reaction. Those Motherfuckers. Drake shouted so loud that the blue-eyed boy had to hold his head because of the migraine. How are you not looking for revenge? They should all die for what they did to you, Albion shouted just as loudly and just as furiously. Wow, calm down guys. You don't have to be like that, the silver-haired man tried to calm down, but the red and white dragons didn't calm down in the slightest. Partner, why don't you want revenge? Drake asked incredulously, noticing that his wielder was completely calm despite remembering everything that happened to him. Don't be mistaken, Drake. There was a time when I wished with all my soul that all of Konoha would burn, the Ootsutsiki muttered as he remembered very well the time when he wished to kill every living being in the shinobi nations. However, if he had done so, there are people very valuable to me in Konoha, people that when I leave the village, which will be very soon, I will take them with me far from it. Konoha has no value to me. It can burn in fire or be destroyed by a masochist who thinks he is a god, epic prediction, but I will not defend it from that. That village caused me a lot of pain, however I will not seek revenge. Konohagakure no Sato simply has no importance to me, explained the blue-eyed as he lay back down on his bed. His answer left his tenant silent for now, better sleep. I'll call them if I need them, advised the Ootsutsiki. Both dragons just sighed and did as said, now they shared a very curious carrier. Naruto also tried to fall asleep, but the sound of the door opening caught his attention. He turned his head and could see a certain black-haired Uchiha in the doorway. Can I come in? Sayori asked in a soft tone. At that, Naruto just signaled her with his hand to come while holding out his arms, obviously inciting a hug. The black-eyed girl blushed at this but walked to the bed and climbed on top of it until she reached Naruto. When she got there, she rested her head on her boyfriend's chest. He closed his arms around the back of his black-haired girlfriend and gave her a warm and loving hug. The silver-haired boy ran his hands down his girlfriend's back until he reached her head. He ruffled her hair a little before kissing it, affectionately. I love you. Sayori, Naruto said while resting his chin on his girlfriend's silky black hair. That was why he couldn't see her surprised and incredulous look. The Uchiha swallowed, however her throat was dry. She bit her lower lip to stifle the slight tears that were beginning to flow from her eyes. I love you too, Dobe replied the Uchiha with a smile despite crying. For his part, the Ootsutsiki only laughed a little at what Sayori said. She laughed too at what she said, however her boyfriend took her by the chin, and so he could see that she was looking at him with tears in her eyes. The blue-eyed boy did something that the black-haired girl didn't expect. He brought his face closer to hers and stuck out his tongue. Naruto licked the smooth cheeks and cheekbones of his girlfriend's face, also licking her tears. When he finished licking his girlfriend's tears, he gave her a small kiss on the tip of her nose. Crying is not your thing. You look hexy or blushed or serious, informed the Ootsutsiki, receiving a monumental blush from Sayori, who hid her face in Naruto's chest. He just laughed while hugging his girlfriend. Hey, Sayu-chan, there's something I want to show you, Naruto muttered in his girlfriend's ear. The color of his face was at least 20 times redder than his Sharingan. Wait, Naruto. I still haven't recovered from yesterday, the Uchiha snapped, remembering how Naruto took her anal virginity less than a day ago. The Ootsutsiki looked at the Uchiha without understanding before what they did one day ago came to his mind. The silver-haired man blushed slightly. I mean I was going to show you a technique, Naruto explained, still blushing, upon hearing that the Uchiha took on a skin tone as red as the hair of an Uzumaki. A second later they both started laughing. They were made for each other, equally evil-minded. Naruto lay down on the bed while the Uchiha did him on top of him. Before explaining what he was going to do, he looked at his girlfriend with a loving gaze. She is able to take away all my anger just by talking to me and smiling at me. Sigh. She reminds me a lot of Kurama when I was little, Naruto thought, remembering that the nine-tailed Bijuu before being his girlfriend was his friend. She calmed him down when he got angry or when he was sad, which were few times, but those simple times that the Bijuu had supported him had left their mark on the heart of the Ootsutsiki. But returning to the present, look at this, Naruto said before forming a light blue Kai sphere in his hand. What is that? The black-haired girl asked curiously when she saw the shiny sphere. This, my dear Sayori, is called Kai, reported the Ootsutsiki. Boo. Yes, Kai. I discovered this very recently. Kai is an energy that every living being possesses, however, only a few can use it since it requires the combination of natural energy and physical energy. Natural energy? What is that? Natural energy is an energy similar to the physical and spiritual energy that make up the chakra. Natural energy, as its name indicates, is the energy that comes from nature. People can absorb this energy with proper training, giving a monumental increase in abilities. However, it is dangerous because if it gets out of control, it affects the user's chakra network in such a way that it slowly turns them to stone. Sayori shuddered at the thought of turning to stone. I have an ability to make my body absorb natural energy passively, and that way I don't turn into stone. Leaving that aside, this sphere is a combination of the body's energy, physical, and the energy of nature. Natural, Naruto explained, looking at the sphere, noticing that it wasn't burning his hands, since he had mastered it at least to the point of throwing one without a problem. What's going on then? The black-haired girl asked, confused when she saw the energy sphere. What happens is that it is an energy too uncontrolled and uncontrollable, Naruto muttered in a frustrated tone. What I mean is that, unlike chakra, Kai manifests around and inside the user's body as a flame. When the user expels too much Kai, just by expelling or using a slight technique, a considerable amount of Kai is already spent. Chakra, on the other hand, has points in the body, through which it runs in an orderly and systematic manner. The chakra network, which works like a nervous or blood system that makes the chakra run throughout the body through the tenketsus, which regulate the flow of chakra in the body. Kai is practically the user's energy connected to the energy of nature, therefore any being that can master Kai exponentially increases their abilities compared to that of a normal human. By having a direct reserve, both the user's body and nature, the wear and tear of using Kai despite being enormous quantities decreases monumentally, but because so much Kai is spent, it does not matter in the end. If you are not careful, you can end up dry of energy. However, Kai, despite being almost infinite, gives nothing but strength, power, resistance, among other things. If the chakra were that infinite, and with time and the right user, it would practically give omnipotence. Dominate all the elements, illusions, control of space-time itself if jutsus of that type are investigated. Naruto finished explaining his long explanation. Sayori said something in response. I missed the part when you said what I mean, the black-haired girl informed, completely confused. However, they both felt the ship stop. At that, they both looked at each other before nodding, ready to see what was happening. But Naruto thought of something first. I'm going to hell for this, dude, observed Naruto thought before seeing his girlfriend's stats. Name: Sayori Uchiha. Age: 13 years. Level: 13. EXP: 30%. Idols nicknames: none. Affiliation: Konohagakure no Sato Uchiha clan. Race: human. Main occupation: shinobi. HP: 300 300s, 7.5 HP regeneration per hour. MP: 00. Strength: 125. Defense: 50. Intelligence: 125. Secrecy: 100. Magic: 0. Stamina: 100. Charisma: 150. Luck: 120. Measurements: bust: 90. Waist: 30. Hips: 85. Are you happy now, pervert? Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the last message, though he put that aside and noticed that Sayori's breasts had grown a bit. Wait a second, did he think that? Damn Kurama-chan. You turned me into a pervert, Naruto cried comically in his mind before leaving the room with Sayori. By the way, Sayu-chan, the Uchiha turned to see her boyfriend. Nice clothes, Naruto praised when he saw that Sayori changed clothes, now having long ninja boots that completely covered her feet, light blue stockings that covered all her legs with her white shorts longer than before, and a long-sleeved blue shirt that covered her entire torso. Thank you. They both walked to the bow of the ship and saw a gigantic iceberg, and when they say gigantic, it was giant. Naruto estimated that it would take him at least 3 times to use his Rasengan to completely blow up the glacier. Although looking closely, he noticed how some people from the cast were getting off the ship. Don't tell me they're going to film here, are you? Naruto asked as he saw all the employees get off and prepare to film. Of course, Kuzogaki, what did you expect? Said a voice behind Naruto. He turned to see Zabuza's bandaged face before. 5. But he patted him on the back so hard it knocked him off the boat. He was grateful for knowing how to walk in the water because otherwise, by the time he hit it, he'd be freezing cold. Naruto walked through the water until he reached the glacier, looked up and made an obscene sign at Zabuza with his middle finger. Let's run, ready. Scene 36. Cut 22. Go, he heard the Ootsutsiki. He turned to see how she was starting to film. Seeing that the silver-haired man just sighed while closing the zipper of his jacket, put on its hood and took out from underneath it a red scarf. He put it around his neck while the cold air flooded his lungs. He touched the scarf with his fingers and smiled slightly, although the smile was hidden by the scarf. Flashback. Naruto was getting ready for his date with Natsumi, as it was only an hour until 7 p.m. Hey, Naruto, the aforementioned turned around, seeing a certain red-haired Biju with something on her back. What's up, Kurama-chan? Blue-eyed asked as he tied his shoelaces. Well. I wanted to give you something, said the blue-green eyes as she extended her arms. In them she showed that there were two things. The first was a scarf. It looked normal, it had a red color and looked soft as silk. In the other there was a necklace, quite pretty for Naruto. It was a heart-shaped ruby which was being held to the golden chain by a golden frame in the shape of branches, and in the center, there were some heart-shaped ones too. I am not as good at Omnitrix as you, but I did my best and… Naruto didn't let her finish as he was already kissing the gifts in her hands. He pulled away to see his redhead girlfriend's face. Giving her a soft smile, the silver-haired boy answered, I love them, I love everything you give me. Although you know I won't need them at the party I'm going to, right? The Ootsutsukki asked, knowing the obvious answer and receiving a nod from Kurama. I know, just have them as insurance. Insurance? An insurance that a part of me will always be with you, even if I am not, explained the redhead while putting her hands behind her boyfriend's neck, tangling her fingers in her boyfriend's silver strands. Well, if that's the case, Naruto muttered as he put his hands behind the neck of the blue-green eyes, and a golden glow began to come out of his hands. When he finished, Kurama had a necklace just like Naruto's, but blue. Well, now we both have a part of each other on our side, Naruto said, laughing lightly, a laugh that the Biju shared before giving her boyfriend a kiss. I love you, Naruto. I love you even more, Kurama. In flashback, Naruto pulled the necklace Kurama had given him from his jacket pocket. The red scarf hid his small smile as he remembered the interaction with his redheaded girlfriend. The silver-haired man was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't notice how Sakura, Sayori, Kakashi, Haku and Zabuza had already gotten off the ship. Boom. The Ootsutsukki turned his gaze towards where he heard the explosion and could see Kakashi pointing with two fingers towards the mountain. He must have used some jutsu to do that. Looking closely, he could feel 3 chakras right where Kakashi fired. Right from where the haddock shot, a person appeared. A man with blue-white hair. Welcome to Yuki no Kuni. I am Nadarauga. On the ledge stood a pink-haired woman with a cap on her head. Hail Koyuki Haim. I hope you have the hexagonal crystal with you. And from under the snow came a gigantic man with a skate on his back. You're as clever as they say, Kakashi. But not clever enough for us. Naruto noticed something strange, all of them were wearing strange light blue armor with blue lines. And from what he could see they had some kind of shield around them. Sayori, Sakura, Haku. Protect Yuki. Naruto ordered when he saw Rauga order his companions, Mizur and Fubuki. From what he heard, he could also see how Kakashi went against Nader and Zabuza went against Mizur. So he only had to go after the girl. Had a Kakashi vs Nader Rauga. Kakashi began to jump from ledge to ledge until he reached Rauga. He would never forget the man in front of him. It's been a long time, Kakashi. I hope you're not planning on running away like last time. Kakashi growled at Nader Rauga's mockery before launching himself against Nader in a taijutsu combat. Both were fighting fairly evenly. When one hit the other they blocked, they separated with a jump before starting to jump between the ledges, and when they reached the top, they jumped to throw a blow that both blocked him. You've become slow, Kakashi, Rauga mocked again. Indeed, Kakashi muttered as he removed the ninja band from his eye, showing a 3-tomo Sharigan with a vertical stripe on his eyelid. I have new tricks. The silver-haired man exclaimed as he began to draw Seal's Suiton. Suryuiden no Jutsu, water dragon, Kakashi exclaimed as a water dragon began to form from the ocean water. Hyoten. Haryumuko, ice release. Piercing dragon versus ferocious tiger, Rauga responded as an ice dragon formed from the ice on the field. Both dragons lunged at each other. The Yuki-nin was confident that his attack would defeat Kakashi's. That was why he watched in disbelief as both dragons destroyed each other. What HH? How did you get so strong? Rauga asked in disbelief as Kakashi's Sharingan slowly spun. I'll put it this way, one of my students is almost or even stronger than me, and I tried to train him a few times. In the end, the one who was trained was me, the black red-eyed one muttered, remembering that he had fought against Naruto a few times in which he ended up literally dry of chakra and strength. On the other hand, that had given him clear proof that he had to start training harder. His student was, if not already surpassed him, that was why he started training almost as much as his eyebrows, his rival. Rauga, tired of talking, began to trace Hand Seal's Hyoten. Asumiseru, ice release. Ice missiles, the Yuki-nin muttered before several pieces of ice rose from the ground and launched themselves at the haddock. Pain. Ryuken no Jutsu, fire release. Dragon fire jutsu, Kakashi replied after doing a sequence of hands and exhaling a huge amount of fire that melted the pieces of ice. Without noticing Koyuki's gaze when she saw the fire. In response, Nader began to draw more seals, this time completely furious Hyoten. Itsikaku Hakuge, ice release. One-horned ice whale. The ground began to shake, and a gigantic ice whale with a horn on its head emerged from the ice. Kakashi stared at the ice creature in shock. He couldn't retaliate with a normal attack. He was preparing to launch the same jutsu and counter it to escape. However, A small black sphere, barely visible to Kakashi thanks to his Sharingan, launched itself at the ice whale. Kakashi didn't expect the sphere to explode upon impact with the whale. Ooh. And what an explosion. Everyone on the iceberg had to take cover because of the gigantic shock wave produced by the sphere. A huge glow blinded everyone before it disappeared. When it disappeared, to everyone's disbelief, so had the ice whale. Along with a third of the glacier they were all on. By pure instinct Kakashi looked at his sensei's son. He had his hand extended, a sign that he was the one who threw that sphere. If before Kakashi thought it would be dangerous to anger Naruto, now he was completely sure. It would be suicide. Zabuza vs cruelty. The former Kiri swordsman did not spare word for his opponent and charged at him with his sword in hand. He slashed with his sword, aiming for his neck, but his opponent dodged it by ducking and delivering a powerful blow to his ribs, sending him soaring into the air. As he fell, Zabuza used his feet to stop himself from skidding on the ice. Mizur was about to throw herself at him, but the sound of something burning caught her attention. She looked around and her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw a huge number of explosive seals. Fortunately for him, his armor protected him from damage, but the explosion stunned him quite a bit. The black-haired man took advantage of that and launched himself against the giant in a fight of brute force, in which thanks to having great strength and agility, he began to hit Mizur in the stomach with powerful punches. Each blow raised the Yuki-nin more and more, before he hit Zabuza in the face making him stumble. Mizur took advantage of that and put her hands on the ground. Hyoten. Hyaro no Jutsu, ice release. Ice prison jutsu, the giant muttered before the ice emerged and began to chase Zabuza. He began to jump before the ice caught his foot and began to freeze it. Seeing that, Mizur laughed arrogantly. Wow. Who would have thought that you, Momochi Zabuza, would be defeated so easily? The Yuki-nin didn't end up being popular because the Zabuza who was trapped in the ice smiled, or it seemed he did under his bandages, and said to him. I got you bitch, and he dissolved into water. After that Mizur looked behind him before a powerful kick to the ribs knocked the wind out of him and sent him flying. Upon landing, the Yuki-nin saw that he was far from Zabuza, so he turned his gaze towards his target, Koyuki Kazuhana, who had remained completely still upon hearing Fubuki call her, although she was guarded by three girls that the giant didn't care about. Taking advantage of the brunette's confusion, he climbed onto his skate and went up to her. The pink-haired girl threw a huge amount of kunais and shuriken at him, which his armor deflected. The 15-year-old black-haired girl, Haku, began to trace seals, but before she could finish Mizur was in front of her with her fist raised and about to hit the girl with all her strength before. Ooh. A huge explosion followed by a blinding flash prevented him from seeing how his fist hit, but it didn't hit the black-haired girl's face. He did it in the hand of a silver-haired boy. Naruto vs Fubuki. Naruto launched himself at the pink-haired armored man who stopped from reaching Koyuki when he noticed the blue-eyed man in front of him. He didn't speak for a second before connecting a punch to the woman's stomach and throwing her through the air. Or at least that was how it was before appearing behind her in midair. Kuroshi no Waza. Escalope, black leg style. Thin slices, too, he named the Ootsutsukki before his legs descended on the pink-haired girl's skull and threw her against the ice, not using the real force of the attack so as not to kill her. More than anything because he wanted to have a little fun. The woman slowly stood up, clutching the back of her skull, as the boy's blow nearly killed her. She glared at her opponent in anger at the blow. Would you hit a woman? She asked the pink-haired girl in an angry tone as she stood up. Naruto for his part shrugged his shoulders. Didn't I just do it? In any case, I don't discriminate when killing someone. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, Naruto explained before lifting his right leg and stomping the ground with force, while several pieces of ice flew out due to a gigantic crack generated by Naruto's stomp. It wasn't a jutsu or anything like that, it was just brute force. Fubuki had to jump to avoid being riddled with flying pieces of ice, however she stayed still when she felt something touch her cheek, slowly turning her eyes, she could see how the silver-haired man was behind her, with his fist closed and the knuckles of it touching her face. Showing that if he wanted he would have fractured her skull with the blow he had just stopped, you know. If it weren't because I have to kill you, I would ask you out on a date 3, Naruto praised, unintentionally looking at the pink-haired woman's body a little before ducking down to dodge a kick from her. Resting his right hand on the ground, the blue-eyed man began to spin rib. The Ootsutsukki muttered before kicking the pink-haired woman's ribs hard. Well, it's a shame, he said before the sky began to darken. Looking up, Naruto noticed a large whale made of ice hovering above them. Damn it, Rauga. That thing could crush us too. Iris Senringun, great spiral ring, Naruto muttered before launching his attack against the ice creature. Before it impacted, he noticed how the big guy who was fighting Zabuza was about to hit Haku. Ooh. In a flash, Naruto was standing in front of Mizur, his fist bouncing off her like it was nothing. When the light from the explosion faded and Mizur looked at the boy, she tried to punch him with her other arm, but Mizur stopped her. The strangest thing of all was that he kept his eyes closed. He slowly began to open them, revealing a blood-red right eye with a complicated pattern and a light blue one with a lotus flower pattern. After that, Team 7 with Zabuza and Haku along with the ship they were going to disappeared in a red explosion. Why court? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.